Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the final day of Adelaide Writers' Week. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. My name's David Penberthy, and I'm thrilled today to be chatting to Jo Aston, fellow journo, someone who I've known for many years. Never worked together, but I've admired Jo's work from afar as a take-no-prisoners business journalist, and we were just chatting off air before, Jo, where I admitted to you that I struggle to read financial journalism because I often find it dry and impenetrable, and sometimes it feels that it's written less with the reader in mind but more with an eye on satisfying its subject. That's what makes your book so awesome, because it is just this reader-oriented, take-no-prisoners assault on a story that really, I think, left the Australian media napping for a very long time.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and it's interesting. I didn't really come from a financial background. I didn't study commerce or accounting or anything like that at university. I made the error of actually studying media, which was a complete waste of my time. But I learned that in 5 seconds when I actually got there. But I did grow up in that sort of the last golden era of magazines, and I remember being in my late teens and early 20s reading Michael Lewis in Vanity Fair. And he's one of those great writers who can take financial issues and explain them to people who don't have that sort of background, and thinking, oh, this is just the best thing I've ever read, and aspiring to be able to write like that. So even though it all happened by accident, it is what I love doing, because actually there's a lot more comedy there's a lot more absurdity in the way people manipulate numbers, and the reason that they go to such great extents to do it is because the upside for them is so enormous. You would too, if you could. And people, so much of this goes by. I found as a business journalist, it feels like every day there's 1,000 political journalists crawling all over, ministers and prime ministers and premiers, and then there's this vacant field of dodgy business people doing things that are 10 times worse with our money, with our superannuation savings, and there's about 4 journos on the sidelines of the field sort of scratching their ass. So I sort of make the decision to focus much more on business and finance than on politics for very good reason.
The thing that I really love about the book, and you mentioned politics, and politics is a crowded field journalistically, and the thing that makes political journalism good, I think, in both a tabloid and a broadsheet sense, is that people hone in on the personalities of the people involved, be it a Scott Morrison or a Tony Abbott or a Julia Gillard or Albo, locally Malley. People look at what makes them tick. But so much of what happened culturally at Qantas, and particularly that sort of dangerously symbiotic relationship between Alan Joyce as the chairman Alan Joyce as the CEO and Richard Goyder as the chairman. So much of it hinged on the personalities of the two men, didn't it?
Yeah, Joyce and Albanese were very close. That was no secret. They were very close from not just when Albanese was Prime Minister. Actually, it was from when Albanese was Transport Minister. He was 6 years the Transport Minister in the Rudd and Gillard governments, and he was very close to Qantas. And in fact, he described his greatest achievement as the Transport Minister as ushering in the deal between Qantas and Emirates, which they're now in partnership even today. That was introduced in 2012. Now, I wouldn't say that was actually an achievement of Albanese's. He just happened to be minister when it happened, but it tells you where he stands, and he still to this day has a big Qantas A380 on his desk as Prime Minister. But I would only say, so yes, it's about the personalities, and absolutely that's also where the magic. I would also just point out that to the extent that I was very critical of Albanese and his relationship, I think his compromised judgment because of his relationship with Qantas and in blocking the Qatar deal. I also was at pains to point out, if you read the broader book rather than just the excerpt, that this has been going on for a generation. So Qantas has been the most powerful and influential lobbyist in Canberra since before I was born. I worked at Qantas when Jeff Dixon was CEO and Margaret Jackson was chairman and John Howard was Prime Minister, and they managed to block Singapore Airlines from flying between the east coast of Australia and the United States. Qantas blocked them, and I was there with front row seats, both as a young Qantas staffer and as a young political staffer working in Bruce Baird's office, to see the awesome power of the Qantas influence machine as they wandered up and down the corridors of Parliament House, dispensing quietly their upgrades and let anything you need, whatever you want, call me anytime, 24 hours a day, here's a secret phone number. Like, they're absolutely masters at this art.
It's a funny comparison, but as I was reading the book and getting into the start of it, it reminded me a bit of, I'm sure you're aware of him, a local and revered South Australian, Richard Harris, who was the hero of the Thai cave rescue and had this unique skill set, a guy who loves diving and is really good at putting people to sleep. You know, he's an expert in anaesthesia, and you, having worked in politics, particularly for politicians who were in tourism, having worked at Qantas, and then when the whole organisation turns into this complete dumpster fire, you're the perfect person in the position to write that story. Do you think that with Qantas, that, you know, I still call Australia home and the Australian Girls Choir and all the sort of, emotionally driven marketing around it, do you think that perhaps Qantas became so embedded in our national psyche that as journos, and perhaps also with a commercial level of influence there too, it was almost deemed to be not something you should even criticise or look at?
Yeah, I mean, people have criticised Qantas over the years, but there's a difference between the people who predictably criticise Qantas and when the sort of establishment turns on Qantas, and that takes a lot to happen because of all the reasons you. Well, firstly, their marketing is amazing. I mean, those TV ads that they came up with at the time of the Sydney Olympics with the choir, the choristers singing at various different locations are, I think, the best television ads ever made. Period. In Australia, at least, and that's why they still use them. And what they've done is they've merchandised our loyalty, our patriotism, because they sell themselves as the national carrier when they want to sell us tickets that are more expensive than on any other airline. But when we want them to be the national carrier and say, I don't know, turn up in times of crisis, like during COVID, they do the opposite. And that was sort of the inherent conflict.
Well, they don't even know that South Australia exists. I mean, they still call Australia home, but in terms of international flights for more than a decade, South Australia's not even on the map.
And Alan Joyce shut the international base here. The last flights were Adelaide, Singapore. I think they were discontinued in 2012 or 2013. And so I know that people in South Australia were very upset about the Qatar decision as well, because Qatar, and Qatar is not perfect, and we can talk about that too if you want, but Qatar has been flying 2 flights a day from Adelaide to Doha for quite a long time at great expense. One of them has to go via Melbourne in order to get around the limitations of their capacity. But if you live in Adelaide, who do you feel like is actually doing more for you?
I think a lot of people in the audience would probably agree that, and middle-class South Australians who travel a lot and like to go to Europe in the winter and so forth, people have a greater affinity here now with Singapore, Qatar, Emirates. They just feel that they've been left off the map. So when the what really hit the fan with Qantas, I called it a dumpster fire before. You basically set up your deck chair in front of it with a glass of Chardonnay in one hand and a glass of petrol in the other, thinking, this is going to be fun. And that infectious level of, my God, what a story, and immersing yourself in the thick of it really comes through in the book. But can I ask, as a journalist working in a commercial news organisation, how hard is it to keep punching when you've got the chairman, the CEO, and this huge and heavy-handed PR unit at Qantas that you document so well, telling everyone who'll listen that you're obsessed, that you are a liar, that you are unreliable, and that you are embarrassing your masthead by writing stories that nobody else will touch?
Well, you tend to know that you're on the right track, to be honest. Working as a daily columnist for a national newspaper, even if it's even if it's a financial daily newspaper, it was an enormous privilege. And one of the things that I've loved about it that was really special was the amount of feedback I got from readers. And I had been in the job, by the time I started writing about Qantas obsessively, I had been in that job for 11 years. And I can tell you that never did I cover a story that got even 1/10 of the reader interest as this story. The second I started on this, the floodgates opened, and the number of people that were contacting me with their personal stories of horror was almost overwhelming. And I always try and respond to every reader. And I was spending it became a bit overwhelming just trying to keep up with letting everyone know that I was receiving their notes. So it was a story that had sort of captured the whole nation. People's horror stories with not just like their late flights and their lost bags and their cancellations and etc., which people can forgive operational mistakes. But the one that really people could not believe was when they had thousands of dollars in tickets and all of a sudden Qantas cancelled the flights but didn't give them their money back. They gave them these things called COVID credits that you couldn't use, that you call up, no one would answer the phone, then someone would answer the phone, they'd tell you the refund was coming, the refund wouldn't come, you'd have to call back, then they'd send you an email that you'd never received the email and there was a passcode in the email but it was different to your passcode for the loyalty, blah, 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 blah. Along it goes. They were basically trying to steal hundreds of millions of dollars from their own customers and use it as a float to, as working capital, and then at the end tried to make it all those credits that nobody could use expire so they could keep the money permanently. And the thing that's stark is that as the Australian public understood that Qantas had become a villain, Qantas employees had understood that Qantas had become a villain, but Australian politicians had completely missed that story.
Well, I'll get to that shortly because I want to talk to you about the role that the Chairman's Lounge, which is obviously the title of the book, plays in the sort of duchessing of our decision makers. But just on the journalistic and writing part of this, because when you're working at the Financial Review, you had a unique relationship with Qantas in a publishing sense, because not only was Qantas a major advertiser, but it was also a major distributor through the various business lounges and the type of AB readership that the Fin attracts. Obviously, there's a natural synergy there. Both of those things, advertising and distribution, were weaponised against you personally by Qantas, weren't they?
Yeah. Well, they were weaponised against the Financial Review. I was very lucky that I worked for Michael Stutchbury, a good Adelaide boy, who was editor-in-chief of the Financial Review for the entire period that I was writing that column, and he was one of the great editors, and he was just unflappable. And he was just not going to... He was dragged into a meeting with Alan Joyce in February 2023 and told that I was at disgrace and it had to be stopped. And he said, if you show me the factual errors in Joe's columns, I'll have them changed and I'll have it stopped. And Alan Joyce couldn't do that because there weren't any. There were no errors. He just disagreed with the conclusions that I was reaching from the correct facts, which is different. And then they did the same thing. When that didn't succeed, they then got Richard Goyder, the chairman, to meet with Alan Joyce and Michael Stutchbury again and say, Joe has to be stopped. This has to stop. And again, Michael Stutchbury said, well, look, if you show me what's factually wrong with his columns, then we'll absolutely stop them. And of course, they were unable to do so. They just didn't like the vibe. And their accusation was that it was personal. And it wasn't, and because I was pointing out the ludicrous things that were coming out of Alan Joyce's mouth. And that they mistake personal with individualised. It wasn't personal, it was individualised because he was the individual who was getting paid $130 million to run that company over 12 years. So, for that kind of cash, I'd take some heat too. But, he wasn't so happy to. But then they, of course, pulled the paper out of the chairman, pulled the copies of the AFR out of Qantas lounges, and they banned the AFR from the Qantas in-flight Wi-Fi network and the lounge Wi-Fi network.
You tell a good story in the book about how friends of yours in business would deliberately take the Fin Review into the Qantas
lounge and leave it lying around. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and one
like some underground Marxist pamphlet.
Correct. Well, one person I quoted, who's a member of the Chairman's Lounge, said we had to go up to the front desk and ask for copies of the AFR, and they'd keep a couple in brown paper bags as if they were porn magazines.
You're like the Larry Flint of finance journalism.
Exactly. Correct. But I mean, that was an absolute boon for us, of course, because the second they did that, that became the story. And the rest
it became a story in News Corp papers as well.
The rest of the Australian media said, well, hang on. What? Yeah. And everyone else twigged and said, there's probably got to be something going on here. And to his great credit, Michael Miller, the chairman of News Corp in Australia, the blood enemy of the financial reviews publisher Channel 9 came out publicly and said, well, I don't have a view on what Joe Aston says about Qantas, but I defend his right to say it, and it's absolutely ridiculous the way Qantas is carrying on. And that floored Qantas, because they honestly believed they could play the Fin Review and News Corp off against each other, and actually what they managed to do was unite us.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alan Joyce does that. He brings people together.
Yeah. It felt psychologically and in a sort of collective psychological sense, that Michael Miller moment that you refer to, because I can remember, would have been 1999, I can remember when I arrived in Sydney at the Telegraph, a senior columnist, Miranda Devine, being pulled up for writing a column that absolutely shit-canned Qantas and being told, look, you probably don't need to make a habit of doing that. And there was a bit of...
And to her credit, she did make a habit of doing it.
She did. But I think that there were times where the commercial media, and I'm not letting the ABC off the hook here, because for a long time I don't think they were anywhere on the story either, despite not having any commercial conflicts. But I think that the media did at times pull back on it because they thought, oh, crikey, it's Qantas. Did it feel to you, though, and as the sort of, most meticulous documenter of its manifold failings, that when it became apparent that the Emperor had no clothes, that the level of coverage was even more aggressive than you could sometimes expect it to be, because there was all this pent-up stuff, this for a joke, let's just cut loose.
There is absolutely a tipping point where everyone goes, okay, game on. And that moment was then.
Yeah.
And people just went for it. Well, but at that point, I was...
I mean, the Herald Sun headline, the lying kangaroo.
Yeah, well, that happened about 3 months later, when the
The telly ran Con Air?
They did, yes. I loved it. The floodgates opened they didn't come wide open, but they opened a little bit when that whole banning the AFR thing happened. But yes, the floodgates opened when there was a series of things that happened in 1 week. And first, Alan Joyce delivered the record profit. And he deleted from the investor slides, and Vanessa Hudson was the CFO at this time, by the way, deleted from the investor slides how many more dollars in COVID credits they had that were about to expire. Then Tony Sheldon, I wrote a column about how, you watch, there's $500 million here that they're about to try and steal. Tony Sheldon, the Labor senator, had Alan Joyce in front of a Senate committee, and they had to admit that they'd been misleading the public about how much money there was in that pot of COVID credits that was about to expire. And then Gina Cass-Gottlieb, God bless her, that same week launches the Ghost Flights lawsuit against Qantas, and then the floodgates were open, and Alan Joyce was gone 3 days later.
Yeah.
Then only the week later, sorry to cut in, then the High Court found the next week that after all the appeals, they upheld that Qantas had illegally sacked 1,700 ground staff during COVID.
Appeals which were launched, as you say, without even having had time to read the actual judgment from the lower court.
Correct.
The title of the book, the Chairman's Lounge, cleverly serves two purposes, not just talking about the physical Chairman's Lounge and how Qantas uses those lounges to butter up our key decision makers, but it also talks about the nature of the relationship between Richard Goyder as chairman and Joyce as CEO, where Goyder was so in Joyce's thrall that he basically couldn't countenance or recognise any criticism of him.
Well, described him as the best CEO in Australia.
By the length of the straight.
By the length of a straight.
Which is the nice dedication to your wife in the front of the book. But it's actually a chilling insight into how a sort of yes man culture can destroy a company, isn't it?
Totally. And there's a lot of this in corporate Australia, but and I'm thankful for that because it gives me a job. But the all-powerful hero CEO narrative, where someone becomes so dominant in a company that they become a cult of the organisation becomes a cult of them. And Alan Joyce by the time Goyder took over as chairman in 2018, he'd been CEO for a decade already, and that's really the outer limit of how long someone should be the CEO of a big public company. And instead of getting ready to replace him, Richard Goyder gave him a contract extension. And then, of course, COVID happens, which no one could have predicted. But even Alan Joyce would admit today he should have gone in 2019. Instead
he would look like a hero too.
He absolutely would have. And instead he saw COVID happen and he used COVID as a profiteering opportunity, and that changed everything. But I guess, yes, Richard Goyder was the CEO of Wesfarmers, a very successful big public company in Western Australia, owned Coles, Bunnings, etc. And he's now chairman of the AFL, and he's a very well-liked individual, respected, and I liked him. I had a very good relationship with him, and I'd criticised some of the things he'd done at Wesfarmers. He'd been very gracious about that and engaged with me. And I had such a good relationship, I thought, with Richard Goyder that I sat down with him on multiple occasions and phoned him on multiple occasions when this was starting to go bad. And I said to him, Richard, this is a real problem. I'm telling you, if you don't do something, this is going to be about Alan Joyce. This is going to be the next Rio Tinto. I said those words to him, and I said those words to him in Adelaide at the gather round, at the very first gather round in 2023, and he just would not hear it. Which is really disappointing because, the failure to do anything about Alan Joyce's out-of-control conduct led to Richard Goyder having to lose his job as chairman of Qantas and lose a lot of skin reputationally. But that's, unfortunately, as I say at the end of the book, leadership requires more than being nice.
So by 2023, to borrow the line from Dustin Hoffman about the only thing that hadn't happened at Qantas was that Qantas had never crashed.
Yeah.
Everything else, I've written them all down. That's what I got at the end of the book. So the cost of tickets, cancellations, lateness, lost luggage, food, age of aircraft, hoarding of JobKeeper, non-payment of COVID credits, selling tickets that didn't exist, the hostility to competition from Qatar, exorbitant remuneration and payment of bonuses despite it all, and the hoarding of bonuses despite it all of those things are well documented. But the one part of the book that really angered me the most and made me feel the most sort of sympathy, and you and I sort of both free market type people, but the treatment of its workers. Like reading the book made me want to run out and join the ACTU.
Yeah. Well, I have to say, I worked for. I'm probably going to be lynched for saying this, but I worked in the Howard government for the Minister for Work Choices. So I am not the person you would expect to be in lockstep with the Transport Workers Union against Qantas, but that's where I found myself.
Yeah.
I was in exactly the same situation, going, I'm a free market sort of, deregulate the labour market type of person, and this just totally changed my perspective. I was like, this is sort of HR nickel society gone mad, crossed into just genuine law breaking.
Yeah, like breaking up long-established working units to pay them less, and then lying to your existing staff in Australia, like the stuff with the Finnish pilots, and seeing something like a pandemic as an opportunity to just totally betray the people who've been so loyal to you for so long.
Totally. And Qantas, the thing that's amazing about Qantas, we love to hate Qantas, but the thing that I love about Qantas, I think people will agree, is it's people. Like, yeah, we've all had our terrible war stories where some battle axe has treated you like shit, but actually, I think we all have stories where they've gone the extra mile and they've really, some of the people at Qantas are incredible, and a lot of people have been there a long time. And Qantas takes advantage of that because they know people love working for the company so much, and that they think, stuff them, they won't leave. And that's the way they think about customers too.
So the Chairman's Lounge itself...
You're a former member, of course.
I am a former
member. I loved your column in The Australian about it, I have to say. It was that you have not kept that a secret.
No, I was a member of it in my capacity as a handbag to a federal minister. And so I wasn't in it...
Which suited you, by the way.
Pretty unattractive handbag. But no, one day at home, I just got this black envelope. It just turned up in our house in Wavell, and I opened that, and I went, what's this? I went, Chairman's Club. And I rang Kate and said, I've been given associate membership. And I did think about it. I thought, well, I don't write about aviation. I don't, it's not like I'm, there's any sort of quid pro quo. But the more I think, and I should say, the moment she said she wasn't running again and quit politics, a letter turned up a week later saying, thank you, your membership is no longer active. And I'm not complaining, but this is your spot, not mine. But I'll tell you one story. Because I hardly ever fly because of a job I'm tied to Adelaide with radio, but my dad and I went to New Orleans and we missed our flight from Dallas home, the Dallas-Sydney flight, because our flight out of New Orleans was late. And Dad and I, it was a private holiday. Dad loves jazz, and I said, I'd been there before, and I said, I've got to take you to New Orleans one day, Dad. Anyway, it was chaos in the airport, chaos. And there were people crying. There'd been this huge African-American women's festival in New Orleans, there were thousands of women, and me and Dad, and every African-American woman in Louisiana, trying to get onto these flights. And I'm saying to Dad, we're stuffed. There's no way we're going to be able to get on the flight because we didn't even have connecting flights. And I'm dressed in sneakers and jeans. And I just said to Dad, I'll see if this card makes any difference. And so we're in the economy queue, and I walked over wearing my New Orleans Saints T-shirt. And this guy goes, "Sir, there is no cutting the line." And I went, "Oh, I just wanted to see, does this card..." He went, "Oh, Mr. Penberthy, you're in the wrong queue." And we got taken, dead set, to the American Airlines first class lounge. This glamorous woman took our passports, gave us a glass of champagne, and said, "Y'all have a drink, relax, I'll get this sorted. The bar is open." And Dad's going, "How good is this?" But the thing is, in a serious sense, for every opinion maker, decision maker in Australia,
That's their experience.
they have this utterly rarefied relationship with travel where you're not looking for a plug in the wall for your laptop. You've got to, I've just lost $5 in the Coke machine.
Yeah. None of
Who
that.
do I talk to?
Correct. And that explains that the political class was the last to understand at just the depth of anger at Qantas, because none of them call up Qantas and wait 11 hours on the phone to change their flight. They call the Chairman's Lounge number, and someone answers. Not only answers within 30 seconds, but they speak English, and the person is in Australia, and they actually fix your problem.
Yeah.
And none of us had that experience. Well, not none of us, but yeah.
Were you ever a member?
I was never. No,
No.
never. I suspect it may remain the case.
Well, as Groucho Marx said, I wouldn't want to be part of a club that'd have me as a member.
Yeah.
Do you think it should be scrapped, or do you think that politicians should be precluded from joining it? Or not joining it, from being offered membership?
So I don't have any issue with a private company having whatever club it wants. And I have no issues with another company, whether it be ANZ, Commonwealth Bank, BHP or whatever, doing whatever they want. That's a matter for the shareholders of that company. What I have an issue is with public officials who are paid by my taxes getting basically having a soft corruption type relationship with a private company through the Chairman's Lounge. That's the issue. I mean, politicians should absolutely not be members of the Chairman's Lounge, and there was a hot second there last year where I thought that might change, but of course, that moment has passed.
Because it's not just the sort of, the fact that and for the journalists who are in it as well, and I'd include myself in that sort of self-criticism, is thinking, well, it's not purely about stopping people from attacking Qantas. It's more about stopping them from ever recognising that there's a problem at all.
Correct.
It's sort of the buying of silence in a way, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, and by the way, speaking of, I am also a member of the Virgin version of the Chairman's Lounge, and I've disclosed that in the book. And having
But
said
you've
that,
had a crack at them.
Oh, have I ever? If you read my articles about Jane Hardlicker, the CEO of Virgin Australia, I think you'll be satisfied that didn't affect my independence. And I'm sort of surprised they didn't cancel my membership when I was writing those, but they didn't. Look, all the top newspaper editors, all of the big name media powerful people are also in the airline, those elite airline lounges, and it's not by accident, as you say. It's not. They don't do it for no reason.
And it crosses politics. I mean, the few times I was in there here, I'm not going to name names.
Really?
Well, I'll say. What I will say is I saw Liberal, Labor, and Green MPs in there.
Yeah.
So it's not like there's one particular side of
politics.
politics.
God, no. And that's the thing. Like, everyone was making this about, it's all about Albanese. And by the way, it's all about the person who happens to be Prime Minister at the time and the Prime Minister who happens to block Qatar Airways. So it's not my fault that Albanese was Prime Minister. But if you look at the whole book, every major party has been doing this, no matter who's in government, for 30, 40 years. And I saw it when I worked as a young Liberal staffer. The Liberal Party MPs were as enthralled to Qantas as anyone was. Scott Morrison was as enthralled to Qantas as Anthony Albanese was. In fact, it was the Morrison government that gave them $2.7 billion in subsidies during COVID so that they can screw over their customers and their staff. In fact, $860 million of JobKeeper. Qantas was the biggest recipient of JobKeeper. That scheme was designed to keep people connected to keep employees connected to their employers. That's the whole point of the scheme. And Qantas sacked 10,000 people.
Yeah, exactly. You are going to end up joining the ACT, aren't you?
I mean, and then having sacked 10,000 people said, we're just going to go back, the borders are reopened, we're just going to go back to normal. Well, you can't run an airline that had 30,000 employees with 20,000 employees. I mean, things are going to fall apart, aren't they? And that's exactly what happened, and everyone was surprised. Well, not everyone was surprised, but Alan Joyce acted as if it was everyone else's fault.
Yeah. I should say, folks, we are going to have questions in about 10 to 15 minutes' time. So if you have questions for Joe, put your thinking caps on. We saw in 2023, Joe, the failure of the yes vote. And personally, I was, saddened to see that happen. And we'd done a lot of work on our radio show talking about it, much to the chagrin of most of our listeners, with our audience base in a commercial station that skews to conservative and probably poorer people, older people, people in areas more like Noongar and Hackham and Elizabeth and Salisbury than Summerton Park, Beulah Park. When I saw the Prime Minister stand up with Alan Joyce and the painted planes and what have you. And we had Albo come to our studio a couple of times. In fact, the week before the referendum, he came in, he said he had a real spring in his step, felt like it was coming home with a wet sail. And the guy I do the show with and I, we sort of said afterwards, we almost felt like we didn't want to break his heart. We wanted to cover our hands so he couldn't read the text line.
Yeah.
That felt like a chairman's lounge misreading of the national mood, did it not?
Massive. And whatever you think of whether you're Labor or Liberal, like this is just an objective view, Peter Dutton picked up much earlier that Qantas, but more generally big business, was at its lowest ebb in trust in Australia ever. And so he started throwing tomatoes at big business leaders, Qantas, but also he was very early on against the supermarkets. Albanese is much more a consensus sort of building pro-relationship sort of backroom guy, and was much more close to big business types than, say, Bill Shorten was. And he totally missed this play. Like, he totally missed that Qantas had become the most toxic company in Australia. And to hitch the voice to that brand and to the brand of its CEO, who was the most toxic CEO in Australia, was a crazy political move. And I think the voice was going to go down anyway, but it certainly helped its descent. People were truly baffled by that sort of combination. But
it's such an amazing fall from grace for Qantas. I mean, when you think about it, you talk about those ads. I mean, you'd almost feel like if you'd been in a knockabout joint like Mexico and you finally made it from Mexico City to Lax, and you'd see the Qantas jet and you're like,
exactly.
Joy.
But it's been a long time in the making, So I use that my favourite line from The Sun Also Rises, which is Ernest Hemingway's first novel, which is, how did you go bankrupt, Mike? And the answer is gradually and then suddenly. And Qantas's fall from grace was exactly like that. Like they just chipped away. Like they cheapened the product. They bastardized the offering just slowly, just around the edges until they were actually in the middle. And then it's only when that's been going on that the whole thing falls over.
For your sort of take no prisoners style, the book ends on what I regarded as a I thought it was almost surprisingly melancholy note, where you talked about how you saw Richard Goyder at the Olympic Room, at the MCG, which is the sort of
the chairman's lounge of the AFL Grand Final.
Yeah, that's right. Was that 2023? Yeah. And you said he looked almost like a shell of a man, having been the king of corporate Australia and this, peerless reputation. Did you feel a sort of pang at all about the thoroughness of what you did in covering it? Did you feel sorry for him? And
I did. Yeah, I mean, I did feel sorry for him, and it's sort of we're all human beings, and we're not designed to go out sort of trying to destroy each other. That's not that's not the way we're naturally built. But I had a job to do, and it still affects you personally. You develop relationships with people, and then you say things for a living that other people aren't prepared to say, that has its impacts on your relationships. And to look at someone who, I thought was a pretty decent, who didn't do things out of the wrong motivations per se, to see him so humiliated, I thought that was, and it was also cumulative for me. So I've been doing it for a long time. So it sort of felt like, oh, here we go again. How many more times can I take this? And I walk into that room every year. I used to, and just see if the Olympic room was wiped out, there'd be no one left to run Australia. You've got like half of the federal cabinet, you've got all of the media CEOs and media billionaires, and you've got every AFL club president and CEO and all the blah, blah, blah. And I sort of look around and go, oh, that person hates me, that person hates me, that person, yep, daggers coming at me from that direction. I just felt so over it. I just was like, that is it. I do not need to do this anymore.
Have you ever been in situations like that where you've always had to actually head for the door? Have you ever been confronted?
Oh, constantly. Yeah, constantly. And I didn't have to constantly leave, but I was constantly confronted. And the thing is, I think if you criticise people for a living, it's only right that you hear them out if they have a complaint about that. And I try and do that in advance, actually. But if someone wants to come up to me and say, I have an issue with you, then I think it's only fair that I listen. Some people are more reasonable about it than others.
It's probably different in business journalism because people in business aren't as used to it. Because my background's political journalism, and like editing the Telegraph in Sydney, like I never bothered to set my alarm in the morning because I knew a politician would ring me at 6 a.m. screaming. Yeah. Every day. Yeah. And just go, oh, good morning, Malcolm, or whoever it was.
Well, it would certainly be him. Yeah.
It was actually Malcolm quite a lot. Brendan Nelson, Kevin Rudd, crikey.
Yeah. You really had the glory days there.
But business people, they're probably not used to that level of attention. Or
they have very fragile egos. And for the absolutely epic loot that they take, they have an unbelievably thin skin, collectively speaking. They would not survive 5 minutes in Parliament.
Unlike politicians, actually get paid rubbish.
Yeah, and actually have to take a lot of shit.
Yeah. Totally.
Yeah, totally.
So we're in for a Chairman's Lounge membership.
Yeah, so we're in full agreement about that. But I guess, it's just part of the job. And in the end, I got over it and I'm back. So
why did you leave the fin though? And I'm keen to hear about your new project, Rampart. But you were sort of peak banker, sort of get down in the weeds about it. But I know stacks of people high up at News who would have done anything to get you over.
Yeah. Well, not anything. We've all got a price.
But why did you decide to go out on your own? Coming off the crest of such a killer...
a great deal already. I think Karis, more and more big-name brand journalists who are going out on their own and developing a direct relationship with their audiences rather than being intermediated by a legacy masthead. And that's great financially because you get rid of the middleman who's actually taking all of the money or most of the money, but also in a sort of satisfaction sense, you actually get to just have that direct relationship with your audience, know what they want, know what they like, know what they don't like, and therefore serve them much better. So I had ambitions in that regard. So I left the AFR. I wanted to also leave when things were going well. Like Lee Clifford, the former chairman of Qantas, said to me, you want to leave when they're begging you to stay rather than stay when they're begging you to leave. And given that was the opposite of what Richard Goyder and Alan Joyce did, I thought it would be hypocritical. So I'd been thinking about leaving the AFR for quite some time, but when Richard Goyder resigned and Alan Joyce had already been forced to resign early, I went, I don't think things are going to get... This is pretty much the top of my personal share price, so I'm going to pull the lever now. And
have you put your house in your wife's name?
Well, we don't even have one, so that's unfortunately that's the I'm not in the right game for the money. But I then never thought I would write a book, but this was just such an amazing story, and I was talked into it, and geez, it was the hardest thing I've ever done. But
well, you should be really proud of it, mate.
Maybe the most worthwhile. But yeah, and I just started my own website 2 weeks ago, rampart.news, if anyone's interested. But and back to writing columns and absolutely loving it. Looking for the next Qantas, really.
I think you actually found one that's comparable to that, and it's a story that's been dominating the news in South Australia for the last month, is GFG, that's Sanjeev Gupta. And again, I think back to so many of the pieces that I've read and have also been probably part of covering in a similar way where, and maybe it's a small city phenomenon, and Adelaide's a city that, with the loss of the car industry and so forth, and having been this manufacturing powerhouse pre-globalisation, sometimes we've had a bit of a messianic sort of, you know, who's going to save us approach to industry policy and so forth. But Gupta, we all believed his crap for far too long, and the piece you wrote was like, well, quelle surprise. You know, I've been saying this for years, and the ability to see through cant and deception and people who are just puffing their chests out with nothing to support it. That Gupta piece, I thought, was...
Well, Gupta's deceptions are extremely complex as well. So in the mitigation of all the people who've fallen for it again, maybe I'm being too kind to them really, but you know, all of the debt, it's all very complex where he stashes it all and how the interrelated parties feed each other. They're comorbid as they fall down the chute. But I had been writing in the AFR. I actually said about Malinauskas, Koutsantonis and Ed Husick when they went up there 2 years ago to announced the new investment in the electric arc furnace at Whyalla. For the third time, they were announcing the same thing, and Gupta still hadn't done it, like 5 years later at that point. And I wrote this long piece in the AFR going through all the things he'd said he would do and has not done, and all the investigations for fraud. You know, fraud he denies, but all the investigations for fraud ongoing against him. And I remember Tom Koutsantonis being quite upset at me about that when I also ran into him at that same gather round. But and look, I have a lot of, I think Peter Malinauskas is a very impressive leader. I mean, I wish Anthony Albanese could learn a thing or two from him. But
he's coming to the end of the first of his 10 terms at the moment.
But having said that, I think Gupta is... Look, he's played this trick on a lot of governments, and as you say, I think you've actually nailed it. You know, governments want to believe when someone turns up and says, "I'm going to fix your biggest problem for you," you'd want to believe that was true as well.
The thing, though, I think, is that sometimes the media wants to believe too.
I
mean, 5AA wants it to be true, and I think most people in the audience will, at the time, go, "Oh, geez, this would be good. This would be great for the state."
Yeah.
But there's a bit of a sort of...
But at some point, you've got to...
monorail quality to it.
At some point, you've got to call bullshit, and it should have been called a lot sooner than now, and there wouldn't be $1.2 billion owed to suppliers. Many of them are small businesses.
Yeah. This is your mission statement, call bullshit.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, totally.
I should pay you, I should be paying you a commission for that. I might steal it.
I think we have some people ready with their questions. If you do have a question you'd like to ask, just approach the centre area. There's a microphone over there. Good morning.
Hello, Joe. Joe, have you ever thought of doing the inside story on News Limited? And if not, why not?
Well, that's a good question. That's quite a broad question because the inside story of which part really, but I don't think there's any shortage of people writing about News Limited, and in fact, it was maybe 2 weekends ago, there was a piece in the New York Times about the Murdoch succession stuff that was so long, I swear it took me all day to read. And only then did someone say, there's another one today in the Atlantic. So what I try to do is, and a lot of people do come up to me and say, why aren't you writing about this? Why aren't you writing about that? And they assume that there's some sort of calculated moral failure on my part. But in actual fact, I do, as I described, I look for where the vacant field is. I don't try and write, you know, what everyone else is writing about because it's much harder to give the audience something new and discerning that's discerned from the other coverage. So I look for where the gaps are, and I don't think News Limited is one of those.
Thanks for the work that you've done and for today's session. I was wondering, what do you think the differences and similarities are between sort of corruption in private sector versus public, things like the Bureau of Meteorology that's been going on at the moment, and what's been changing long term about the ability to sort of hold these people and these companies accountable?
Whew. Geez, that's a big picture question. Look, the great thing about public companies is that as a journalist, you have a right to access more information. And so selfishly, I hate this trend of more companies going off the stock exchange and into the hands of private equity and private owners. And, you know, super funds increasingly investing in these companies that are not listed, because really they have to put out they put out their annual statement, and other than that, I rely on people leaking me things, which is a lot harder than if a company is on the stock exchange, and it has to tell you, it has to tell all of us, every time a key personnel sells shares, gets free shares, you know, or anything that's material to the share price occurs. So obviously I'm in the information business, so I need more of it to do my job properly. So it is much easier to catch out people misleading you, or just telling lies, if you've got more counter information that they've had to disclose in the first place, or then have to disclose afterwards. With private companies, it's shoe leather. You've really got to rely on people to leak you the documents, and that's hard. That's hard work. Not work that I'm unprepared to do, but, you know, it's a product of how much time you have in the day in terms of your success. The great one was PwC, which I wrote about extensively before I left the AFR, and the AFR did an amazing job of breaking that story and then staying on that story. But that's a great example of the power of the Senate as well, and increasingly, like, the Senate's how really Alan Joyce got. They would have got him in the end anyway, but the power of the Senate and the House and the parliamentary committees to pull business people in front of them and compel them to answer questions, compel them to produce documents. And you'd be surprised, I think, at how much the MPs and the journalists are working hand in glove there to say, well, make sure you ask him this. And, I mean, we're basically like connected at the hip during those hearings to try and make sure that we get the information that we need. And that's so important to democracy.
The account in the book of the Qantas Senate estimates hearing, where one of the executives, I can't remember his name, complains that he's going to miss his flight.
Yeah, Andrew Finch. Andrew Finch, yes,
what
the General Counsel.
Come in, spin a moment that was.
Oh, unbelievable. Yeah, totally.
G'day, Joe, long-time fan, and I'm really enjoying Rampart.
Thank you.
I did notice your Sanjeev Gupta piece calling Sanjeev a shyster in a three-piece suit, which was fabulous.
Thank you.
But it makes me think about, now that you're out on your own, what's your relationship with your lawyers like? How is that going with, you know, being I guess an influencer now by yourself?
Yep.
Does it compare with the protections you had with the Nine entertainment crowd, and what's that look like?
So, yeah, very good question. I continue to enjoy the protection of Nine is the answer. So I have done a commercial deal with Nine where they actually get a percentage of my revenue, of Rampart's revenue, and in return, they provide me with pre and post legal publication support. So they clear every article before it goes on Rampart, and then when I get sued, they step in and they help me. As they always used to do, and my articles are cleared by the exact same lawyer who I was in a mind meld with for many years. We basically are the same person. We finish each other's sentences. And also, in addition to that, as part of that deal, I'm also going to write one column a month for the AFR, the first of which will come out tomorrow. So Nine and I still have they don't own any shares in Rampart, but that's a 2-year deal. We'll see how it goes. It fixes a big problem of mine. I think Nine is interested to see how Rampart goes and be part of it in some way, and see how much of a threat it is, see how much of an opportunity it is. Because, as I say, there are lots and lots and lots of these happening in the US. It's inevitable that it's increasingly going to be part of the media landscape in Australia.
Joe, love your stories, love your work. You've exposed Rio, Qantas. What other stories or companies can you tell us that you're so proud of exposing? Because you've done quite a few over the years, and we talked about what's going forward, but what have you done apart from the two big ones we know about?
Well, I don't want to give you away all of the ones in the future. Well, I don't really know. I have to say, sitting on the sidelines while the WiseTech, Richard White, and the MinRes, Chris Ellison stories blew up was quite personally painful for me because I was really like, oh, those are really good stories. I really want a piece of that. But anyway, I'm getting back into it. I think very proud of the first sort of big taking on of a public company I ever did was Murray Goulburn, which was the dairy company which Gary Halou, the CEO, sent broke. And I was really, again, like, learned a lot about the pain that a lot of people in agriculture had been put through by the way that company was corporatised and the folly of management. And that, which then led me to write a lot about the way Coles' $1 milk was screwing dairy farmers, and it became a bit of a theme for a couple of years. But probably the turning point for me, where I went from sort of really just a rabble-rousing gossip columnist to someone who really more investigative and really started to get outcomes, was Alex Malley, the naked CEO of the CPA Australia, and managed to expose how he was spending millions of his members' money on making himself famous, basically having a talk show on television, billboards on the New York Times, and maybe he spoke at the Adelaide Writers' Festival. I don't know, but he was sort of the first big. That was the time that it became clear that the Rear Window, which was a column that I was writing, was more than just a gossip column. That it was something to be afraid of if you were behaving poorly.
Hi Joe, I love the book, but one thing, when the second edition comes out, could you write a few chapters on Jetstar?
Yeah, it's a good point actually, and it's one thing if I had to criticise my own book, it's one thing that I think about sometimes. So I became a bit monomaniacally focused on Qantas, and I thought of Qantas. Sometimes I forgot that the Qantas group was Jetstar as well, and the great secret, which I do get to in the last chapter, but it's not a secret, but one of the least understood things that Alan Joyce did was he sort of reverse took over Qantas. Jetstar grew phenomenally in the 15 years that he was CEO, and it continues to grow. And you only have to look at Vanessa Hudson's announcement last week, which was, don't worry, we're taking our 737s, which are the Qantas domestic fleet, and we're just going to whack some new seats in them and let them fly for another 10 years. And they're already, the oldest ones are already over 20 years old. No, those, what's missed is, of course, that Qantas has been buying a lot of new planes, but none of them have been going to Qantas. So Jetstar's been getting all of these new planes, and they talk about how great it is that they make more profit because they're more fuel efficient. So the Qantas group has made a very, intentional decision to invest in Jetstar and to grow Jetstar and to shrink Qantas. And I agree that there were times at which I didn't focus enough on Jetstar in the book, and that's probably because, as Pembo sort of pointed out, the Qantas mainline AFR crossover is very real because, I wrote for a business audience. Qantas is more for a business traveller, and so in many ways maybe that was a small blind spot. Also try and avoid flying Jetstar myself, if I'm honest.
Thank you, Joe and David. Adjacent to your story, Joe, is the new landed gentry and the apathetic company directors. Give you a bit of a runway here. Have you got any ideas how we can change that as all shareholders of these companies in the next 10, 20 years?
Yeah, I call it the company director class, I call them the highest paid casual labour force in the nation. And it is a sweet gig if you can land one, because if you can sit on a couple of boards, you can make a couple of hundred, maybe $250,000 a year for each one, go to one board meeting a month, nod and smile, your chauffeur takes you back to the airport, you fly business class, you go to the chairman's lounge, and then you get an Order of Australia pin for your work as well. I mean, who wouldn't want to do that? The problem is so many of them turn up for the chairman's lounge and the Order of Australia pin and the chauffeur, and not enough turn up to actually read the documents, point out the discrepancies, say this is rubbish, why are we doing this? My network is telling me that we're letting them down. Qantas board directors are in an even more unique position where they receive benefits over and above what any other board does. I mean, you would be shocked if you knew. So I'll tell you. Any Qantas director is entitled to 3 first-class return tickets for free around per year for themselves, their spouse, and any children aged 25 and under. So, and then 12 domestic business class tickets for themselves, their spouse, and any child 25 and under. And the chairman gets 4 international and 3 domestic for themselves and their beneficiaries. So you could, a normal, your Todd Sampson or your Maxine Brenner or any of those members of the Qantas board can get, for free, $500,000 a year of free tickets in the pointy end for them and their kids. And,
At the same time as they're saying things like, why are we wasting so much money on sourdough for economy class passengers?
Or why don't we just sack those people illegally and outsource them to labour hire?
Well, yeah.
And you wonder why. So if I was getting $500,000 of free flights a year on top of my $250,000 in cash to sit on the board, would I be prepared to bang the table and say, Alan Joyce, it's time for you to go? I mean, would you? Or would you just sit quietly and go, how good is this? I mean, people respond to the late Charlie Munger, one of his greatest, who was of course Warren Buffett's sidekick. He had some great aphorisms, but one of the greatest, my favourite, is, if you want to understand people's behaviour, look at their incentives.
Hi, Joe. Thanks for your work through your career, and long may it continue. I just wonder, with all these, the exposure that you've been such a part of, is there a sense that other CEOs and other business leaders are seeing them as cautionary tales, or are they just going, oh, thank God we didn't get caught?
Yeah, definitely. And I know that to be the case because if I've have a lot of people who work in the finance corporate PR world who advise boards and CEOs of big companies about their reputational issues, and it is very common for them to have the rear window test. How do I not end up in one of Joe Aston's columns? And that is the filter through which, that sounds self-important, but it's a filter through which is now considered, should we make this decision? And it's not about me, it's about the function of a column like Rear Window. Like, we will shine a light on you if you're doing the wrong thing. And that's the only, speaking of behaviour and incentives, you also have to look at people's disincentives. And if people, this is just a banal observation, really. I mean, everyone knows that's the role of the media. And if the media is doing its job in a functional way, then that will lead to, I think executives not taking that last stretch over the line of appropriateness. I think that's happening.
One final question from me, Joe. Do you think that there's nobody else in the queue, is there? No, all good. Do you think your book should start a debate about executive salaries, or do you think that the repulsiveness of what Joyce received was a sort of unique case? I mean, the market has to, I think, to a large degree, decide what people are worth. But in the way he manipulated the bad years where Qantas wasn't making money by delaying his... I didn't know he'd done that. And your description for a non-financially savvy person like me, your description of that, and I loved your Michael Lewis analogy at the start because it felt like reading Liar's Poker or something. I got this crystal clear understanding of how he could shuffle this money around saying, oh, I won't take my bonus this year.
I'll just park it for later.
Yeah, so you get the bonuses accruing from the bad years, and then when it's good, you can take them. It's extraordinary.
Exactly. It's a complex situation. Like, I have to admit, I don't want to be one of those people who just... you can use a blunt instrument here and say, everyone's overpaid and we should pay people less. And in the end, speaking of behaviour incentives, you want to incentivise a CEO to get the share price to be higher because that's great for everyone who owns the shares. And by the way, Qantas has more than 100,000 direct mum and dad retail shareholders. And then indirectly, so many of us through our superannuation fund. So it's good for Qantas to be profitable and to be highly profitable. But it ultimately is a COVID, even under Alan Joyce, was they had this understanding that it is a bit of a holy trinity, and you've got to balance your shareholders, your employees, and your customers. And if you can get the balance right between the three of them, you're in the right place. And it's when you become blindly obsessed with the share price at the expense of the other two that you make short-term profit decisions, but they're not long-term profit decisions. So in Qantas, people still won't be able to see this because Qantas is still printing massive profits. And the reason it's printing massive profits is because it hasn't bought any new airplanes for a long time except for Jetstar. And those expenses have therefore been pushed into future years and they haven't occurred yet. But they have to occur, or the Qantas planes will start falling out of the sky, God forbid. But, that's just delaying your expenses. So that is an accounting trick. And so if once all of that hits the accounts and Qantas stops making profits of such vast size, people will understand that what has happened is it's been a manipulation. How do you stop that? Very hard to do. Like, I guess I'll tell you how you'll get a board to do the right thing and say, hang on, like let's think more long term here. The way you could do it is you could reward CEOs. They get a lot of free shares in their pay. Based on milestones. And I think if their long-term shares vested over a decade instead of over 3 years or 4 years, I think that would make a big difference. But then, of course, CEOs will argue against that, of course, because who wants to wait 10 years for their money?
Yeah, exactly. Folks, if you haven't got a copy of Joe's book yet, I urge you to go over to the book selling area and grab it. Go over there and plenty of other stock as well. But
I'll even sign them.
Joe, can I just say thank you so much for today on behalf of everyone here. It's been a thrill seeing you. Great session, and it's a great book. Good on you, mate. Well done.
Thank you, Pembo.
Thanks very much.
Well, good morning, everyone. What could be more fundamental to how we view the coming year or 2 or 5 or 50 than a clearer understanding of what has formed Russia? The Russia that now seems so hostile to the Europe that our culture, for the most part, and I emphasize for the most part, our culture springs from. I'm sure that an understanding of Xi Jinping's China is also vital, but today the focus will be on Russia and her history, on the connections between Russia and Europe, which are not as obvious as we might have thought, as well as on the extraordinary myths surrounding it, their myths and ours. Now, our guest, I'm excited and a little nervous to say, is Orlando Figes, former professor of history at Birkbeck College at the University of London, a prolific writer over many years on the subject of Russia, its revolution, its wars, its cultural history, and Stalin's reign, and persona very much non grata in Putin's Russia because of his opposition to Putin's rule and the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Over a lifetime, just so you know, for more than 70 years, in fact, I've been learning about Russia, going to Russia, thinking about Russia even in Russian. Yet there's no one I would rather find myself talking to about Russia than Orlando Figes. He doesn't just tell you what happened, you see, in his books, but what songs people sang, what they ate, what they wore, what they saw when they went to the cinema. He moves you, that's the point. His books warm your blood. You feel embraced by Russia as you read him, sometimes thrillingly. In an academic, this is rare. Professor Figes' last 2 books, his brilliant account of what made Europe Europe in the 19th century, called The Europeans, with Ivan Turgenev at its center, and now The Story of Russia, Book of the Year across the spectrum in 2023, spring from a fascination with how, over time, one world sees and interacts with the other, and what has led to what faces us today, across that vast flat, and that's the important thing, flat swathe from Poland to Pyongyang. Now, underlying today's conversation will be a curiosity about how Russia fits into the story of Europe, if it does. Right at the beginning, 1,000 years ago, Europe came to Russia. There are different ideas about what was going on, who invited whom, what the Europeans, the Swedes, did when they got there. What's the popular theory today?
The popular theory today is probably set by Putin because there's not much alternative. Yes. And Putin has adopted essentially the Stalinist vision of the origins of Rus, which is that the Rus were essentially Baltic Slavs, which is what Stalin wanted to argue after the Second World War, whereas, in fact, the historiography of the origins of Russia suggested that they came from the Viking world, which I'm sure is true. We don't really know who the Rus were. People have tried to trace it etymologically to the names of rivers, but the most likely explanation is that they were from the eastern Swedish seaboard, part of the Viking river trade, which we now know more and more was extensive through Asia, coming down through the rivers of Rus, or Russia, as it became known, to link the world of the Baltic and Europe with the world of Byzantium. So they were collecting slaves, essentially, from the north, and trading with them for furs, precious furs, and taking this cargo down dangerous rivers like the Dnieper to Byzantium to trade. And amongst the warriors known as the Rus, there would have been all sorts of river people, boat people.
Yeah.
So archaeologists who have looked at the remains of the early civilizations along this river would find remains suggesting that actually this river trade was populated by, yes, some people with Viking origins, but also people with slave origins from the far north of Eurasia, and all sorts of other people who just got attracted to this way of life. Boat people, warrioring, Cossacking, as you might call it from later on, people who were mercenaries. And so it was from the beginning, I think, Russia already, a multi-ethnic conglomeration of river people that civilized the rivers connecting Northern Europe with Byzantium, and Kiev was no exception to that. It was essentially an early 9th century bastion to protect against the local populations on the steppe, this flat land stretching out into Mongolia eventually, whose warrior tribes, nomadic pastoralists, horsemen, would raid and collect tribute. And so all of the early towns, and there's no word in Russian for city, they're all towns, gorod is the word for town and city, would have been inward-looking citadels with wooden fortress constructions to protect them, which already, I think, says a lot about the nature of civilization in Russia, that the center of power is the Kremlin in Russian towns. They're protective cities. They're not outward-looking cities. But it's still essentially a European civilization at that point. I mean, it is Christianized. The Grand Prince Vladimir, who is celebrated now as the founder both of Russia, in Putin's version of history, and the founder of the Kievan European civilization in Ukrainian culture, was the man who took on Christianity in its Byzantine version from the Eastern Church in 988 and converted the Russian people to that civilization as a consequence. And so church building, the integration of this trading culture into the world of Byzantium, from which Russia derived its script, the Cyrillic script, which was brought by people from Byzantium trying to spread the word in their language, a form of Greek. And so that's how it developed as a European Christian civilization, which I think is, the foundation of modern Russia, and which certainly the Russians claim. The only dispute then emerges over, well, who are we originally? The first historians of Russia were all Germans, because as an academic study, it developed in the 18th century. And the first really great historian of the origins of Russia was a German called Müller, who argued the Normanist theory, that they were essentially Vikings coming. But that was almost immediately condemned by the great Russian polymath Lomonosov, who, amongst other things, was a historian who immediately started accusing Müller and others of falsification. So, this idea that to suggest we're anything but ourselves, Russia is anything but an organic culture emerging out of the Slav tribes on our own soil, was considered to be a falsification.
But what, in what you've said, would the power elite in the Kremlin today not like? It would not like the fact that you're not emphasizing that this was a Slavic civilization. Is that right?
Yes. The idea that Rus was originally brought to Russia,
yeah,
as part of this Viking expansion,
yeah,
was accepted by all historiography in the 19th century. But there was always this nationalist trend that said, no, you can't suggest that. We grew up from the Russian soil. And in the 20th century, particularly in the Cold War period, when the Soviet claim over the Baltic lands was so contested around both sides of the Second World War, archaeology became heavily politicized. And Stalin wanted to establish the idea that the original settlers of the Russian lands were Baltic Slavs.
Yes.
So that we can claim these lands as our own, as they did after the war. It became that political.
Well, everything does, doesn't it, in that particular country. Now, can you just say a little bit more about this word Rus? I mean, in Russian it's pronounced Rus. I don't know that we ever say it in English, so I don't know that we have an English pronunciation, but probably just Rus.
Yes.
I mean, no one here in the audience probably says this word from the beginning of one year to the end of that year. What does this word mean?
Well, in the Russian language, the word Rus is still very, very important because it's the ethnic connotation of a Russian.
Well, but it
so the
doesn't
word
mean...
Ruski, a Russian,
Yes.
comes from the word Rus, as
Rush.
opposed to the word for Russia, the country, Россия, which is already an imperial concept of Russia.
But
So-
Rush was not just Great Russian.
No,
It was white, it was Belarusian,
Exactly.
and it was Ukrainian.
exactly. In the official version of Russian history up until 1917, Rus was Russia, Ukraine, Belarus. That was the official ideology,
Yes.
which is what Putin builds on now to claim or justify the invasion.
I don't see how that justifies an invasion.
It doesn't justify it. There's nothing to justify it.
I mean, it was a
But that's what-
triune. It was a triune. What would you say?
nation, he
Conglomeration
would call
of
people.
principalities.
He would
and-
call it a people, but that was all basically a 17th and 18th century official ideology.
Yes.
To try, as it did from the beginning of the foundation of Muscovy as the inheritor state of Kiev and Rus,
Yeah.
that these three entities were always part of one. So the idea of Rus as a nation continued up until the 20th century in that tripartite concept. It was only in the late 19th century that they started to talk about Kievan Rus. In other words, the Rus that had its capital in Kiev.
Kiev.
Yeah, which is the concept that Ukrainian nationalists, and all Ukrainians now, would take as the origin of their nation.
Yes.
So you have, in effect, you have a conflict. At the heart of this war is a conflict over who has the primary claim to a foundation myth based in Kievan Rus. Yes. So when I mentioned the Grand Prince Vladimir, who converted to Christianity in 2016, which I take as the opening episode of the story of Russia, because it struck me at the time in 2016 that this was already heading towards war. Putin erected this statue right outside the Kremlin and said and got the Patriarch Kirill to say that this was the foundation of the modern Russian state. But there was already a statue built in 1853 in Kiev to the same man, which under the Tsars, it was still, obviously, Ukraine was part of the Russian Empire, but this statue began to take on the significance of a local identity, of Ukrainianness, that we're part of the empire, but we're different. And since 1991, that statue became a symbol of Ukrainian independence. But it was an independence rooted in the idea that what Vladimir had done by taking us into Byzantium was that he begun the history of the Ukrainian nation as a European civilization. So we have nothing to do with Muscovy. They're all barbarians. We are the original founders of Kievan Rus. And therefore, in a sense, you know, not just do we have a rightful claim to our own nationhood, which was always from the beginning part of Europe, but we could claim to be the primary Slavs in this tripartite concept as well. And that's quite an extreme foundation myth, because it then basically suggests, as some on the far right of the Ukrainian nationalist movement did at that time, you don't hear it too much now, that essentially the Russians are Muscovites and the Muscovites are essentially Mongols. They're not Europeans at all.
Well, I was going to say, then the Mongols arrived, and you might like to talk about that. By the way, you would only say Holy Rus.
Exactly.
You would not say Svятая Россия.
No.
Holy Russia.
Russia is a modern imperial concept of Russia.
Yes.
Invented by Peter the Great.
Yes.
To give the Russian state from the early 18th century an imperial status.
Yes.
But you would only apply Russia to notions of state.
State.
Anything to do with ethnos, with the people, with a cultural identity or religious identity, is denoted by the adjective from Rus or Ruski.
Yes, that's right.
It's quite a confusing sort of compound there. So you can be a citizen of, in Soviet passports, you would have nationality as a separate category from your passport. Everyone would be Sovietskaya, right? But within that, you would have a nationality which would be Ruski or Yevrey if you're Jew, etc. So that's the difference. It's an ethnic as opposed to a state identity.
Well, my first passport, I have to say, Australian passport, called me a British subject. 1965 was my first passport. British subject, Australian citizen.
Right.
So I also had a bipartite identity. The Mongols arrived. We all know the Mongols arrived, but we're a little bit vague about what it meant for Mongols to arrive. They arrived in the 13th century,
late 1220s, in a series of raids to begin with, but and then basically, they were raiders who were powerful enough because they were the most advanced military force in the world at the time. The horsemanship was astonishing. They were already using, thanks to the Chinese, all sorts of artillery that was unknown to the Russians. And they ransacked towns and collected tribute. And they ruled indirectly for 230 odd years until gradually Muscovy is the most powerful of the principalities, largely because it was the one closest to the Mongols and the one collecting taxes for them, emerged as the first Russian, if you like, state, or that's how it became in the official version of the liberation of Russia from Mongol occupation. But although they were, a little bit like the original Rus, although the Mongols are known as these warrior people, what also was behind the so-called Mongol invasion was actually a massive and very gradual transhumance of nomadic pastoralists from Mongolia, which was sort of difficult to imagine now, but overcrowded at the time, coming west into new pastures and fighting off other nomadic peoples like the Pinchunugs and all the rest of them. And gradually, as the Mongols then withdrew or got forced out by Ivan the Terrible onwards, conquering their former khanates, began to put down roots. So nomadic pastoralists became farmers. And this means that in Russia today, there's still a huge Mongol influence. A lot of the language is of Mongol origin. A lot of place names are of Mongol origin. As Napoleon famously said, and it's not inaccurate, you know, scratch a Russian and you will find a Tatar. And so that is another very, it's a very important imprint on Russian culture. The trouble is that it never really got acknowledged because the Russian identity was always based on it being European, Christian. And therefore there was this element of denial. We're not Mongols. We don't want to. I mean, one of the most renowned cultural historians of Russia, Likhachov, brought out a book summarizing his life's achievement called Russian Culture. And the Mongols got half a sentence saying, we were not influenced by the Mongols, full stop.
Can I just say the word Tatar is also a word that we don't use every day, I suppose, normally here in Australia. Tatar is a type of Mongol, really?
Well, the word Tatar became used for anyone who was not Russian.
Yes, yes.
There is an ethnic people, the Tatars, who are essentially they were settled they were descendants probably of the Khazar state on the Volga. One could also call ethnically Tatars the people who settled in the Crimea, again from the Khanate of Crimea, which lasted until the late 18th century. But in the colonization of the Eurasian landmass, which was always understood as, you know, a conflict between the Christians and the others, pagans, Muslims, etc. Tatar came to mean anyone who was not Christian.
Yes.
So it became the sort of Asiatic other in Russian consciousness. Yes. Yeah, it didn't have to mean you were. So it got used very. Used very widely, and of course it came also from the Greek word Tatara. So it came to be a signifier of like hell. That somehow justified this colonization. So when you look at some of the most famous icons celebrating, for example, the victory of Muscovy over Kazan in the 1560s, which was the first sort of great Russian victory or Muscovite victory over the Mongol occupation. It's celebrated in icons as the Christian vanquishing of the forces of hell.
Yes. Well, that suggests another question. Can you just explain? The Mongols did not try to eradicate Christianity. I mean,
no, they were pretty laissez-faire. As long as they got their tribute, they were happy whatever your religion was.
Yes, I understand the attitude very well. Now, the Orthodox believed that heaven can be built on earth. I just wanted to mention this before we got on to other subjects. The thing about Orthodoxy that strikes you, I think, in Russia, and when you talk to Russians, even Russians who do not go to church on Sundays, they have this sort of primitive belief, or from my point of view, that heaven can be built on earth.
Yes, not just on earth, but in Russia.
In Russia, that's right.
It will be built in Russia.
Yes.
Russia is the second coming.
Yes.
That's the concept or the myth of Holy Rus.
But it affects your political ambitions, doesn't it? If you believe that really we can create paradise.
Of course. And there's a popular version of that and there's an official version of it. The popular version of it is rather charming in a way because it's this utopian assimilation of Christian concepts, which are being put out by the early church already. That Christ will come to Russia. That our saintly princes are martyrs of that movement, and their blood sacralizes Russia.
And
so from that you get you know, I mean, the story of Russia, what I wanted to do was to get at the concept of why are there so many mythologies about Russia? Why do the Russians live in these myth landscapes? And Mikhail Chernyavsky, who's for me the top historian of mythology in the world, probably, let alone being a Russian, explained it in the Russian context, and I think he's absolutely right, saying it was such a miserable place to live.
Yes.
Harsh, long winters, short growing periods.
Yes.
You have everybody on your back.
Yeah. Mud. I always think of mud when I think of
mud.
Russia.
Rasputitsa of the spring. You can't go anywhere.
No.
There's nothing to do. So you have to believe in myths.
Yes.
And part of that mythology was this peasant appropriation of early Christian messages that took it literally, that said, well, the kingdom of justice can be built on the Russian land. The Tsar, if he's genuinely a messenger of God, must administer this kingdom of justice on the land. So, in other words, the mythology of the Holy Russian Tsar is deeply subversive, which is why you get so many pretender Tsars. It's why you get the great Cossack rebels of the 17th and 18th century, all leading mass movements to bring about this kingdom of justice by claiming they are the true Tsar. Because if you're a Tsar and you torment your people, well, you're not very godly. So people assume that the true Tsar must be, you know, the one in hiding somewhere. And he comes and delivers the people, and can often be extremely revolutionary, as we have in Russia this tradition of revolutionary rebel leaders. And then at a more peaceful level, you have literally, you know, you have peasants sort of setting out on a boat down the rivers, looking for, some of them called it the kingdom of Apona, where, you know, all the cows were fat and all the grass was green, and they would have justice. They would have justice. They would have land and freedom, which was always this utopian striving of the people who lived under the knout of, if it wasn't the Mongols, it was their local princes, the people who took you off to fight in wars. But they wanted to believe that the mythology could be true.
The word for justice, they probably used the word pravda.
Pravda.
Well, pravda, of course, to me in modern times means something slightly different. It means truth.
Yeah, lies. It means lies.
It
Truth means lies.
That's right.
Yeah.
Like izviestia. Does it not mean... just before we move on, I just wanted to ask you, is Putin a czar?
Putin...
Because you play with these concepts. Who is a czar and who is an emperor and who is a king?
Yeah.
Is he a czar?
So, well, the thing about Tsar, about the concept of the Tsar, I mean, it's, again, a Byzantine notion. I mean,
it's fantastic. I quite like it in some ways.
The Tsar is just the word for Caesar.
Yes.
But Ivan III and then Ivan IV, the terrible as we came to know him, in his coronation oath in the mid-16th century, wanted to adopt the title Tsar in order to put himself on an equal basis with
the Roman Tsars.
With the Roman Tsars and all the other people claiming to be emperors across Europe. But it quickly took on, because of the support of the Orthodox Church and this notion of the Third Rome, which the Orthodox Church proselytized, namely the idea that the first Rome has fallen, the second Rome, Constantinople, has fallen. We are the inheritor Christian civilization of Byzantium. Therefore, Rome will emerge in Russia, and there will be no fourth. That will be the final kingdom of Christianity.
Well, 3 is a good number.
By which the Orthodox Church, you know, gave a sacred status to the Tsar. And that sacralization of Tsarist power has, I think it's too late for Putin to try and revitalize that, although he has the support of the church. But I see Putin and Putinism as a sort of mongrel, very poisonous mixture of ideologies. Some of them taken from this Tsarist lineage of the Tsar is a god on earth.
He is Pravda.
He is Pravda. He's the dispenser of justice. So people look to Putin perhaps in the same way as they look to the Tsar as a source of justice, as indeed they look to Stalin as a source of justice, believe it or not. But but there's more to it, because Putin is a phenomenon that is more than one person. We tend to get hooked up on Putin. It's much more than that, and it's ideology. You know, we're now seeing re-emerge in Trumpism and in authoritarianism all over the place. And Putin is maybe not the original. Maybe he took much from Berlusconi and others. But I mean, the Schmittian, the Carl Schmittian concept of how the world should govern, how the world should run. Carl Schmitt being the Nazi jurist who argued that, you know, there are hegemonic states,
yes,
that there are good reasons to have absolute executive power. This is an ideology that Putin has embraced in the most poisonous way and taken his brand of dictatorship well beyond our traditional concepts of the Tsar, because, you know, the Tsar might be a ridiculous figure, might be a figure that whose claims to sacred authority go well beyond his remit. But I mean, the Tsar before 1917, you know, still operated in an international order of respect for other powers, the concert of Europe.
The way King Charles doesn't in England, yes.
What? That you can be a monarchy, but you have to have a state which is governed by administrative procedures and rule of law and all the rest of it. That's gone.
Gone. You say that civil society in Russia has always been weak, really. I mean, since Ivan the Terrible, it's been weak. It's not so much that the Tsar is strong. The Tsar is usually a murderous thug and not always very bright. It interests me that he calls himself a Christian at the same time. Christianity seems to have nothing to do with morality. It has to do with the power structure. But what was I going to say? I really got caught up on ancient Tsars, I must say. But the thing about Putin that you say that's very interesting in this book is that compared to other Soviet leaders since the revolution, let's say, he has vertical power. Nothing could be more vertical than Putin, really, plus capitalism.
Yes.
Fabulous combination.
Yes, well, this was the formulation he came to when the Putin regime in the early 2000s started to take over the teaching of history, which for me is the beginning of all of this. Because he wanted to get across to school children that, you know, you needed that combination. That Stalin was good because he had lots of vertical power, but bad because he didn't have capitalism.
He didn't have capitalism.
Whereas, you know, obviously Gorbachev was a complete disaster because he had neither. And Yeltsin had capitalism but no power at all. And Putin was the best formulation for Russia because you had capitalism plus the vertical power.
Oh, yes. But don't you think, I mean, this is really in brackets, perhaps this kind of dictatorship is the best way to govern the world? I mean, this is another voice asking this question.
Is it from the embassy?
This is from the embassy. They've asked me to ask this question. But perhaps dictatorships work. I mean, if you've been caught in a Beijing traffic jam, you do sort of think to yourself, what we need is for someone to come out here with a machine gun and get rid of all these people driving their cars and stopping me getting to the airport on time. I mean, China is just so big, so enormous, so huge, so immense, that perhaps they do need a dictatorship.
Well, unfortunately, a growing number of people take that view. I mean, and unfortunately, a growing number of young people take that view. I mean, there was a poll carried out by Channel 4, the news broadcaster in the UK, couple of months ago, suggesting I think 52% of people aged between 18 and 27 would prefer that there was a dictatorship.
Oh, they can't spell.
They
these
don't
people.
say dictatorship. They don't say dictatorship, but they would
No.
prefer one person to be in charge of everything and stop them having to participate in elections and all the rest of it. So
Oh, that's sad.
it is sad. But why does it work in Russia? It works in Russia because, as you say, civil society is so weak.
So weak. But what does it mean to say civil society is weak? What does it mean?
Well, civil society starts with the family, arguably, but it also starts with the most primary units of administration. And the problem with that in Russia is that they were owned by a landowner. So until the emancipation of the serfs and others in the mid-19th century, villages were the fiefdom of a landowner who had jurisdiction over them. So he could have peasants or serfs flogged for minor misdemeanors. There were organs of local self-administration, the peasant commune, which is, you know, I might be accused of romanticizing it. I was originally a historian of peasant Russia. But for me, that is the kernel of Russian democracy, because it was a commune in which maybe 100 households, under the thumb of patriarchal leaders, governed themselves, redistributed the land according to their own notions of social justice. And that was the primary organ of the revolution in 1917 to 18, and then was crushed by the same thing. Ukraine had the same experience. In collectivization, the commune was destroyed. But since 1991, Ukraine has been able to rebuild itself from the village. If you go into Ukrainian villages, there isn't a commune anymore, but there's still this sense of we can run a village community.
We've got a book club.
They got, yeah. Well, if they need a well fixed, if they need a road fixed, they got a way of doing it.
That's right.
And in Russia, that went, and collectivization destroyed so much in Russia, which they haven't been able to rebuild in the same way that other states, particularly Ukraine, has, by being able to say, well, we are Ukrainians because we had the Holodomor, we had the terror famine of the collectivization years, which was Russia trying to kill us in a genocide, and we will rebuild our nation on that identity. Russians can't do that because they are seen as the perpetrator state. They had exactly the same experience. But because of the way they've been taught, and because of the way that they've seen collectivization, as I think they still do, as a necessary sacrifice to industrialize the country, they can't go back to this primary notion of, well, there is something democratic in our history. You know, for Russia to become a democracy, it would need to go back to the democratic roots of its history, which are in the peasant commune. But the memory of that is completely gone in a way that it hasn't in other constituent states of the Soviet Union that have managed to rebuild on some element of national identity, which is to say, we're not Russian. In Russia, you can't do that. That is the main problem. The other problem with the weakness of civil society is that, you know, between the emancipation of the serfs in 1861 and the revolution of 1970, there was such a short period. The nobility, if you think about how civil society grows in most Western societies, it's with a landed aristocracy that begins to patronize a community, put money into the building of a church, into a local library, a veterinary organization maybe. You know, all these things get developed. In Russia, the nobility was a slave class of the autocracy. They went wherever they were told to go to govern this empire. And so they didn't really put down roots in their estates until the 19th century. You know, Tolstoy's estate at Yasnaya Polyana is a good example. It was sold dozens of times because you didn't build up a connection to the particular bit of land you had. So come 1917, the organs, the institutions that might have stabilized a form of self-government that was inclusive, which didn't force the nobility out, which didn't kill the Jews, etc. You didn't have, those were very weak organizations. And the Soviets that effectively grafted onto them quickly became organs for class warfare. And then collectivization and the Stalinist system came on top of that. So come 1991, without anything to go back to as a historical memory or institutions on which to build, there was almost a vacuum of organization. And since 1991, very little was done. Where were the, when Putin came into power and started building his regime, where were the genuine political parties? There weren't any.
There weren't any.
Where were the charitable organizations? There weren't any.
So, I mean, things aren't looking good, really, are they? Because without democracy, I don't think that there can be progress in the direction that most of the people here today probably would like to see. And I don't think there's going to be democracy as such, not there. But in Ukraine, you do have a kind of democracy.
Well, I mean, Putin has made the Ukrainian nation, because if it was divided as it was until 2014, since it has become united.
Yes, that's right. There are a couple of things that I think we should get onto, just because time will run out. Otherwise, what do you think makes a European a European? I mean, I sort of know what you might say, and I agree with you, but what do you think makes a European a European? And why are Russians, therefore, the vast bulk of Russians, not those people who've spent half their lives in Paris or in Georgia or in Berlin, but the vast bulk of Russians, not Europeans. What makes you a European? I feel I'm a European. I was born in Australia. I speak English, but I feel European. I mean, you're not supposed to say it, but I do not come from Burkina Faso. I do not come from Nigeria. I do not come from India. Love India as I might. I do not come from China. I come in my heart from France and Germany, like the people in your marvelous book. It's a marvelous book for Europeans. One member of my household couldn't be spoken to until he'd read every syllable of the book, The Europeans. What makes you a European? What made Ivan Turgenev a European?
Well, Edmund Burke said that to be a European meant to be able to live anywhere in Europe and feel comfortable.
Right, and you live in Italy.
And I live in Italy, so I feel quite comfortable.
I would too, actually. Yes.
But there's something to that. There's something to this notion of a commonality. I mean, George Steiner, a great cultural historian of Europe, said it was the coffee house. The Viennese
house.
There are these places where you feel, I know
We didn't have
this.
coffee houses in Moscow when I lived in Moscow. They shut at 7 o'clock.
Because what do people do in coffee houses?
They exchange
talk,
ideas.
They exchange
yes.
ideas. So in that sense, maybe Europe is dead, because whereas in the day of George Steiner, a coffee house meant that you read a newspaper on a rack, on a wooden rack to stop you taking it out. Now a coffee house is probably owned by Starbucks or something.
Yes.
And you look at your phone. You don't.
I don't.
There's no. Well, nor do I. But there isn't that sense of you're being part of already an institution, a cultural institution, which has a European currency because you're exchanging ideas about Europe. I think there's still a nostalgic wish for that, because the Ryanair flight or the cheap flight for a weekend away to Lisbon or Prague or whatever, most of it is youngsters boozing on a hen party. But there's also a desire to go to see the local museum or something.
Have you got no good news about anything? I mean, it's also depressing, really. I mean, you use beautiful words about Europe, which I think probably still are true. I mean, the word that I like best, I think you use it, maybe it was me who used it, but anyway, you say that Europe is polyphonic. Well, that's the word
that's
that I
your
drew.
word.
grew out of it.
It is polyphonic, yeah.
There are many things going on musically. It's not just a monologue, as Russia is. It's a monologue. It might be a dialogue, maybe. But that's about as far as we'll go. Polyphony is a wonderful thing.
Yeah, and it's the competition between different strands of what a European culture is, or what a German version of the Enlightenment is, as opposed to what a French version. What is a German musical tradition and what's supposed to be a French musical tradition. So this competition between a heavily populated small area of the world with a great deal of creative genius going back centuries to the Greeks is a great crucible for creating new forms of civilization, as it was. And the Europeans is very much about how capitalism helped that, because it broke open the boundaries of nationality by the new technologies of capitalism, the railway, mass printing, and for me, the most underrated element of 19th century achievement, copyright, which is under so much threat today. But those three together enabled a common culture to spread to the point where, you could go to any city in Europe and see the same operatic repertoire, which you couldn't at the beginning of the 19th century. You could go anywhere in Europe and read the same books in translation, or versions of Émile Zola in the Spanish Émile Zola, etc. So there was a sort of standardization of culture, which some people decried. The French in particular didn't like it, because they said, what's the problem with all this impressionism is you can't tell what's French anymore. But
the two things can go together.
Of course they can go together. And that's what is so wonderful about Turgenev, which I think we share a love for. And I must pay tribute to Robert here. I mean, the reason why I got and ended up writing The Europeans was because I read Robert's rather wonderful small book on the relationship between Turgenev and Pauline Viardot, which is at the centre of my book.
Sex, you see, always at the centre of my book.
Paris. But the at a time when I was so razlublon in Russia, fallen out of love with Russia, Turgenev was the last Russian I could really love, because he was such a great European.
Yes, he was civilized, a lovely word that is not used very easily now. He was civilized. Of course, he said civilisé, naturally, being Turgenev. But it's so important to be civilized, even if you think many things at different times and have no set ideology, but to be civilized.
But also to have this sense of being both Russian and European.
Yes.
That he didn't want to... he was very much on the side of those Russian creatives of the 19th century who thought that it was important first to assimilate everything that had been done by the Europeans. So, in the great divide over Russian music, he stood on the side of those who wanted to promote Germanic music in Russia by developing the academy, the conservatory. Because he believed that before you can express yourself as a nationality, you need to have the common language of European civilization. He was against those autodidacts like Mussorgsky, Rimsky, and the Mighty Five, who wanted to promote a sort of version of Russian nationalism, essentially, expressed in their music, that would, for what made Turgenev angry about that, was vaunt Russia's achievement. So in his novel Smoke, set in Baden-Baden, this is a novel that made him fall out with Dostoevsky, who was another frequenter of Baden-Baden, mainly for its casinos, who took against Turgenev so strongly because Turgenev, in the figure of Potugin, sent up all these Russian nationalists who wanted to argue that Glinka, Mikhail Glinka, a good but relatively minor early 19th century composer. For the Russian nationalists like Stasov, Glinka was the greatest composer since Beethoven or Bach.
Well, I think Tchaikovsky really is fairly, well, he's good but unexceptional. Well, I do. I think that. It doesn't mean it's right. I'm just telling you that I think that. He's not allowed in the house, Tchaikovsky. Well, not when you've got Prokofiev, when you've got Shostakovich? Why would you have Tchaikovsky in the house?
I have a soft spot for Tchaikovsky.
But soft spots. You've got supporters here. I can hear them. No, that's. Do you think we have any cause for hope, or do you think that in our lifetimes, Russia really is stuck in Tartary with good trains, of course, television, IT, the technology that Peter the Great went out and, well, he didn't pick IT, but you know what I mean. Peter the Great brought technology from the West into Russia. But that's not what makes Russia modern. Technology doesn't make you modern. It's the way you think.
Yeah, well, the thing is, vis-a-vis Europe, really, I mean, I think given the threat that Europe now faces from Russia and America under Trump, Europe has to be a little bit more than a sort of geographical extension of Eurasia.
Yes.
And I think that this creativity of Europe is the core. I agree thoroughly with Macron, and I have always been in favour of the idea of a European army, not just because, you know, we can't rely on the Americans, but because Europe has to be something more than a tourist destination with old buildings. It has to be something more than, as I say, just the geographical extension of Eurasia that buys Russian gas or doesn't buy Russian gas. It has to have an identity of its own, based on its own values, really.
Yes.
And so I think at the core of that, I don't want to harp on about it, but copyright is absolutely essential to that. Because if we don't fight for intellectual property, if we allow AI to replace everything that we as Europeans, and I extend that to the intelligentsias of the post-imperial world like Australia, if we believe in our creativity and our values, then we have to protect those as market products at the very minimum.
It's just such a boring word, copyright, isn't it, really?
It is, but it's absolutely
But it's
key.
absolutely vital. And the book, The Europeans, is very interesting on that subject. I have one question that might sound superficial, but it comes from your book, and I think it's important. You point out how the concept of mother is important in Russia.
Yes.
In a way that I don't think it is in any other country. I mean, I noticed it, of course. The word in Russian is mать. And you've родина, mать, my motherland. Where does this emphasis on mother come from? Not the Virgin, which the Italians...
No. It's the early Russian church focused on the mother, and the mother of God is the most holy of all figures. It's on the iconostasis. The icon of the mother of God is the one that really does the miracles, you know. So, and I think it comes from the need of the early Russian church to find a way of acceptance from the pagan tribes that worshipped the land.
Right.
So the early pagan gods are all about fertility. They're all about the Mother Earth.
Yes.
And I think that's where it comes from. So, and that plays in the iconography of the Russian state, of Russian nationalism, all the way through, well, still today. I mean, it's the motherland, as you say. It's not the fatherland.
Yes.
It's the motherland. It's the statue of Mother Russia that hangs over Kiev in that awful post-Second World War statue. It's the motherland that is always invoked in Russian propaganda. So that is absolutely at the heart of Russian identity. Yeah.
You've got some people waiting to ask a question. We just have 7.25 minutes left. Shall we take a question? Are you happy to take a question?
Please.
Is anyone running the show? Yes, Harmony, are you running the show? A question.
Yes, thank you for this very interesting discussion. And it strikes me as being from a self-admitted European-centric point of view. I wonder if there are any Rusk people here, or if you have had feedback from Rusk people about whether they, or to what degree they agree or disagree with your take on Russia.
Okay. Well, I don't think that my take on Russia is exceptionally Russophobic, although I've been sanctioned for Russophobia. In fact, I think my book on the Crimean War, which is one of the few books of mine to be in Russian, is quite pro-Russian. But at the moment, it's so polarized that it's difficult to say anything about Russia without being attacked by Russians. And so I avoid as much contact as I can with Russians who have remained in Russia. And unfortunately, I have, and it's hard to keep contact up with them because any contact with a sanctioned historian like me would get them into trouble. So it's difficult to answer your question because you don't get much feedback from Russians now. But from Russians in emigration, you can get everything from complete agreement to denunciation as a Russophobe.
Next question.
Thank you very much for both your books. I'm at the beginning of your book, Dr. Figes, and I wonder, you draw on the evidence of archaeologists. In the West, we've got geneticists, and they have actually basically turned many things head over heels. And I wonder, I've not been able to find any Russian ancestry, but does Putin allow geneticists anywhere near who might actually be able to answer that question of, are we Slav, are we, where do we come from?
I'm not aware of any interventions by Putin on that matter, but you're right. If DNA testing of human bones that they had, they would almost certainly show the largest built bones, the ones who were more likely to have been the warriors, to have been of Viking origin, I would guess. But
evidence. They bring evidence to this argument.
Well, yeah, except that, the people who set up these early civilizations, they had lots of, camp followers, so to speak, lots of slaves, lots of people who were trading off of that colonization of the river network. So, but it was undoubtedly a multi-ethnic civilization, I think, yeah.
Next question, please.
Thank you very much. A discursive look at Europe, history, genetics. I believe that coffee houses in Moscow equal pre-Dunstan Adelaide, but let's leave that. Look, you did mention in World War I, etc., the loss of or the absence of Tsars. I must disagree. I think there's been many Tsars, metaphorically. And could you comment, please, in a second or two, NATO, it wasn't, I believe, mentioned once today. Thank you.
So what was the question about SARS? Whether there was
I didn't understand the section about SARS.
Sorry, I'll be back.
Do you want
NATO didn't rate a mention today for some reason.
NATO,
Sorry.
Yeah, well, anyone who was here yesterday will know I have forthright views on NATO. I mean, my view of NATO is that it should have disbanded in 1991 because it was always a defensive alliance against Russia, and quite rightly and much needed. But Gorbachev had offered a different security arrangement for Europe from the Urals to the Atlantic. And the attitude of NATO after 1991 was that everybody could be a member of NATO except Russia. So folklore says, and I think it's probably true, that Putin asked Bush Sr. When could Russia join NATO, and was told never. So once it became clear that NATO was there to defend Europe against Russia, and Russia was always going to be seen as the enemy, it seems to me you were always on the road to what we've ended up with. Not that East European states didn't have the complete sovereignty and right to want to join NATO, and not that the expansion of NATO was a provocation. It wasn't a provocation. I don't even go as far as George Kennan, the great Russianist who in fact wrote the long telegram in 1946 that led to the division of the world under the Cold War, and was the first to argue for the containment of the Soviet Union. But George Kennan, no less, said that the allowing NATO to expand, and as he said in 1997, early on, was a provocation to Russia. I don't see that as a provocation, but I think that those who would defend NATO and call me an apologist for Putin or something, and no doubt many other things, would say, well, Putin didn't object to other states joining NATO, the Baltic states and so on. And that's true, but Ukraine is different. Ukraine is because of all the reasons we've been discussing today.
But of course.
Ukraine is absolutely fundamental to Russia's sense of itself, and was always going to be a problem if it was going to be brought into the NATO axis. And many Democrats said that. I mean, Gorbachev said that. Gorbachev said that in the 1990s. He said, don't touch Ukraine. Once you start moving into Ukraine, there will be trouble. And he said it again in 2014 during the Maidan. So we need to close. I'm sorry, I'll shut up.
I'm sorry, but we will need to close. I wanted to bring up the question of buffer states because it's so important in this book, and the whole notion that Russia needs buffer states because it's a big, flat, open space, and without buffer states, anyone can come in and take bits. We haven't got time to follow this up. I want to thank you for a really extremely stimulating conversation.
And thank you.
We're all grateful.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for joining us in this session. My name is Rachel Perkins. I'm from the Arrernte and Kalkadoon Nations, and I'm delighted to be here again. I saw some of you last year. Such a wonderful gathering, this festival. And thanks to the organisers for having us, and thanks to Wesley from coming all the way from the US just for this. Did you?
Oh, yes, I did.
It's a long way.
I'm very glad to have. I've made a lot of good friends. It's been great seeing everybody. And I might have to stay. I don't know.
I think it might be a good idea to stay here.
Things are a little dicey in Washington, D.C. right now.
They are.
So.
There are quite a lot of unrest, which is the subject of this fabulous book, which, how many of you have read this book? I suppose you haven't yet, because it's just out one.
All right, well, we'll let her tell you about it.
Come up here.
I'm going to go.
Come on, yeah, I'll go
you
too.
Come up.
Let's all go. We could go shopping. Huh? You're halfway. Oh, very good.
Take it.
Well, I hope you've got a load of them with you. I wanted to sort of begin with the end, actually. Begin with the end of the book. And I'm going to just read a passage from your conclusion, which I know it's odd to start at the end, but that's what I want to do, because this book was written whilst Biden was the president. So... And this is Wesley's conclusion, part of it. He says, as the Trump years gave way to the Biden administration, much remained broken about the way the criminal legal system handles racial hatred. He goes on to talk about some detail. And then he says, it would be nice to be able to conclude that we've learned a lesson from this era of American whitelash, but it's hard to look at the horizon and not see more horrors to come. The coarseness and demagoguing, is that the right way to say that, of the Trump era has not softened and has, in fact, in many ways intensified in the years since he left office. Do you look back on that passage and that sort of prophecy? What does that make you think now, having written this book then, and where we find ourselves now?
You know, I think for so many of us, Donald Trump has represented and exposed a failure of imagination. I remember working at the Washington Post and being in the newsroom and coming into the newsroom the day after he was elected. And I remember talking to one of my colleagues, someone who I was close with, who I know, who I like, and I remember her saying, I just can't believe there would be so many people out there who would be attracted to this or who would vote for this racism. And I had to remind her that at the Washington Post, we had to turn the comments off, because if we were to write an article about puppies, by the third comment, they would be racist. That we actually hear from these people all day, every day in our inboxes, but that we create this cognitive dissonance of, those are just the internet commenters, those are just those people over there, those are those. Yes. Well, actually, we were getting the feedback constantly.
Yeah.
And so, even after Donald Trump was elected, there was a belief or a desire to have a belief that so many, that the appeal must have been something else. That people this must really have been about taxes, or must really have been about abortion, or must really have been about these other things. There's no way people could be attracted to this thing. And so because of that, once he was defeated by Biden in 2020, there was this kind of sense of, well, it's been vanquished, it's gone away, things are going to return somewhat to normal, right? And I think that what this most recent election has done is at least it should have, forced us all to completely dispense of this belief that, as hard as it is for so many of us to acknowledge, there are things about the rhetoric and demeanor and policy platform of Donald Trump that are extremely attractive to the majority of Americans. And as I go into the book, because these types of plays to our base prejudices, to us versus them, have always been effective. Going back to the dawn of human civilization, one of the most effective means of gaining power was saying, there are enemies at the gate and I will be able to keep us safe, right? And in moments that feel like moments of scarcity, so of economic calamity, of international pandemic, of increasing globalization and digitization that makes some of our economic outlooks more perilous than they might have been otherwise, right? It's a moment in which people want security. And what is Donald Trump, if not, as he once said, I alone can save us, and I'm going to protect you from all those scary people outside, and I'm going to make America about you and your family and your types of people. That is extremely, extremely attractive. It has been one of the most powerful forces in the history of American politics, but one of the most powerful forces in the history of human politics. And I think the sooner we accept that, the sooner we're able to really begin grappling with what we're dealing with and the seriousness with which we have to address it. You know, one of the things, and then I'll be quiet. One of the things I wrote through in the book was about how the coarsening of our political rhetoric planted the seeds and began towing the pathway upon which he walked. That it became so casual in the last few decades, in our politics at least, to speak so disparagingly about immigrants, about refugees, about Black Lives Matter protesters, about feminists, about whomever. And what we know from those who study prejudice and study hatred is that prejudice and hatred operate on a scale, on a spectrum, that it begins with the private and interpersonal disparagement, and then it works its way to the space at which you feel comfortable publicly disparaging, at which point you feel comfortable publicly segregating, and then publicly actively discriminating, and you get all the way to the point in which you feel comfortable committing acts of violence towards people who are different. So when we live in a society where extremely powerful people, entire political parties, leaders of political movements feel comfortable deeply disparaging and dehumanizing whole swaths of people, at some point, significant portions of the population are going to stop treating those swaths of people like they're human. And I think we've seen that certainly in the States, but I think we've seen similar things play out in countries all across the world.
The book is, for those who haven't read the book, which is all of you, except for you, it opens with the election of Obama and this premise that finally the US has come to terms with, you know, how would you describe it? Equality and its history, and it's this watershed moment where things are now going to be okay. I think Oprah Winfrey talks about it, you quote her as being a sense of things have changed. So the book opens with that sort of premise, but then it describes, which is the title of the book, this white lash, this response that actually is triggered by this moment. It has the opposite effect, in a way. And you describe that these two forces, these sort of, let's call it well, you describe it. You wrote about it.
I guess I did.
You could do better at it than I. So yes, can you describe those two forces that sort of fed off each other after that moment?
Absolutely. And so when we think about progress, however we define progress, right? Progress towards a multicultural society, progress towards a more equal, multiracial democracy, right? We very often want to see progress as a series of stepping stones that work on top of each other. But what we often see, because our progress as societies, either as democratic societies or any societies, require the will and the consent of the people, the consent of the governed, right? Very often progress works on a spectrum, where it very much is one step forward, two step back, two steps forward, one step back. And so what happens almost always, whether it's you think about Edison, you know, and every action has an equal but opposite reaction, and you get to Octavia Butler, you know, everything you touch, you change, everything that touches you changes you, parable of the sower, that there was always going to be a monumental response and reaction to a black presidency. And that was not only going to cut in one direction. There was always going to be a monumental response and reaction to the rapid demographic change we've seen in the country dating back to the Reagan era. And so what we see is the rise of different movements responding to a black presidency. You know, we've always, in the United States of America, we've always had one of the crucial questions of this country was who who was going to be an American? Were we a democracy for and by white Americans, initially white men and later white men and women, or were we going to be a multiracial democracy? From the 1700s through the 1960s, it was a battle to create multiracial democracy. I remember when John Lewis died, talking to Jesse Jackson and him saying, Selma created American democracy. The Voting Rights Act created American democracy, that the founding fathers were those on Bloody Sunday marching across the bridge. Because prior to that, we did not have a true democracy. And so what we've seen since then, and throughout that entire time, during that battle to create a multiracial democracy, there was not just those battling in favor of it, there were always those battling and pushing back against it. What happens once we have a multiracial democracy beginning in the late 60s is those who would oppose it change fundamentally in their dispositions. They become more aggressive, they become more radical, they become more desperate. Those who stood to gain from a more explicitly white supremacist society, who stood to gain from the inequalities and equities of our society, they suddenly no longer believed the game was rigged in their favor and now believe themselves to be the discriminated against party. And so what we see is a group of people who've already begun to grow despondent, who are now seeing increasing evidence that the world that for as long as it has existed has been biased in their favor has suddenly declared them the loser. That a black guy gets to be president, and the neighbors who are moving in are brown and all these other colors, and the Little Mermaid's black, and Spider-Man's Afro-Latino, and
yes.
right, like that.
Oprah is the most popular woman on television.
Correct. They've lost all the sports.
Yeah.
That is fundamental. It's the belief that the America they grew up believing in and believing of, and their place in that America has vanquished and disappeared. And so while so many people see extreme hope in the election of a black man with a funny name like Barack Obama, right? For a lot of people, it's horrifying because it's what have we become and what does this mean for me?
I was interested by the survey results that you mentioned in relation to surveys that were done with African American people, and then surveys that were done with white people. And actually, it was very revealing in that the white people said that they felt that anti-white bias was the most prevalent form of racial prejudice in America. More than 55% of them thought that. And they also said that that they were being systematically discriminated against. 55% of white Americans believed that the country discriminated against them racially. So that's really incredible that you're talking about that pendulum. And I think it really clarified for me. You talk elsewhere in the book how it turned from, for white supremacists, imagining that this was their country, they had to maintain the power, to this other thing. What did the white supremacy sort of rationale change to?
Of course, and I take this from David Chalmers, who is possibly probably the leading historian on the history of the Klan, and he wrote several histories of the history of the Klan and white supremacist movements going back historically. And he writes about following the civil rights movement, the Klan and the white supremacists changed in disposition. That for all of American history, the Klansman was dispositionally conservative. The Klansmen wanted to keep things the way they were. They were winning. And their acts of violence and intimidation were about reminding people this is the way it works. Don't get too excited about how you think you're going to change things. This is going to stay the way it is. Once we become a multiracial democracy in the late 60s, the white supremacist no longer believes they are winning and seeking to conserve and maintain. They suddenly become revolutionary. They want to overthrow multiracial democracy. They want to prompt a race war so that white people can retake their claim at the top of the racial caste system in the hierarchy, right? And so what we see And it's actually, I mean, I think I mentioned this a few days ago, but so much of this book, I grew miserably depressed because I was spending all my nights reading all these memoirs.
It's a very compelling read, though, so you're not going to get depressed.
I read all of the Klansman memoirs, so you don't have to, right? Because I was trying to, and so I'm spending all night reading it. I'm on, and my eBay and Amazon searches are all messed up because I'm like finding the rare edition of the Klan, and I'm sure I'm on a bunch of watch lists now from what I ordered, right, for research, right? And so, but they write, it's actually remarkable. They write very explicitly. The white supremacist movement in the United States of America has been very explicit, not just in the United States of America, in Europe and elsewhere. They've been very explicit for years that their aim is to prompt a race war because they think they can win it, right? They're no longer trying to win in the avenue of ideas and via debate club and, well, we'll just have a better Bible study than everyone else and that's what's going to attract. They're not longer trying to do person-by-person proselytization. The aim, and we see this in the attacks that are committed, right? Their aim is to sow chaos and confusion and carnage with the hope that then people retaliate and it becomes a back and forth and suddenly we've been thrust into a battle of the races. It's what Timothy McVeigh writes after Oklahoma City. It's what Dylan Roof writes after Charleston. It's what the Christchurch shooter writes. It's what we see this over and over and over again, this desire to bring about what they think is this inevitable, right? They believe that that races are actually biologically distinct. They believe that white people are biologically superior, and then it's inevitable that eventually there will be this clash of the civilizations, and so let's bring it about before it's too late. And so what we see at a time when the United States of America goes from being a white supremacist country to a multiracial democracy, what we see is this revolutionary spirit taken up by the white supremacists who say it is now or never. A black guy's president, a black lady's Little Mermaid, right? We've got to do this now or else it may be too late. And so that is what we see time and time again in these attacks. And we have to understand that. One of the reasons I bring it up, and I go on this tangent in the book about it, or this through line in the book about it, is because so often when we have one of these attacks, and I've written about a lot of them as a journalist, when we have one of these attacks, what we see are we have this inclination personally to go, well, there's no explaining hatred. I can't believe someone would be like that. What are we supposed to do? This is incomprehensible. How could we have ever stopped it? And what I like to say is I both understand that personal sentiment, right? I understand it's my job to look at terrible things all day, right? And so I don't blame anyone who that is not their job. But what I will say is I do think that sometimes we societally let ourselves off the hook. These folks tell us why they're doing what they're doing, right? And if we take them seriously, it forces us to have some very real questions about how we talk about people who are different than us in the public square, about how we dehumanize people of different groups and different ethnicities, about how do we have conversations about what does it mean to be a society that values free speech and free discourse, but what should the restrictions on those things be and what should it look like? Should, in the States, Fox News be able to run anti-immigrant propaganda all night, every night? Because we know, we have enough data to know that if they do that, it is going to result in people losing their lives. And so what does it mean for us if we are going to be a multiracial society, if we're going to be a multicultural society, how do we hold both the rights of my own speech and personal expression and your right to safety? And how do we balance those things? And what I would suggest, and by the way, I'm a pretty big, I'm on the boards of free speech organizations. I mean, I'm not some, but what I will say is it is a more complicated question than our discourse gives it credit for. We know if I stand on the corner screaming about the Jewish problem all day, every day, it could result in violence against Jewish people. And we have to decide, do we want to have a society where Jewish people feel safe and are safe? And if so, perhaps I shouldn't be allowed to do that. And that's a question that's hard, that if we allow the Klan to hold a march down our street, which historically has been the free speech position. They're allowed to do what they want, and we'll just counter-protest. And again, and I'm not suggesting I've got the solution or the answers to it, but we know that that is going to be a city where me as a black man that day is not going to feel safe, and maybe is not going to be safe. And so if we are going to set out to be a society where people do feel safe, what does that mean and what does that look like? And again, I'm not saying that I think there are easy answers, and I'm not saying that we fall into an absolute safetyism where we can't talk to each other, we can't offend each other, where I police all of your language and you use the wrong thing, and so now, I don't mean that either. You guys can tell I speak pretty extraneously and sometimes offensively too. But I think that that is one of the key struggles and grapples we are seeing in our society and our public square in this moment. How do we build a society that does not just privilege the comfort of the privileged few, but privileges everyone's safety in society? And that may look different.
I think there's an interesting structure in this book where Wesley lays out the wide-angle look at the country historically, where it's come from and where it is today in a sort of a wide-angle lens. And then in the second part of the book, which is, can I say, quite revelatory, and I think it's what a great writer does, right? They help you understand this moment that you might be swept up in, and you're in it. You know, and you can't see the perspective and what's happening and the great movements that are happening around you. And this book really crystallised that for me in a way that is about the States, but obviously resonates with this country as well. And so that's the sort of first half of the book, if you like. And then in the second half, he follows individuals who've been caught up in this racial violence, either as victims of it or as perpetrators. And so by seeing the big picture, but then by seeing how these things occur, exactly as Wesley's describing, how an individual reads something online, connects with someone, or how some group lays a trap for those people who are scanning and looking for information. So they come to a website, suddenly they get more information, suddenly they're getting weapons, and suddenly they're targeting people and killing them. You see that detail of the transformation of individuals, the strategies of groups who want to cultivate those individuals, and you see the acts that they undertake, and then the way that the victims respond from that violence, often on their own, to combat that violence. And so that is one of the wonderful aspects of this book. You get to see the individuals and how they move through these larger movements that we're experiencing in our society today. There's also, of course, on the right, there's the rise of, white supremacy, but then also there's another movement that's sparked sort of out of the Obama presidential experience. Can you talk about the Black Lives Matter, as it's colloquially been called, as you describe it?
Absolutely, and I appreciated your terminology there, the interesting structure. What that means is that I write like I speak, which is I start every sentence not knowing where it's going to end and just kind of see what happens.
No, it's not an interesting structure. It's very clear what you've done in the book, to me.
I appreciate that, because I didn't know where that was going to go until the day I turned it in. And, I wouldn't have known that the day before I turned it in either, right? It was down to the wire. That was one of the things I did, though, is I wanted to look at, again, going back to every action having an equal and opposite, going back to everything we touch, we change. The idea that we saw the election of the Obama presidency and the rise of a multiracial democracy spurring and strengthening and further radicalizing a white supremacist movement and giving ground to a nativist political movement that has propelled Donald Trump to office twice.
Can you just describe what a nativist political movement is for those who just
Sure.
very briefly?
Of course. Well, it's the language we see right now is America first. What we're seeing is a movement in the United States that is about, let's cut off foreign aid, Let's not care about people who are not our own. Let's not just deport people who are here illegally, who have committed a crime. Let's deport any person who is here in an undocumented fashion, because they are not us, and we don't need them sucking at our resources. This sense of screw our allies, put tariffs on Canada, let's invade Greenland, let's do that, right? Like this sense of it is about us and only us, and as always, us is a porously defined grouping. Even some of us don't get to be us, right? And that's part of what's remarkable about the Trump coalition, is you have a lot of different groups of people who really don't like some of them, even though some of them are in the coalition with them. Mm-hmm. And so what we have seen, and by the way, and this is very hard, mainstream commentators had a very hard time saying this or talking about it and naming it for reasons that become very clear. But there's actually a very clear analogy for the Trump political movement. In the 1920s in the United States of America, we saw a powerful political movement rise. And that powerful political movement came at a time of massive industrialization, which created economic calamity. People were concerned about, they'd grown up in farm life and they weren't sure if they could still do that. The money was now compiling in these urban centers. We were post-emancipation, and so you now had a black cultural influence in a lot of places that it had not before, and a diversification, integration along the north that you had not seen before. There was massive groups of immigrants coming in. There was a rise of anti-Semitism across the world. We are in the age of the flappers and the beginnings of women's liberation and suffrage, and so there was this sense of a debate about what gender roles were across our country. And as part of it, we saw the rise of this massive political movement that elected a bunch of members of Congress, got a president elected, and the first thing they did was pass the 1924 Immigration Act. That movement was called the Ku Klux Klan. There is a clear analogy to the moment we are in the United States of America. The problem is that it's so incendiary in our political rhetoric to call Trump a Klansman that it forces us to grapple and try to come up with other analogies and other. No. The Klan of the 20s didn't just hate black people. Their major political victory was immigration, and was cutting off immigration of different types of people. They were virtually anti-Semitic. So much of what they were talking about was traditional gender roles, right? That this was a populist, anti-progressive movement during a time where foreign wars were upending Europe, where anti-Semitism was on the rise, so when we look at the moment we're in the United States at least, we're in the 1920s.
So now in the nativist movement. Now, on the other hand, there's this...
The question you actually asked me.
No, it's yes. Good. I mean, I was just worried that I want to keep talking about this, but yeah, tell us about the other movement.
So what we see is, politically in the United States, and this kind of connects to the time when I was coming up as a reporter and a writer, going through college and then professionally, we see a rise in two distinct movements on the political left. What we have to remember is that Barack Obama is an expansive and massive figure in American politics. I was 18 in 2008, and so my first vote would have been during that election. And so for the people who were my age, many people, their first vote ever was for the first black president of the United States of America. A man who, his election, even his existence, challenged a lot of American history. The fact that he could win in that moment forced an expansion of what might be possible. And so what happens is, and by the way, his campaign rhetoric invited that. Change you can believe in. Hope and change. Let's build a better America, not a black America and a white America, but the United States of America. he explicitly invited some pie in the sky thinking and expectations. So as it turned out, people wanted some of that stuff. That's what they voted for. And so what happens when you have a black presidency is you immediately begin thinking beyond a black presidency. There's an activist who I know who likes to talk about how for so long, post the civil rights movement, post-integration, once we had the right to attend schools, had the right to sit at lunch counters, had the right to work in corporate spaces, that much of the strategy was how do we get black faces in high places? How do we get the first black judge and the first black mayor and the first black this and the first black, right? And there's utility to that, right? You can't win the argument at the table if you're not at the table at all. And the hope is that everyone lifts as they climb, right? And so I get in, so I pull two people in with me, and we understand that. But there are also limitations to such politics. If your job is to maintain a seat at the table, you maintain a seat at the table. It means you never flip the table over, right? If Jesus wanted to be buddies with the Sadducees and Pharisees, he would have comported himself very differently than the way he did, right? And so what we see now, you get a black face in the highest place. The biggest potential victory, or among the biggest imaginable victories you could ever get from the Voting Rights Act and black people being fully enfranchised, would be the election of a black president. And so the moment it happens, people begin imagining beyond it. What now can we get? What should we be pushing for more? How do we hold this person accountable? And so we see two movements. First, we see the rise of Occupy Wall Street and a populist economic movement born of the deep social inequality. We have to remember Barack Obama inherits a recession. We've been in an economic hardship for years at this point. And among the first things we see are bailouts for banks. Which I'm not even weighing in on whether or not that's what should have happened or should not have happened. But there's this understanding and this frustration among the left that says this is just another establishment corporate Democrat when so many of our structural problems are bigger than that. And so we start to see the rise of that movement, and ultimately that gives way to the rise of Bernie Sanders' campaign in 2016. Not that he came to those ideas then, but that propelled a lot of him. But then second, we also start to see the rise of a new civil rights movement. And we see that the rise of that civil rights movement by pushing, the idea of pushing beyond the symbolic victories. That I remember, I quote in the book, I believe, but I remember, I never forget this, an activist from St. Louis, not long after Michael Brown was killed in Ferguson, Missouri, saying, he says, I voted for Barack Obama twice, and Trayvon Martin is still dead, and Michael Brown is still dead. That you had a whole class of black young people, a generation of black young people who came up voting for a black president and still saw that they lived in a world that was out to kill them, that still lived in a world where there was such deep racial injustice. And so because of that, they rose up and said, we're no longer going to play by these rules and show up and vote every 4 years. No, we're going to take to the streets and demand more quick and adequate and sweeping changes. And so in many ways, I don't know that Black Lives Matter could have happened had it not been for the moment we were in, had it not been for a black president. I don't think it's a coincidence that we see these things happening at the same time. As I was saying before, though, the push and pull, the tug of war, I think so much of American history has been this tug of war. Are we a country for white Americans, or are we a country for all Americans? And one side takes a step backward and the other side girds a little tighter and pulls backwards, right? And so as we see the rise of a new civil rights movement, that is only going to further agitate the white supremacist movement and the nativist movement. Why are our cities on fire? Why are there protests and demonstrations? Why are there DEI statements? Why are every victory that these activists get further inflames and mobilizes these others? And so I think that one of the things those of us who believe in a multiracial society and a multicultural society have to hold on to is I think it can become too easy for us to say, well, things are good enough. Things are where they need to be. My activist friends, they have this under control, right? That we believe we've reached a status quo of relative equality and that the battles that are being fought are on the margins. But we can't forget that those who do not want to live in an equal society, They haven't given up the fight. They haven't dropped the war in the tug of war. The moment we rest, they're going to pull back. And so what we see in the States right now is, again, a rise of the most explicitly racist president and political leader we have had in our politics in a century. And the systematic dismantling of all of the federal protections that have been put place post-civil rights to ensure that we had a multiracial democracy. That within weeks, we have seen the undoing, in some cases, of decades and generations of protections. And it's a lot harder to rebuild than it is to tear apart. And so it's just something we have to remember.
The thing you reference about not calling people racist, but trying to use other language, that sort of censoring. Can you talk a little bit about that? Because I think we do that in Australia sometimes. Well, which is quite a bit, yeah. And I can give you an example in a minute and see whether it fits with your understanding.
Well, I try to think about, in general, I try to think about people first language. And so what I mean by that, and I mean that in every direction, right? And so I'm not a big fan of making nouns out of things. I would much prefer to use them as adjectives, right? And so what I mean by that is I do a lot of work with incarcerated journalists, incarcerated writers, so I say that, right? They're not prisoners, they're not felons, right? It's someone who's been convicted of a felony, right? Or they're an incarcerated writer. The writer is the noun, right? I think that very often, as it relates to our conversations around various prejudices, whether it be misogyny, whether it be homophobia, whether it be racism, where there can be a deep personalization that I think at times can be counterproductive and counterintuitive to our ability to have the discourses and dialogues that we want. Now, I want to be clear, that is not an argument for us not calling things by their proper names. And I have no problem with saying this piece of policy is racist, or this movement is nativist, which is a form of racism, right? Or is anti-Semitic, which is a form of racism. A little complexity there, but it's a form of racism. But I think what is hard for us is that we want to, certainly in the American context, we want to bucket everything. We want to believe these people are racist and these people are not. And I want to be in the not bucket, and the people I don't like are in the racist bucket. But what we know is that we all, because we all grow up in a prejudiced society, we all possess prejudices, right? That it's fundamental to our existence as biological human beings that if I walk down the street and see someone who looks like my mother, I'm going to trust that person more. If I walk down the street and see someone who looks like someone I had a bad experience with, I might trust them less. If something feels familiar to me, I might be more trusting of it. If it feels less familiar to me, I'm going to be less trusting of it. Every animal and organism operates this way. We operate off of stereotype because we actually don't have the time in the day to figure out, is every single person in this audience trustworthy to me or are they not?
They look pretty trustworthy.
I think so.
No.
I don't know. Some of them have these hats on, and I don't know about the hats.
Yeah, you and I aren't wearing hats, so maybe they're not good.
But you know what I mean, right? And so we know, Lippmann writes about that, we go back, that we as human beings operate off of some level of prejudice and stereotype. And the challenge is, can we be open enough as humans to stop that before it turns into active discrimination or other things, right? And so because of that, I do think that there is some, if what we want to do is live in a world where people are able and have the ability to interrogate their own prejudices where they fall short, we have to have an ability to navigate that language without it being so sweeping and personal of an indictment. That acknowledges that we all are dealing with our own prejudices and how we navigate them. And so that's part of what I think about and how I think about it, is that I try to depersonalize some of it. I try to save my harshest rhetoric for movements and policy and hard things, and I try to save my softest and my most understanding and empathetic nature towards people, including, by the way, some of the white supremacists who commit these actions. If I seek to actually, again, I believe they're all people, and I want to understand them, if only so we can prevent there being more of them. And what we have seen time and time again is they tell us very clearly and explicitly why they believe what they believe, what led them there, what influences they had, and I think there is some value in listening as opposed to going, how would we ever know?
Absolutely. I mean, it strikes me that I'm a filmmaker by trade, and it strikes me that actually if a series based on this book of the experiences of the people on both sides would be fascinating to combat that, oh, this just happened because they were a crazy person, you know? No, it didn't just happen. It was a systematic process that took them to that point. Would be very interesting for us to come to terms with the things that are at play in our society very deliberately that you talk about.
Well, and it's insidious, right? We live... It becomes so hard, and it becomes so difficult. You ask someone who's a racial minority to explain the way that racism impacts their lives every day. You ask a woman to explain the way misogyny or patriarchy impacts their lives every day, or ask someone who is LGBTQ to explain the way that kind of our heteronormative society impacts them. And it's like, how long do you have, and where do I begin? You've forgotten some of the things, right? And I think that is a very... And what's crazy making about it also is there are interactions you have where you're just left to assume one way or the other. Was that person hostile to me because of the color of my skin or not? Now I'm the crazy person calling it racist, but I've experienced this way. And so because of that, I think we have a very hard time in this era where we now have we have ostensible equality under law, but we do not have full equity across society and experience. And that becomes a lot harder to explain. It's complex and complicated to combat, right? And it's so much of what we're dealing with, again, in the States right now around this DEI conversation and the back and forth. Is this question of, is this reverse racism or reverse discrimination? What does it look like if we have an inequitable society, but we've created ostensibly colorblind and equal laws? Well, how do we reset the balance? And what does that look like, and what do you do? And then beyond that, the white lash, going back to those statistics, the idea that majority of white Americans believe they are discriminated against a minority in America, right? The moment you begin taking any step toward a multiracial democracy, that white majority only feels the loss. They're used to having 7 Porsches in their garage. And so we say, you know what we're going to do? You're going to have 6 Porsches, and the black people are going to have 1. And all they know is that their father had 7 Porsches and that now they have 6. And that is a real loss. It's a tangible feeling of the world used to be more advantageous to me and now it is less advantageous to me.
Yeah.
And that's a human response. And I think, now again, I think we need a more equitable society, but I don't think we can dismiss out of hand why people are responding in this way. They are seeing other people's gains as their own losses.
Yeah. No, it's good to understand the logic and the psychology that's behind these things. There's a couple of questions that people are lining up, so we're going to do that in a second. But I was hoping that you could help me understand this a little bit. In the Australian context, we have an election coming up, and the potentially incoming leader of the country recently said, just after Trump's victory, that he would not be willing, if he became Prime Minister, to stand in front of an Aboriginal flag. So Aboriginal flag is one of our national flags. And it was just around, I think, January 26th, which is a day that our nation looks back on our past and celebrates, theoretically, our country. But it's a particularly controversial day because of the anniversary that it celebrates. So that sort of announcement pre-election of not standing in front of our Aboriginal flag, I mean, how do you describe that? How do you understand that? I know you're not from here, but can you give us some insight?
Sure. I think that I think one thing that is true is people vote for and are very often attracted to politicians that project back the version of themselves and their nation and their society that they want. And certainly in the American context, but I think in many of our democracies and similar nations, for a while, 50 plus 1% or 60% of us, or however many of us, wanted to live in a society and nations that had the humility to tell the truth about our past. We saw that as a virtue. Our active striving to be better by being willing to look backward. In response to that, I think we have seen movements and politicians who say all these people want to do is blame you and say that nothing has changed from the past. And we don't need to spend all this time obsessed with this, that no, we are great, we are doing great things, we're not. And so there's this visceral response to the idea of looking backward, of being more inclusive, of bringing more things in. We see this in we see this in the American context, where, because this is why that symbolism is so important, right? That when you have an Aborigine flag or a monument, it forces people to ask, wait, who are those people? Where are they? What happened to them? Where are they now? And once you ask that question and you start getting information, it forces you to think, well, what should we be doing? How should we be doing it? That's deeply uncomfortable, especially if your political program is, we don't need to spend any time thinking about that stuff, we move past it, it's over. And so it's unsurprising to me, I've heard that anecdote and example a few times since I've gotten here. It plays to a populist politics that is very attractive to people. You are not responsible for the sins of the past, and people who are talking about it are trying to distract from the fact that you're being mistreated right now. And we have seen that be such an effective political program and political message, not just in the States. We've seen it be effective in Europe. We've seen it be effective in South America. And so it's unsurprising to me, that type of populist, racialized, nativist rhetoric and programming and culture war almost.
Culture war,
very,
yes.
very similar to what we deal with a lot in the States.
All right, now there's quite a few people in the line for the questions, so we're going to take quick questions and quick answers.
And I'll do quick answers if I can. You guys know I'm not great at that.
And I'm going to get in the way and boss everybody around if you don't. Okay, gentle sir.
Right, thanks for everything you've said today. As a nation that once had an explicitly white Australia policy in terms of immigration, we shouldn't be too quick to judge other nations in these issues. But when we hear Trump and Musk and other people say, make America great again, should we be adding in that missing word, make white America great again? And secondly, where does American Christianity belong in here? Does it belong to the Klan and the white supremacists, or is it inclusive?
Okay, 30-second answers we're going to go for, because we've got 10 people.
So the first one is, the answer to the first one is, it's unquestionably true that there is a whiteness coded in the idea of making they're harking back to an America that was more explicitly white supremacist. I think the Christian church is interesting because the Christian church has always grappled with this question. The slaveholders were American Christians, the abolitionists were American Christians, right? American Christianity has always had distinct lines of demarcation here. What we see in this moment is a Christian nationalism. Many of our evangelicals and American Christians believe in the Bible and Trump and this Americanism. And then many of our leading anti-racist and progressives do so from a positionality of their faith and where they come from. And so the American church, I think, is very split on this, but among the most fervent churchgoers, many of them are among this America First movement.
Great, very good. Next.
Sorry, I'm wearing a hat.
Uh-oh.
And glasses.
And glasses, sorry.
The worst ones.
Phenomenon of large numbers of people of colour voting for Trump is undoubtedly an aspirational quest for a better life. But how does the political process draw them back to progressive politics?
I think that I think one thing that is hard is there's a belief sometimes, because we like to believe in ourselves, that voters are logical. Actually, most polling we...
Oh, what, rational?
Yeah, rational,
Yeah,
logical.
okay.
Right? Most polling and anecdotal experience would tell you that that is not the case at all, right? That there's not a consistency. And so while they are attracted to one thing, they may also be attracted to something else. We see a lot of Obama to Trump voters. And so what that means is that they've actually voted for the two most outside of the mainstream candidates in the history of American politics, and they are change voters. They believe things aren't working and they're voting for big disruptive change. I think one of the things we have to deal with, and it's very difficult for the Democratic opposition, is what we see in a lot of these voters is a through line of a belief that the system as is not working. And so candidates and political parties that are promising a return to normacy, well, if normal wasn't working for you, you're not going to vote for that as well. And so I think that's a big thing we're dealing with among the American left, is how disruptive are the Democrats willing to be. Thus far, they've remained very established.
They have.
Hey, thank you very much for your speech. Oh, sorry. Thank you very much for your speech today. I just want to say, as somebody, like a young person who was born in Mexico and is Mexican, I immigrated here. I obviously visually look very white to most people. I wanted to ask from you, having grown up in a society that I guess could be considered prejudiced and white nationalist, how would I decenter my whiteness as somebody who's here, but still grew up with this, like grew up in Australia, despite being from biracial, and what would you say to other biracial people in this whole race politics?
Absolutely. I mean, I think for me, as someone who is biracial but identifies as black or just says I'm black, I'm just black, that's how I talk, right? Like, I think a big part of it is understanding, right? Is that I think, and I'm not perfect at this, and I've tried to get better at this in all types of context, is that we're always navigating our positionality to other people. Right, and so I understand if I'm with a bunch of my white friends, how my race and positionality might feel different versus if I'm as a man with a bunch of my female friends versus if I'm with a bunch of black Americans who are darker skinned or if I'm with a bunch of black Americans who are immigrant from Africa versus white. And so I think that part of what we understand is that there's not and I think sometimes among progressives, there's the caricature of there's like the hierarchy of oppression, right? Where how many boxes can you check? And and that's not really what it is, right? I think what we have to understand is the way that our identities are intersectional, where we can both be part of privileged groups and non-privileged groups, where our privilege can operate for us in one direction and versus not operating in a different direction. And so I think that's been a big part of it, at least for me personally, but then also understanding, all right, are there ways that I can move? Are there interviews I can do, stories I can write? Do I have access to spaces that I do because of how I appear that maybe some of my colleagues do not? And how do I then take on that additional burden so that they don't have to take on that other burden? And so I think that's a big part of it is like, how do we use the things that are at our disposal to do the maximum good that we can do. And none of us do it perfectly. I think that's the other thing we have to remember, right? Again, is we're not living in this world where it's either in the good box or out of the good box. It's each of us are waking up every day trying to do the best we can.
Yeah, very good. Next. No, I didn't mean to say, yeah, very good,
No,
yeah,
no,
whatever.
you're right.
No, I was just thinking, actually, I'm going to steal some of that for a talk I've got to do tomorrow morning. Very useful to me. Thanks.
Thank you for being an excellent moderator and an excellent guest. And I would very much like to see the movie that Rachel has offered to make of your book when it comes.
I don't know whether I offered to make. Are we going to option? Are we going to do the option now? We've got a lot of literary people here. We could probably negotiate the contract on stage if they gave us another 10 minutes. Anyway.
What can we ordinary American people do, those of us who do not command the audiences of a filmmaker or of an author or professor or whatever? I voted, I vote, I will vote, I write, I advocate. What else can we do?
I think a big part of what we deal with right now is that our democracy is a local democracy. And we have our most power most locally. We have our most power with our city councils, with our school boards, with our neighborhoods, with our block. And I think that one of the things we have to do in a moment like this, especially where there is national and international calamity and that big changes feel like they may be far off, one of the things we can do is look at our own communities and say, how do we help? How do we look out for people? How do we build here? So much of what we've tried to do in the post-civil rights world is everything's federal legislation, everything's big, everything's sweeping. That's not actually how our system is set up. And so what does it look like for us to figure out how do we have the most, how do we have a community, a town, a school, a neighborhood that is the most egalitarian possible? And how do we build that, and what does that look like? And then how do we spread that one place to the next place? And that isn't as sexy as us passing the big End Racism Act that fixes all of it. But one of the things is realistic, and the other one, unfortunately, probably is not.
I think that's such a good lesson for us to work locally and for change. And right now, over 154 electorates in this country, there's people crying out for your support. I door knocked, I've done leaflet thinging, I've been to community meetings, and it makes a difference. It really does. So I encourage you to use your resources that you can to get behind the change that you want, whatever that change is. Sir?
I was rather intrigued by the analogy you used about my dad had 7 Porsches, but I've only got 6, I expect there's a lot of poor blacks in the United States that are going to say, well, look, my dad had a job, but I haven't got a job. In Australia, we've just had, like I'm not anti-immigrant. I married an Asian woman, delightful person, but this sort of transition has to happen, that you can sort of transition without the social disruption. And at the moment, we've got kids, working class kids, that are saying, look, when mum and dad got married, they could buy a house, but we're not going to be able to buy a house. This is a social disruption which hopefully we should have avoided.
There is a poll in there similar to, in the same page where I talk about the 55% of white Americans who now believe they are discriminated against minority, where it's called the American Dream poll, where it's, do you believe the American dream is achievable for you? Right, now the American dream is one of these beautiful things that no one can define it, but it's just kind of a vibe. You know what it means, right?
Yeah.
Like, you either got it or you don't. And we saw, I forget exactly what year, but sometime in the mid-2010s, we had the first year on record where the majority of white American youth did not believe the American dream was in reach for them. Right? And one of the reasons I pointed that out, or I think that was important, is because there's that intersection of these things. That life is in so many ways a story we tell ourselves. It's how we perceive the world. And at a time when we see so many people who are perceiving that the world is harder on them than it was for their parents, and they're not misperceiving that, right? When we have many white Americans and many men who feel as if the world is harder on them, that they've got less, that they're lonely, that they have less likelihood of being happy and being married and well employed, and the AI robots are going to take all their jobs, and they're like, that it's very hard for them to hold space for, and this is why we need to sit and think about the indigenous community that used to live here. This is why we need to think about how redlining means that you get to live in better housing stock than your black classmate, right? When people themselves see themselves as either being victimized or disadvantaged, compared not just to other people, but to their own parents, to their grandparents, it becomes impossible. We all become little narcissists, right? And because narcissism is just a human response to feeling attacked or taken advantage of or mistreated. And we live in a moment where so many people feel that way, right? Where so many people feel as if they are the losers of global capitalism, where they feel like they're the losers of colonial imperialism, where they feel as if they're the losers of economic, technological advancement. And yet those same people are being told, no, you need to be more sensitive to other people who have it worse off. It is unsurprising why those people have banded together and are voting for a narrative that says, no, you don't have to be sensitive to all those other people. You are life's victims here. And I think that, again, I don't have to agree with their analysis to empathize with them as humans and understand that that's where they are as humans, and understand that one of the ways we undo this is through community and through talking to each other in these spaces. And so I just say that to say that I think we have to we are in a moment where our politics are so coarse, and that does not mean we don't have clear values, that we don't have clear ethics, that we don't know who we are and what we stand for. But it also has to be a moment where we find community with each other, where we listen to each other. We have this debate all the time about, in the United States context, of should you go have Thanksgiving with your racist uncle and should you curse him out or should you sit there and be nice to him, right? And what I'll say is, in my family and in my communities where I come from, I love a lot of the differences. I used to know neighbors who would meet each other at the fence every day to explain to one another why they were wrong about everything. And then go, okay, same time tomorrow? And they were best friends. They're in community with each other. And when you're in community with each other, that creates the space to hold each other accountable. It creates the space to say, I don't really agree with my sister who says X, Y, and Z, but I don't want to make her upset. I don't want to hurt her. I don't want to, and so maybe I will change my language a little bit this way, or maybe I will. We forget that accountability only comes in community. And when we segregate ourselves out from anyone who is different from us, it both robs us of the intellectual wherewithal to actually convince anyone of anything. If we're only debating amongst people who agree with us, we lose the ability to be persuasive. But second, that so much of what we do in terms of being a relatively good society is purely voluntary. We all decide we're going to stop at that stoplight at red because we've all entered this voluntary agreement. We've all decided we're going to be kind to our neighbors or not, right? And so much of what we have to do, and that's not saying that I don't think we should legislate and have policies that are more clear about equality, but we know that if we are ever going to reach the type of society we need, we're going to have to convince the majority of the people, the majority of the time, to behave like we're all humans. And there's going to be interpersonal work there that is going to require a level of empathy that I think sometimes we've been lacking in our discourse. And so thank you all for being here.
Yeah.
And for talking and listening to my long-winded answers.
No, it's, you have so much wisdom. And this is a space, exactly what you're talking about, where we discuss ideas, we hold each other accountable, and we refine our thinking. And you bring such great wisdom to us. And so we really appreciate you coming here.
Thank you.
For that. And we appreciate this festival that brings us all together. So please donate. Wesley's going to be selling books. So go sign a book. And not sign a book, buy a book.
Buy a book, I'll sign it. I'll see you guys over there.
He'll
All right,
be there.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ngā Mani. Hello to you all. My name is Pip Williams, and I'd like to thank Jack Buckskin for the welcome to country and also acknowledge that we are meeting on Kaurna land. Kaurna people are the first storytellers of and on this place, which we now know as Adelaide, but is also known as Tantanya, or Red Kangaroo Place. I pay my respects to the Kaurna people and to their elders past and present, and I extend that respect to any Aboriginal people here today. Before we start, can I ask that you all turn off your mobile phones or turn them to silent, and then nudge the person next to you and ask them if they've checked their phone. I'd also like to remind you that Daisy will be signing books after the session, and that buying books is the best way to support writers and Adelaide Writers' Week. You can also help to keep Adelaide Writers' Week free by making a donation. $5 will make a huge difference, and there's little QR codes on the back of a lot of the chairs that you can scan to make a donation. For most of you, Daisy Goodwin needs no introduction, but I'm going to take a minute regardless to outline some of her many, many accomplishments. Before becoming a novelist, Daisy worked extensively in TV as a creator and producer. Among other things, she is the brains behind Grand Designs, a small show that I'm sure many of you are familiar with. Daisy has collated at least 10 anthologies of poetry. She's written a guide to motherhood called Bringing Up Baby, and a family memoir called Silver River, which explores her relationship with her mother through the lens of ancestral history. In 2010, Daisy published her first novel, The Last Duchess, or The American Heiress, if you're American, which became a New York Times bestseller. She then published The Fortune Hunter, which became a New York Times bestseller, and then Victoria, which, you guessed it, became a New York Times bestseller. Daisy then created the screen adaptation of Victoria, which I'm sure many of you have seen, which has been screened around the world and was described by the New York Times as better than The Crown. Not to rest on her laurels, Daisy has now written her fourth novel, Diva, destined to be a New York Times bestseller if it isn't already. And this is about opera singer Maria Callas and her love affair with shipping magnate Aristotle Onassis, but it is so much more than that. Daisy Goodwin, welcome to Adelaide.
Thank you. Thank you, Pip. I'm so pleased to be here because I have been to a lot of literary festivals, and honestly, this is the best by far.
Yeah, we know that.
Thank you so much for asking me. I am thrilled to be here.
And it's thrilling to have you. I'd like to start with a quote, actually, from Maria Callas. "I am not an angel and do not pretend to be. That is not one of my roles. But I am not a devil either. I am a woman and a serious artist, and I would like so to be judged." My question to you, Daisy, is who is Maria Callas to you, and why did you want to write about her?
Oh, my goodness. Well, Maria Callas is, well, she's part of me now, which is quite difficult for my family because, you know, the standing ovations are, you know, becoming a little tiresome for them. But for me, she is this wonderful combination of a female genius, and I think we just have to remember that when we think about Maria. She's not just a beautiful, beautiful woman, one who dresses stylishly, a fantastic voice. She's a musical genius who brought opera to an audience who'd never, you know, in a way that no one had ever done it before. And, you know, there have been great opera singers, many from Australia, Dame Nellie Melba, Dame Joan Sutherland, they're all wonderful, but Maria brought a certain drama to opera, an acting ability that I think has never been seen on stage until that point. And I suppose what I love about her is she's so sure of her talent. She knows she's a wonderful, wonderful singer, that she has all this talent, and yet, you know, the reason that she's so popular really is because she is desperate to be loved. And that's because she had a very difficult relationship with her mother, who was, you know, the classic stage mother, the woman who never got what she wanted from life, and so, you know, hopes that she's going to get it all back through her kid. And I think that Maria felt very early on that her mother only loved her when she was singing. And so we all deserve unconditional love from our parents, and she didn't get it. And then, so when she gets on stage and her audiences just lap her up, you know, she suddenly finds the love that she never had as a child. And I think that is the most potent drug you can have. I mean, I'm feeling it now. Look at you, you know, this audience. I'm feeling, you know, I'm basking in this kind of feeling of connection. But for Maria, it was a really, really big deal. I think it was the thing that was the sort of mainspring of her life. And I just found that combination of enormous strength, of genius, of dedication. I mean, this is a woman who got up early every morning and practiced 5 hours every single day, whether she was singing or not, and this incredible vulnerability. She used to say that when she was going on stage, she said, I go on stage every time I sing, it's a battle to win the audience over. And so she's really, you know, she's not taking it for granted. She knows she's good, but she knows that she's got to work hard. And I think that the reason that we love Callas still, I mean, she's still Warner Brothers' best-selling classical artist still, you know, 100 years after her death, 100 years after her birth, rather. The reason is because we instinctively, as listeners, know that she's vulnerable, that she needs us to love her. And I think it's like Judy Garland, it's like Marilyn Monroe. There is just a quality there that catches the back of the throat.
This is actually something that I think is the biggest strength of your novel, the way you weave that creative genius with the woman that Maria is. And you do it consistently from the very beginning to the very end of the novel. It's the thing that I find most compelling, and it's the thing that makes you turn the page. And I'm wondering why you chose to write about Maria in a novelistic form, in fiction, instead of biography. And can you talk about the difference between what fiction can do for a story of a real person compared to biography?
I have to be a bit careful here because yesterday I think I told someone that if he really wanted to write about a woman, he should get inside her.
Yeah.
And
I was there for that.
I'm going to try. I didn't realise what I was saying, so I apologise if there are any metaphors that come out wrong. Innuendo is not at all my cup of tea. Sorry, thank you, sir. Yeah, you were the man. Yes, I'm sorry, I wasn't. Anyway. Anyway, if I can say, I wanted to see the world through Maria's eyes. And that was because in lockdown, which is when I started this project, I read everything about Maria. On the one hand, there are the books written by opera buffs, which basically complain about the fact that she, you know, her voice went too early and there was too much vibrato on the high E. And, you know, you can imagine, they're very critical of her music, but they never talk about the woman. And on the other hand, you have the slightly, I won't say trashy, but the sort of more tabloidy type biographies that really concentrate on her difficult personal life, her, you know, the breakdown of her marriage and her relationship with Aristotle Onassis, and the way that she was spurned by him for Jackie Kennedy. And I felt, you know, I think there was a real confusion. I mean, the opera buffs, you know, that's their thing. I'm not a musicologist. You know, if you don't respond to her voice, then that's your problem. But I felt with the other types of books, I felt this is such a demeaning thing. There is this genius, this female genius, but instead of celebrating her genius, all they seem to be interested in is her downfall. And like the recent film, I'm sorry if anyone here is a producer of that film, you know, why did we just have the last week of Maria Callas's life? Why, you know, Elvis Presley gets a whole life celebrated in a movie. Maria Callas gets the last week in the most sort of ludicrous way. I mean, you know, yes, she was coming to the end of her life, but, you know, she's not one of her heroines. That's the thing. People confuse Maria Callas, the dedicated artist who worked so hard to be where she was, with, you know, one of the sad heroines, you know, like Madame Butterfly or Violetta, who die in the third act. But that's not Maria Callas. And I think, well, that's what I think about the film. Sorry, guys.
And it sort of explains to some extent why you decided to why you chose fiction to
I wanted to
tell the
yes,
story.
I'm sorry, I haven't answered your question, Pip. I wanted to celebrate her, and I felt the only way I could do that was as a fictional, to write it through her eyes, to show just how vulnerable she is and how much she kind of, what the toll that her life was taking on her. But I also, when I did a little bit of research, because I'm a historian by training, into the facts about Maria's life, I realised there were no facts. It's just all made up because everybody weighed in. Her mum, her sister, her ex-husband, anybody who ever worked with her, they all wrote a book about her. And all these facts are kind of mixed and, they're all changed and, you really can't, there's no there. So I just thought emotional truth. That's what I'm going for.
Well, and Albert Camus says fiction is the lie through which we tell the truth, and so
I'll take that.
Yeah, and I think that's what your fiction has done. And it's interesting you talk about, the so-called facts that are out there are actually media stories, and I think we all understand these days what media stories are. Definitely. They're rarely related to truth, and so writing a fiction using that imaginative skill that you have to tell this truth, makes for a good read, but a better understanding of the woman. Earlier on, you were talking about Maria's relationship with her mother. We're going to get to Onassis in a minute, but I think to understand her relationship with Onassis, we have to understand her relationship with the people who came before Onassis. You talked about her mother, but who else, I suppose, shaped Maria Callas and the woman that she became?
Well, the ghastly stage mother who made her leave America because she only got second prize in a talent contest. She lost to a woman playing glasses. So, her mother thought, this country is full of Philistines, we need to leave. But her mother was awful, and that's the original crime. Then there was her singing teacher, who absolutely adored her, who shaped her, who taught her to sing bel canto. She was called Elvira de Hidalgo. She was a Spanish soprano who'd ended up in Athens, and she taught Maria at the Athens Conservatoire. And she was a wonderful, wonderful singer, but the extraordinary thing is that she taught Maria bel canto to sing these bel canto roles like Lucia di Lammermoor, La Sonnambula, Anna Bolena, all these roles that hadn't been sung forever. You're used to them because Joan Sutherland did them too, Norma, but then they were not part of the repertoire. And the interesting thing about Maria is that, she's really got a Wagner voice. She hasn't really got a bel canto voice. But what makes her so wonderful is that there she is with this really big, dark, almost harsh voice, singing these tweety roles, and she just gives it such resonance. So Elvira was very important to her, and I think Elvira was the one person whose artistic opinion, Maria was scared of. Then she goes, to the Met, she goes to New York, and then she ends up in Italy, where she starts singing at Verona, and she meets a rich brick manufacturer called Meneghini, who's Battista Meneghini, who's 30 years older than her. He likes opera singers, and he likes them large, but at which point she was quite large. And first she becomes his mistress, and then he marries her, and then he becomes her manager. And I have to say, I'll just tell you one fact about Battista Meneghini. He used to wear a hairnet in bed. And I don't know, apologies to anyone here who's sporting a hairnet in bed these days, but I don't think that's sexy. So my guess is that there wasn't a lot of action there between the sheets. In fact, I'm pretty sure there wasn't. And I think that it was basically, he was a father figure, he was a manager, he took care of her, and left her to concentrate on the one thing she cared about at that point in her life, which was music, which was her music. All she wanted to do was to sing brilliantly all over the world at the top of her game. And he just made all the other stuff go away. He also siphoned off a great deal of money, but that's beside the point. When she finds out about that, she's furious. Then there were sort of friends. So there's an incredible sort of tissue of sort of other people in the story before she gets to Onassis. There's this extraordinary woman called Elsa Maxwell, who
I have to say, she's so deliciously written and drawn in this novel. I loved her as a character.
Well, I couldn't believe it when I found out. So this woman, all of you are too young to remember her, but at the time in the 50s, she was this social doyenne. I I can't begin to describe how influential she was. She had a TV show, she had a syndicated column. She was about 5 foot, she was about 4'9". She was not a beautiful woman, let's put it that way. And she was, you know, she looked a bit like Ursula in The Little Mermaid. And she basically could make or break careers. And she was gay. And she fell in love with Maria. And Maria didn't really sort of understand what that love meant, but she took the fact that, you know, Elsa followed her around everywhere. And Elsa had been paid by Onassis to introduce him to Maria. So she was the false friend.
So you say she loved Maria, but she also treated Maria appallingly. She used Maria for her own social cachet, didn't she?
I mean, it was a love-hate. I mean, she loved her, but she also loved to use her. Yes, I think that's right.
It sounds like she loved to use lots of people.
Yeah, I think that was her thing. She was a sort of, I can't say it, can I? A star F. Bleep, bleep,
yeah, you
bleep,
can
bleep.
hear.
Star fucker!
Yeah. So we have Maria, and this is what's so lovely about the novel. You're constantly showing us Maria as the opera singer and then Maria as a woman. You show us Maria performing at her best and with adoring audiences, and then suffering crises of confidence and questions about the relationships that she's in. So we have Maria feeling unloved and used by many of the people around her, and then she meets Onassis, a fellow Greek with very little interest in opera, but a lot of interest in Maria. Can you tell us about their relationship?
Well, the thing I love, I mean, it's sort of not, I think it's true. This is, well, it's apocryphal. Anyway, Maria is at this fabulous party in Venice, you know, it's in this wonderful palazzo, and Elsa Maxwell, among other things, played the piano very well, and so she persuades Maria to get up on stage and sing, not an aria, but to sing Stormy Weather. And Maria never sings in public unless she's getting paid, so this is a big favour that she's doing for Elsa. So she starts singing Stormy Weather, and at the back of the room, two people come in talking very loudly, and she's like, you know, anyway, later she discovers she stops when they come in and sort of eyeballs them, and they don't care. And later it turns out that is Ari and his wife. And then Ari comes up and starts talking to her in Greek. And, you know, it's a bit of a love-hate thing, but, you know, she's clearly attracted because nobody else in her circle is Greek, you know. And they have this real connection because they're both Greek, they're both self-made, they're both people who know what it is to be hungry, which is, you know, unusual in the world that they move in, which is Princess Grace and all these kind of guys. And they know what it is to be hungry, and they know what it is to be destitute. So they are, you know, there's a sort of magnetic attraction. And he fancies her. And, you know, and although he doesn't, and the fact that he talks through her solo is actually a turn on because he's the first man she's ever met who doesn't care about her voice. And you can imagine that if you are a woman, it's like being incredibly rich. I mean, I'm sure you all know what it's like to be incredibly rich. And you don't know whether people love you for yourself or your bank balance. And that's basically Maria. Do they love me or do they love my voice? Do they love Callas or do they love Maria? And Onassis, she knew perfectly well, loved Maria. And how? And they have this extraordinary courtship on his yacht. So he's got this yacht called the Christina, and he gets his wife to ask Maria and her husband, Meneghini, onto the yacht for a 3-week cruise around the Mediterranean. Also on the yacht, just to make it even more delicious, is Sir Winston Churchill and Lady Churchill and his daughter and his granddaughter. So they're all on this boat. Churchill has no idea who Maria Callas is.
I know, so a different story could have had her falling in love with Churchill.
Well, that would have been interesting. He was, yes, he could, yes. But he was like, could you sing us some Gilbert and Sullivan? And she's like, no, I don't think so. Anyway, and they're on this yacht, and of course they can't get off, and you know, one thing leads to another. But where do they go? So I had a very wonderful moment trying to imagine where they were going to have their first tryst, and I ended up deciding it could only be in a lifeboat. So if you like a bit of nautical rumpy-pumpy...
So going back to Albert Camus,
yes, please.
that is the lie that tells the truth.
Yes.
We know they did it somewhere.
Yeah, but where indeed. And it was, and by the end of the cruise, Tina, Ari's wife, had left him, and Maria had left. Would have been quite happy just to kind of carry on with a marriage and a mistress, but Tina wasn't having it. And so, you know, battle lines were drawn, and Maria and Ari become an item.
So it's perfect for fiction, isn't it? I mean, you don't even have to make up all the drama and the conflict and the decision-making, because a good story needs points in the story where decisions are made. And I want to talk about two operas that you write about, because in her life probably, but certainly in this novel, the novel turns on two particular performances that Maria does. And again, this is where you write about Maria's profession, you write about her creative genius in order to write about her as a woman.
Yeah.
So the first is a performance in Rome at... Was it La Scala in Rome in 1958?
It's the Opera House in
The
Rome.
Opera
La
House.
Scala's in Milan.
That's right, in 1958.
Yes.
Can you tell us about that and what the turning point is for her in the novel, the revelation for her in the
That is a
novel?
very good question. So she is giving, she's booked to perform there on New Year's Day. She's going to sing Norma, which is her signature role, Casta Diva, which we heard as we came in. And, you know, the President of the Republic's going to be there. You know, pretty much every VIP in Rome is going to be there. It's a huge deal. And she wakes up that morning with a sore throat. And she says, I can't go on. You'll have to get an understudy. And they're going, hello, there is no understudy for Maria Callas. And she's like, but we need an... Anyway. And everyone says, no, you'll be fine, you'll be fine. And she knows she's not going to be fine, but she allows herself to be persuaded because it's such an iconic event, and, you know, if she doesn't show up, it's going to be a disaster. So she very reluctantly gets herself onto stage, and she gets through the first act, and it's all going well, and we think it's all going to be fine. And then suddenly, in the middle of Casta Diva, on that high A that we heard before, her voice stops, it breaks, it clicks. And the tenor who's singing opposite her is like, and she just can't go on. And she has to stop, and she has to walk off stage. And she goes into the wings, and she says, I can't sing anymore. And the people around her are going, well, that's okay. You're such a good actress. You could just stand there and say your part. And she's like, are you kidding me? I'm Maria Callas. I'm either singing or I'm not. And so she leaves the stage, and the management are so terrified that they don't explain what's going on to the audience, and the audience begin to riot. You know, the president leaves, the audience go crazy, and they start chanting outside the opera house. People take opera very seriously in Italy. It's a bit like, you know, rugby or something here, you know. I mean, it's a really big deal, and they're chanting. They literally want Maria's head on a platter because they blame her. I mean, they don't think, poor woman, her voice is gone. They blame her for deliberately disrespecting, as we say now, disrespecting them. And she is mortified. When she gets back to Milan, somebody has put a dead dog on her doorstep and written, you know, La Strega, which means the witch, in blood on her door. And that's the level of abuse she got. But the real point of the story is that at that point she realizes that her voice, her great superpower, the thing that she has made her who she is, that makes people love her, is going, and that she can't rely on it anymore. That when she opens her mouth, she can't be sure that the notes are going to be there. And that, for a singer, is the beginning of the end. That is the most important. It's like getting the yips in golf, or being a footballer who can't, you know, is worried about his hamstring, or, you know, all singers are like athletes. There's a point at which it all begins to go downhill. And for her, that was like almost it was like the turning point. And I think, and just after that, she meets Onassis. And my feeling is that if she'd met Onassis 10 years older, she wouldn't have looked at him twice, because she was so immersed in her music. Her music gave her everything. But then, when she realizes that her future is not going to, that her superpower is waning, that, as it were, the kryptonite is taking it away from her, she realizes that, yes, there is room. There's a fissure in her sort of armor to let in Onassis. And so it's this great irony for me that, the moment her voice goes, she starts to have this passionate affair, which of course makes her singing like a completely different, it's in a different level of dramatic intensity, because for the first time in her life, she's actually experiencing passion and love and jealousy and all the things she's sung about all these years, and suddenly she's feeling it. And it's the most extraordinary moment for her.
And you write about it so beautifully and so convincingly. It's quite riveting. And, because it's not just her voice that has become unreliable. She suddenly realises how unreliable the people around her are. Yeah. So her husband, the man who's supposed to be caring for her more than anybody else, but also managing her career, so has as much of an interest in her voice as she does. He has let her down in this moment by booking her too often, but also not insisting that there was an understudy and all sorts of other things. And these things culminate in this crisis, really, that lets Onassis in, as you say.
Yeah.
And, skipping ahead to the second opera in 1964, it similarly has the turning point. You mentioned, even though her voice started to go at this point, something ironically happened that gave her more feeling in her voice, which was that she falls in love.
Yeah.
But what happens at the 1964 Covent Garden?
Well, there is this kind of myth that Callas stopped singing when she met Onassis. That's not true. She gave some of her greatest performances, possibly not greatest vocalizations, but greatest performances after she met him. And so in 1964, she plays Floria Tosca in Tosca at Covent Garden, directed by Franco Zeffirelli, who was her great friend. And, there's this incredible recording that you can actually watch on YouTube of the second act of Tosca, which I recommend you all to watch, because if you want to know what Callas is about, go and watch that and you will be converted. It's extraordinary. And it's not because of the singing is wonderful, but what you really get is that incredible intensity. She is so living that role. And you realise that, for me, as I was writing it, I realised that actually Scarpia for her at that moment was Onassis. This man who she was playing with her, who she wanted to kill, but she was also attracted to. I mean, he's not her lover, but there is a sort of certain erotic charge between them that I only realised when I sort of really got into the part. And it's extraordinary, because once you realise that, you realise what new stuff she's bringing to that part. And I've never seen it sung so intensely. I mean, I just, go home tonight, watch it, glass of wine, you'll be in heaven. And what's so extraordinary about it is that at the end, I don't know how many of you know Tosca, at the end, after she's killed him, sorry, spoilers there, after she's stabbed Scarpia through the heart, she doesn't sing anymore, but she does this thing where she places candles at each end of his body, because she's, of course, filled with remorse, because she's a Catholic, that she's murdered this man who was about to kill her lover. And she doesn't speak, she doesn't sing for about 5 minutes, and yet you are riveted, absolutely riveted. I mean, it's a mesmerising performance. And I just wanted to get the feeling of that. So, yeah, I mean, it was so emotional when I wrote it. I was living Tosca at that point, and I wrote it, with my headphones in, listening to the music, and it took me quite a while to come down from that. But it also, at the end, she has to make a decision about life or art, and who she is. And I hope when you read the book, you will understand that where she's coming from when she makes her final decision.
Well, it's interesting because there's a lovely quote towards the end of the book from her good friend, Franco Zeffirelli. And we should say she had these people in her life that seemed to use her to some extent, her mother, her husband, certainly Elsa, even Onassis, as much as he
No,
may
he wanted
have loved
fame.
her.
He liked to have this shiny bauble.
That's right, she was a shiny thing. But she did have good people in her
Yeah,
life, really
she did.
loyal people. And from a novelist's point of view, I'm wondering if you can talk about Bruna in particular, Franco, these and also Elvira. But these people in her life who were constant, they had her best interests at heart. As a novelist, how important is it for you to have these people who balance the drama, I suppose, of the story?
I needed to have people who could point out that she was wrong, you know, and to point out what the reader is thinking, but also to show that she's lovable, you know, because I think it's very easy to come away from Maria thinking, oh, you know, she was a sort of drama queen or whatever. But in fact, she was incredibly loyal to her friends. She was incredibly generous. And I like those little moments where you see her connection to, like, she shows Churchill's granddaughter how to put eyeliner on, you know, in the sort of Maria Callas flick, and the little girl is just so thrilled that somebody's taken notice of her and made her feel special. She has this very close relationship, who I think, the closest relationship in her life really, with Bruna, who's her Italian maid, and who sticks with her from when she's about 30. Interestingly, when she stops speaking to her mother, she cuts her mother off at 30, hires Bruna, and Bruna becomes the mother that she never had, really. She's completely adoring, not a sap, but, you know, has strong opinions of what Maria's doing, but doesn't proffer them unless she's asked. But Maria always knows. And, you know, sometimes Bruna takes charge. And Bruna is you know, she's my favourite character in the book. Franco, of course, is wonderful. I actually met Franco Zeffirelli because he made a film with my dad when I was about 7. And he was very larger than life, so I had something to draw on there, so that was fun.
And you give him a really beautiful line towards the end of the book, which says, "You have sung in enough operas to know that love is not enough. Don't end like the characters you sing. Dying for love in the third act. Make your own ending." And I'm wondering, it's sort of, I mean, it sums up so much about what your book is talking about and raises 2 related questions, I think. The first is, was Maria Callas's life a tragic opera?
No.
And she herself compares herself sometimes to the characters that she plays. But did she die for love in the third act or make her own ending?
Oh, such a good question. I think the popular myth is, of course, that she did die for love in the third act, and that's, you know, that's what we'd all like. You know, that's people can't bear the idea that a woman, you know, is a genius, achieves enormous success, and then is happy ever after. They've got to kind of be punished in some way. And so I think there is a feeling somehow that Ari's desertion of Maria for Jackie is somehow Maria's comeuppance for, you know, taking him away from his wife. He didn't have to go, mind you. And also for, you know, for being this incredible woman who had the world at her feet. And I don't think she died for love. I think that's just sentimental nonsense. I mean, that's what male directors like to think. But as a woman, I know that women don't die of love. They're too strong. She was an incredibly strong woman. I mean, you know, she'd lived through the civil war in Athens with nothing to eat for months. She'd travelled all around the world. This is how tough Maria was. When she was 22, she auditioned at the Metropolitan Opera in New York, you know, biggest thing in the world. After Sydney, obviously. And she's on stage, and she's been singing leading roles in Athens. But as far as the Met is concerned, she's some overweight Greek soprano who, you know, whatever. She gets an audition, she starts to sing. They go, yeah, okay, that's good. We'll offer you, you know, second lady in waiting and maid roles. And she says, are you kidding me? I'm singing, you know, I am singing leading roles in Athens. Like, yeah, well, that's Athens. This is New York. And she says, well, if you can't give me leading roles, then I'm going. And in 10 years, you will be begging me to return. And of course, she was right 10 years later.
Which brings us nice and neatly to the word and to the title of the book.
Oh, yes.
if I could hold it up for everybody, just so that you recognise it when you go to the bookshop and buy yourself a copy and a copy for your friend. But the name of the book is Diva, and I'm interested in this because essentially Maria Callas has been defined by the media as demanding and difficult. You actually just gave an example of even before she was well known or even had a job, she was demanding what she thought she deserved.
Well, there's this great quote that she makes, which I love, which is, "I'm as difficult as I need to be to achieve perfection." And I think, you know, if a man says that, we all think, oh, good on you. You know, that's a Steve Jobs or Elon Musk or whatever. But when a woman says that, she's a diva. You know, she's somehow, that's aberrant, you know.
And do you think that sense of, that derogatory sense of the word diva has actually evolved around Maria Callas? Because I feel like it changed its meaning to some extent from being a talented opera singer, which is what it was sort of originally used for in English, to being a difficult creative
it's the woman who will only have blue M&Ms in the dressing room. I think that's right. I think that's a very good point. I think, she was the first opera singer to get that type of attention, but she was also monstered by the world's press because she was a beautiful, successful woman and who didn't really care what they thought because the only thing that really mattered to her was the audience, and her music. So she was kind of invulnerable and vulnerable at the same time. And I think, the famous, iconic picture of Maria is when she served a writ backstage when she's singing Madame Butterfly. So she's in full kabuki makeup, and there's this incredible picture of this guy in a Stetson holding out a writ, and she's literally snarling at him like this. And it's an amazing picture. If you look it up, you'll see it. And I think that was the beginning of the sort of diva myth, that this woman was untamed, she was a tigress, she was all these things. None of that is true, but I think everybody liked the idea that this woman was too difficult to handle, that when she got this reputation for being unreliable, which again was completely unfair because there were lots. Opera singers always cancelled because it's hard. If your voice goes, it's not like a violin. You can pick it up and put it down. If your voice goes, you've got nothing to work with. And Maria cancelled far less performances than most people, but because it was Maria, she was singled out as the unreliable one, the one who couldn't be trusted, the diva, and all of those things. For me, diva means goddess, and I want to reclaim the word to mean goddess, and I want to call women divas and for them to be proud of the fact that they know what they're doing,
And essentially, the irony is, if Maria Callas...
Thank you.
If she had at any point in her career been complacent, been obedient, put other people's needs before her voice, would we be sitting on stage talking about her today?
That's such a good observation, Pip. No, obviously not. And, I think there's a difference between being a nightmare, just because you can be, and we all know people like that. But the thing about Maria, she wasn't that person. She was just a person who, that one of her famous quotes is, "There's only one thing that sopranos hate more than other sopranos, and that's air conditioning." And so she could be very funny. She knew that she could be demanding, but, if you've got a voice like that, you want, people want to hear it. You want to keep it in the best possible condition. The only thing she hated was people who, she was incredibly brave. So in La Scala in the late 50s, there was this incredible rival claques, they're called. So there was Renata Tebaldi, who's another soprano, who was sort of a nun, and then there was Maria. And their supporters would fight in the opera houses, and if there were too many Tebaldi supporters in, they would throw cabbages at Maria. And one day, Maria's, she's expecting roses, she gets a cabbage, she throws it back. Hello. That's respect to her.
Yeah. Let's talk a little bit about, moving on from diva, but it's still related. I want to talk a little bit about you writing about women from history. So you famously have written about Queen Victoria.
Yep.
You've basically written, all of your novels are about women with power, privilege, money.
Yeah.
What is it about these women from history that attracts you to novelising their lives? But also, what do they say about women in general and women today?
Well, I'm always attracted to women who are unapologetically themselves and who have power and who use it, you know, I mean, like Queen Victoria was an 18-year-old who suddenly, overnight, becomes the most powerful woman in the world. And that's such a hilarious thought, you know, because I had a teenager at the time. She was like Victoria, 5 foot nothing. And the idea that she could one day wake up and be, you know, omnipotent was quite terrifying. And also, Victoria had a very difficult relationship with her mother. And in fact, all the people I write about have difficult relationships with their mother because they...
Do you want to talk about that?
Well, I did have a difficult relationship with my mother. She was an amazing woman called Jocasta Innes, who was a great sort of... She was a designer and she did very many different things. But she did leave my father when I was 5 and my brother was 3 for another man, for a younger man. And, you know, it was the 60s and, you know, he was a novelist from Newcastle, England, not Newcastle, New South Wales. And off they trotted and she left her children behind. Now, in the 60s, you know, in a way, that's kind of liberated. And until I had a child myself, I had no sense of what that actually meant. But the moment I did have a child, I found it impossible to deal with. It threw me into a terrible kind of depression because I suddenly felt she must have left me on purpose. And it was a very, very difficult thing. And so that's why I wrote my memoir. And that's why, as I write, I'm continually sort of drawing on that feeling because I think it helps me understand how, you know, seemingly confident, you know, people who seem to have everything going for them can inside feel incredibly vulnerable and anxious and insecure. So, you know, there's no reason to feel sorry for me. I've come to terms with it, but it helps me look at someone like Victoria or Maria Callas or the Empress Sisi or, you know, everyone I'm writing about and just try and unlock what makes them who they are.
And again, we keep going back to it, but, you know, you bringing your life experience to these stories does bring something to our understanding of the life of Maria or the life of Queen Victoria that biography may not be able to, because a biographer or a historian can't bring necessarily, or at least on paper, don't bring necessarily their personal experience.
No, I think that's right.
And imagination into the character. And I think it's one of the things that makes this book so, and all your books, so moving and so readable and relatable. You said earlier that you have training in history. You studied history at university, and you write historical fiction. And I'm curious about what you think your responsibility is, first to history, the historical record, but also to the subjects of your novels and to the readers of your novels. Can you talk a little bit about the balance that you strike?
Oh, well, that is a very good question. I'm scrupulous about language. Nobody ever says okay in Victoria because, you know, that wouldn't be right. And I get very upset about using words that don't fit and that kind of stuff. So I tried to make it sound as though it could have been written, not written at the time, but, you know, nothing they say would feel out of kilter. I believe in emotional truth. I wouldn't change real facts. So, I mean, you know, Victoria had 9 children. I don't give her an extra 7.
That's kind.
But I'm really interested in, and I really do my research, so what I find are the little details that unlock a character for me. So, you know, there were things like, you know, when I was writing about Victoria, I discovered that after she had every baby, she had to go and do this awful thing called a churching, where the vicar had to cast out, the Archbishop of Canterbury had to cast out the devil every time she had a baby. I mean, honestly. So that sort of thing, I think, is a real historical detail that perhaps a male historian might overlook. And, you know, there's also, you know, if you read her diaries as a novelist rather than as a historian, you see what she's not saying rather than what she is saying. So I find it fascinating, the difference between Victoria's diaries after she's married Albert. And it's clear that he's reading them because before that, she's kind of, you know, they're a teenage dowry. You know, it's basically Lord Dem looked at me today and he said, "You look so great in blue." And I said to him, "Do you think I've put on weight?" And he said, "Yes, I do. I think you have, ma'am. But, you know, nothing that exercise and some protein won't hurt." I mean, they are hilarious. I recommend them to you. But after Albert, it's literally all about my angel Albert. He's so wonderful. I love him. He's fantastic. And it goes on like that for 20 years. Now, I'm sure she did love him. Of course she loved him. God, she fancied him. I mean, they were at it like rabbits. And he had a very good reason. He wanted her pregnant the whole time so that he could be in charge. But you also know that he is reading that diary every night going, "Oh, yeah, my darling, yeah." So there's all of that. And so when Albert dies, she has a choice. And for a long time, she doesn't write much in her diary. And I think that's because she is realising how much she's been, in a way, suppressed by Albert. And also, she falls in love with, you know, John Brown. And I know that historians have found no evidence, although there is an Australian historian, Julia Baird, who has found some evidence, I mean, of a sort of notional kind. But emotionally, we know perfectly well that, you know, they were going off for nights on their own in a bothy in Balmoral. She's 42, he's 37. What are they going to do? Play Scrabble? No. They are at it. And, you know, in whatever
Which is
form...
the historical term.
Yes.
At it.
There was Congress. In whatever form it took. I don't know whether there was full, you know, whatever, or just a little light, you know, fumbling. But it was definitely a sexual relationship. Yeah. She loved sex. And I think he adored her. And again, like Maria in John Brown, and this, I might be writing about this, is why I'm so passionate about it. And like John, you know, John Brown is somebody who loves her. You know, yes, she's the queen, but he loves her. Albert did love her, but he also liked the fact that through her, he became the King of England, effectively.
Well, again, something similar between those two characters, Victoria and Maria, both essentially finding a man that loved them for who they were.
Yes.
And how powerful that is in terms of making you do things that might not be in your best interest all the time.
Indeed. I mean, I think, you know, Victoria became very... Victoria and John Brown had this special cocktail they used to drink, which was a mixture of claret and whiskey. So you can imagine that the 1860s were a bit of lost decade for her. And when you find her diaries, they're hilarious because they go, she had this very sort of nice handwriting, and then in the 1860s, it's like all over the place. Yeah. And so, you know, that's the sort of thing that as a historian you don't tend to kind of dwell on, but I'm all about the sort of the detail of people's lives. And, you know, so when I write about Maria, I learnt to sing opera. I mean, you know, I'm not quite in Maria's league, not quite, but... and
will you perform for us after that?
If you pay me enough.
So no. Yeah.
Okay. But it's, it really, I mean, I couldn't have written the novel without that because it's all from the core. Anyway, forget Pilates. If you want to have a really strong core, that's my recommendation. With Victoria, I actually, you know, used to wear a corset. I mean, not all the time, but sometimes, just to get that feeling of what it was like to be a woman constantly sort of cinched in the whole time. I actually quite liked it, but I can see that if it was really hot or something, it would be unbearable. And also, how did you have... I mean, how people had affairs in the Victorian era, I have no idea. That must have been tricky.
I'm just going to let everyone know that there's time for a few questions towards the end. If you do have a question, can you aim for something short and inquisitive? And remember, the best questions do not have a backstory. And make your way to the microphone, which is just down here in the centre. And while you're doing that, I'll just ask one or two more questions. So we are coming to the end, but I know that there are a lot of people here.
That's just waste by.
Yeah,
oh my
I know.
goodness.
We've got about 8 minutes left.
Okay.
But I, among many others here, was an avid watcher of Grand Designs. and so I'm wondering what Grand Designs has taught you about good narrative.
Oh, my God. Well, so the interesting thing about Grand Designs is that I thought this is the perfect show because it has a beginning, middle and an end. But the problem is, because it's not reality television in the normal sense, where you completely manipulate everything, because these are real people building real houses with real builders who don't show up. You know, they have real marriages that can break down because they're living in a caravan and all of that. It's really, really difficult to make. And when I made the first series, I mean, we very nearly went under. And they kept saying, well, can't you just do it by instalment? And I said, absolutely not, because the magic of that show is that you start with a muddy field, you end with a house. And one of the things that we did in the first series, because we were, you know, that none of the houses were finished. Some of them weren't even built, but none of the houses were finished. So we literally went in and did I was obsessed with having the money shot at the end. So we go in with, you know, set design, I mean, basically with a kind of styling team, and we'd create these kind of Potemkin houses, which looked as though they were done, but actually weren't at all. But, you know, the windows had no glass in them. They were we had potted palms in front of the kind of struts. I mean, it was very naughty, but actually, I don't care, because I think, you know, the houses did all get finished, and actually for the viewer, it was so satisfying, because that's why you watch it, isn't it? You wait till the end to see if they're still married and what's the house like, you know, and preferably, you know, a bit of both. So it's the perfect format, and there aren't many formats like that, because the thing about Grand Designs, and I apologise to anyone who may have been in it or was building their own house. If you build your own house in England, certainly, you are by definition insane. Unless you're a billionaire, you're insane. And so I'm afraid people who are slightly insane make very good TV.
I should disclose here, we watched it because we were building a straw bale house. We were owner builders.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
Well, that's okay. We are totally insane.
There are exceptions. I'm not entirely sane, so you know. But I would never ever do it. That is my one piece of advice.
I like what you said though about you focus in on the pretty corner essentially for those money shots, which is what you do as a novelist. You focus in. You create a limited view and focus on the things that are interesting in somebody's life, and you write about those.
Yeah, you
so
skip over the boring bits.
Not so dissimilar. Now we have a few minutes, so perhaps go to our first question.
Thank you, Daisy.
Thank you.
My question relates to the recent film Maria. What did you think of the film's treatment of her drug use and that focus on mandrakes?
I thought that was very suspect and ridiculous, because, yeah, I think she probably did use a bit of mandrakes, but, I mean, honestly, there was more to her than that. That was like 5 minutes of her life. I mean, you know, why are we concentrating on that and not on the fact that she turned opera into the most unmissable art form of the 50s? You know, I just felt it was wrong, and I was so angry, and I felt it was written by a man, directed by a man, and they should have made a film of my book.
Yeah. And congratulations on such a short question. It was great.
Good on you.
I'm not sure if you'll let me on the mic again. So just talking about writing memoir or writing fiction, or writing creative work for historical figures. So I want to write Fulvia. You've already given me good advice yesterday. What's the best way of doing it? To write in her head, to write, you know, a historical figure through creative writing, through...
I think what you need to do is to immerse yourself and find out everything you can about the person you want to write about, everything you can, and then forget about it. Don't take any notes. Just read everything you can, and then, you know, maybe 2 weeks later, sit down and start writing and see what floats to the top of your head, because that's the stuff that matters. The stuff you remember instantly is the stuff that matters. So if I were you, that's how I would approach it. It's not very scientific, but it's the best way.
Thank you. Next question.
Thank you very much for the insights. We're basically predominantly an Australian audience here, and we did have a very great soprano who was almost a contemporary of Maria Callas. Do you have any insights as to the relationship between Callas and Joan Sutherland?
I think they were I think that Maria respected Joan Sutherland enormously, and, you know, who wouldn't? And I think she was also rather jealous because, of course, Joan Sutherland went on singing until her 60s. And Joan Sutherland, of course, had a wonderful husband who supported her, really supported her and her voice all her life. So I think Maria looked at Jane Sutherland and thought, if only I had had a husband like that.
There were some differences between them, though, in the way they performed.
Yeah, I
you
mean...
have this wonderful phrase. I'll let you share it.
Well, I mean, Jane Sutherland is the most unbelievable voice, but she was, very tall, and she was a different presence on stage to Maria. And she was, she could act, but she wasn't in Maria's league as an actress. But she was part of the school of what we call park and bark. The opera singer would come on, declaim, and it's much easier to sing if you're pressing on something like that. Come on, declaim, and then move on. And they would do the same thing in the same show all over the world. Whereas Maria once was singing Tosca, and she was so involved in it that she didn't notice that her hair was on fire. So that's how, kind of completely immersed in her role she was.
Thank you, Daisy. I was very lucky about 20 years ago, and I visited the Onassis yacht. Have you been on the yacht and seen that incredible scene?
Did you sit on the stools made of the scrotums of minke whales?
I absolutely did.
Okay.
My daughter was working on the yacht, and for that period of time, there was nobody hiring the yacht.
Yeah.
At this stage, $72,000 a day, and they were just in the harbour.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Well, I'm jealous of you sitting on the giant whale penis. That's
and if that's not a good reason to buy the book, I honestly don't know what is. Okay, we have just a couple of minutes left, but don't move out of your seats just yet. We have quite a treat. But before I give you that treat...
All right, I'm not going to sing.
Yeah, I know. Daisy, I'd like us to thank Daisy so much for spending time with us today.
Thank you, Pip. What a wonderful interviewer. And what wonderful audience. I am so grateful. Thank you so much. This is my diva gesture.
Yeah. And I'll remind you that Diva will be signing her Daisy book.
I will be signing book.
So go and buy it. But on your way out, please listen to Maria Callas singing at Covent Garden in 1964. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. How wonderful to see you here in this fabulous setting. My name is Wendy Harmer, and that's the person I'm interviewing. Headless. A headless woman. That's who I'm interviewing. I've flown all the way from the northern beaches of New South Wales to interview a headless woman. So I hope you all appreciate it. Well, how wonderful to see you all here. Now, this is quite a unique... Well, Ronnie, go and wave to everyone. Wave.
Hello, everyone. I'm alive.
There you are.
Hello, Adelaide.
There you go. This is quite a singular occasion because Ronnie Salt is not her real name. Some years ago, when Twitter was fun and informative and a much-loved community hive mind, I came across the enigma that was Ronnie Salt. Now, how many folk here have followed Ronnie on Twitter or Blue Sky? All right, so quite a few of you, so you know what I'm talking about. And you're not allowed to do any puppet work while I'm talking, Ronnie.
Okay.
All right, or shadow puppets, anything like that. So I, along with 100,000 followers, tuned into Ronnie's account with enormous interest because she seemed to be able to, well, she seemed to have this incredible ability to find out facts that important people in Australian life would much rather be hidden. With her accomplice, the also mysterious Tommy T, she was able to ferret out all kinds of dubious connections which linked politicians and dodgy companies and all manner of shady dealings. For instance, a real feather in Ronnie's cap, she and Tommy T, in 2017 exposed Australia's very own Watergate, aka the water buyback scheme, which enmeshed both Agricultural Minister Barnaby Joyce and Energy Minister Angus Taylor in an $80 million purchase of water entitlement. I'm sure you remember that, from a company called Eastern Australia Agriculture through a closed tender, which was all very dubious. By doing that, Ronnie actually scooped all the major news outlets. So, of course, all of us were absolutely tuned into her account to see what she came up with next. And one of her other efforts was a story about the awarding in the UK of the Australian of the Year to Rupert Murdoch. And it turned out that Alexander Downer had a hand in that, apparently. So Ronnie seems to know where all the bodies are buried, and she wasn't afraid to go public. And so when she decided to write her first crime novel, Gunawar, you can imagine the excitement. Now, I want to just tell you, it might seem very odd to you that in this day and age that someone is writing under a pen name, but of course Australia has a very big tradition of Australians writing under pen names, right, Ronnie?
Yes, correct.
And you did not have an option here. Why did you decide to write under a pen name?
Well, I think because of the fact that it's really only half a pen name, because Ronnie is actually my first name. If I'd thought about it, I probably would have done it differently. But anyway, so Ronnie is actually my first. So it's only the Salt that's the pseudonym. But the Ronnie Salt moniker, which was so well known on Twitter and social media profile, where I became, reasonably well known.
Notorious,
I just decided to stick with that. Pardon me, Wendy?
Notorious.
Notorious, yes, infamous. As they say in advertising, I stuck with the well-known brand. It was a bit of a, no-brainer actually to continue on with that.
Okay.
Plus, I like my anonymity, So
well, we'll get to why your anonymity is important in just a moment. Just to give you a little bit of a thought starter about people in Australia who've written under pen names. I wonder if you knew this, Ronnie, that the first ever Australian novel, Quintus Survington, in 1830, was written by a prisoner in Hobart Prison under a pen name. Now, his real name was Henry Savoury, but he wrote under the pseudonym Simon Stukely because if it were found out that he had a novel published, he would have been sent to Macquarie Island. So there you go, very first Australian novel under a pen name. Then there was, of course, he also lived for a time with, he wrote some other books while he was under assignment to the founders of Cascade Brewery. There's just a little note there for you. There was, of course, Henry Handel Richardson, real name Ethel Florence Lindsay, born in East Melbourne and lived in various places in Victoria. She wrote, of course, the Australian classics, The Getting of Wisdom, and in 1910, and The Fortunes of Richard Marnie. And she said, I must have a mask to hide behind. And she was thrilled that the critics who reviewed her book had no idea that she was a woman. Then we go to the 1940s and we go, of course, to Miles Franklin, aka Stella Maria Franklin. She wrote My Brilliant Career, and she wrote under a pen name because men's books sold better. And then we go to Alan Yates, better known as Carter Brown. Do you remember Carter Brown? Ever read any of his novels, detective novels? He was an Australian writer of fiction. He wrote 215 novels between 1954 and 84. And his day job, he was a writer for the Qantas in-flight magazine. There you go. Then we have a very, very famous episode, The Hand That Signed the Paper. You remember that in 1994 by Helen Demidenko, later outed as, with her real name, Helen Dale. She told the story of the Ukrainian family who'd sided with the Nazis against the Bolshevik Jews in World War II. And perhaps most recently, in 2003, Nikki Gemmell with The Bride Stripped Bare by Anonymous. Now, she said on writing that, it was like a light bulb went off in my head. Oh, that's it. I can disappear from the process entirely. And when she was outed, she said, thank God it was in the days before social media, because it would have just killed me. It would have completely crushed me and probably destroyed my career. So, Ronnie, I'm not suggesting in any way that you're a convict, that you wrote your novel in a brewery, that you're a hoaxer, a moonlighter, or writing PR or soft porn, but this pen name, let's face it, in the age of the internet, it is a bloody hard thing to write a book and then sell it. And I imagine you've got half the sleuths of the internet hot on your tail trying to find out who you actually are.
They've probably had a bit of time to do that, Wendy, if they'd wanted to, because I've been around as Ronnie Salt for quite a few years. Yeah, look, it's got its difficulties, of course, but if someone wants to find out who I am, I mean, there's enough details out there about me that they probably could if they really, really wanted to. I'm not really that interesting, though, but if they wanted to find out who I am, lots of people know me in real life.
Yeah.
Lots of people, you know, in reality know me in real life and can vouch for me. I'm not actually a Russian spy or a porn actress, although the idea does appeal to me occasionally. But there you go.
And, of course, I'm just quite jealous of you in many ways because you don't have to go to book signings, Ronnie, and they are torture.
Yeah, look, it's interesting too. The book signing was something that I really worried about, you know, the actual appearances, or I'd seen so much about going to book signings and media launches and so on. But I think in the era of social media and being online, I mean, I mainly do most of my publicity on social media, which is why I put so much effort into it too. But I've done lots of podcasts and radio interviews, and I have done quite a few book signings. But I just haven't announced my presence. So I've sort of been and gone into the bookstores like Santa Claus, but without the beer and biscuits. I'd hasten to add too, Wendy, the bookstore proprietors know that I'm there and know that I'm coming. I don't randomly walk into bookstores and grab my book off the shelf and start signing it like a mad person. So, I mean, it comes with its challenges. I'm going to sneak up to Sydney and organised with a few bookstores to sign the books there. But, you know, I adore the books of, say, a writer like the late Peter Temple, for example. But he's obviously long gone now, but I could not have told you what he looked like or where he lived or what his voice sounded like. And personally, I don't think knowing highly personal details are essential to enjoying a writer's work.
Yeah. Now let's go to the book itself, Gunawa, and here we go. It is 1974 in the Riverina. The weather is hot, but the body in the Murray River is stone cold. And so we have a thriller here, a compulsive crime thriller. Firstly, Gunawa, where does that name come from?
I made it up.
You did? Okay.
I think there's a few people that actually think it's Gunnedah. I made it up because I wanted to have, obviously not a real town, but it is based on real towns. But I wanted an essentially Aussie rural town sounding name that had, you know, all the flattened vowels, Gunawa. So
it sounds like a crow.
It does a bit, and that's another reason why. It's similar to some Wiradjuri names like Korowa and Moama and Wagga Wagga and so on. So, yeah, it was one that I made up.
Now, your book is set in 1974 in the Riverina, and I'm wondering if you can tell us why does that... Oops, whoops, watch out. We nearly saw you then.
It's okay.
Tell us why this particular time in Australian history fascinates you.
Well, I think there's a couple of reasons why. First of all, the background to this story, you know, the vast Riverina marijuana growing enterprise was in its heyday at that time. So I knew that real life story was going to be the background to it. But also that sort of the early mid-70s, they were a time of enormous change in Australia. The Whitlam government had been voted in December of 72, and my book opens in January of 74. There was an enormous amount of social and political change in that time. I mean, we changed so swiftly as a nation, it's a wonder that we didn't get collective whiplash. But I wanted to have a small country town where nothing changed, and where a rapidly changing outside world came crashing in on it. So that's essentially why.
Yeah, so we know from the beginning, really, that this is about marijuana. Now, the real life history of that time is quite astonishing. We're talking about the era, around the era of the shooting of Don McKay, in shady deals in irrigation and so on. So there's a lot to be going on with there, Ronnie, and a lot of, I guess, right in your wheelhouse there, investigating dodgy dealings, companies connected with politics and guns and money. So, you must have loved putting all this together.
Yes, I did. I did. Absolutely adored it. And I think there was probably, at one stage, there was a lot, I went wandering off down a track a little bit on the political angle, and I realised that I was actually writing like Ronnie Salt of Twitter rather than someone who was trying to tell a fictional story. So there was a big chunk of Gunawa, quite a few chapters that were cut out, and then I redirected myself. Yeah.
So you were sort of writing like an investigative journalist rather than an author of fiction.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the other thing too is, whilst I might find all of those little minuscule details exciting and interesting, it's not really interesting in terms of a novel, in terms of telling a story and a plot.
Now, in conversation, you have told me that you're surprised that a lot of people sort of don't seem to really remember that era in Australian history very much, and you know the story of Don McKay. Can you sort of just give us a reminder there? You said yes, Gough Whitlam has just been elected, but I mean there was a huge impact in the Riverina, wasn't there?
Yes, yeah. There was the federal representative was a man called Al Grasby, who was then the Minister for I think he was wanted to be the Minister for Primary Production and Agriculture, but he finished up becoming the Minister for Immigration and Multicultural Affairs. And I think it'd be fair to say the late Al Grasby would be described as colourful.
Yes.
And then there was also the disappearance of Donald Mackay, the crimes of Robert Trimboli, the Ndrangheta, the Riverina Mafia, the marijuana growing and the distribution, the mafia controlling it. I mean, I was actually surprised not only that a lot of people who were alive then didn't recall it or weren't really familiar with it, but I was also surprised it hadn't been dramatised more. I know there's an underbelly and a few other things, but it's a really, really rich part of our history.
Do you think Australians have an overly benign view of country life and think it is, you know, uncorruptible and everyone is honest? And do you think that we're missing a trick here?
Oh, very much so. Yeah. There's this belief, I think, that small country communities are adorable and quirky and full of pioneering individuals, and there's lots of, you know, baking of bread and picnics. But or the other extreme, everyone's very quiet and mysterious and surly, like the landscape itself. But I think the reality is that life in rural Australia, less so now, but more so years ago, but still sometimes now, it can be very isolating, particularly if you're in a small town. I mean, there was a woman called Karen Chisholm in the Newtown Review of Books who was one of the first sort of reviewers of Gunnewa. And Karen grew up on a farm in rural New South Wales. And in her review, she talks very much about I'll quote one of those, back in those days, conformity was key to survival. The unspoken rules always being don't rock the boat or expect too much and keep the dissatisfaction, loneliness and trauma to yourself, just as many generations before you did. And do it within a small group of people who know everything about everybody. So that's a quote from Karen's review, and I think it's pretty harsh but pretty realistic. We do have a very romanticised view of rural Australia.
So how would you describe the character of the Riverinians? Would that be the word? Of course, they've got the mighty Murray going past there. They've got the border crossing. So they're not by any means in a sleepy part of the world, are they? There are a lot, and you exploit this in your book too. There are a lot of comings and goings, Ronnie.
Yeah, it's a very rich agricultural and horticultural region. It's also very hot and flat and dry in the Riverina, which you could argue could be the people themselves. They can sometimes be very hot and flat and dry. But you're right, it's a diverse area and it's so large geographically. I mean, you've got people in Griffith working in the fruit and wine industry, and at the other end you've got, you know, broadacre sheep farmers, et cetera, living on the south side of the Murray. It's geographically huge. I don't think that there is such a thing as a classic Riverinian. It's just too diverse a landscape. But I do know that they're very bad at giving directions. That's...
Well, I think that one of the things you say is usually the directions, they take as long to give you the directions as it's actually going to take you to get there.
Oh, yes. In my acknowledgements, I've never known a geographic area where people spend so long giving you directions, and usually if the directions finish with you can't miss it, you just know that you will.
You obviously know this era really well. I mean, I'm older than you, but boy, was I back there with the bottles of Blue Nun, Daddy Cool, the Chianti bottles with raffia on the bottom, the vanilla slices, the Apollo Cafe and the 5-cent coins that are needed to operate the jukebox. It's this detail that is so delicious and brings the book to life. So tell me, is this research or personal experience? You are going to have to reveal a little more of yourself here, I think.
Well, I definitely don't remember 1974. I can tell you that. Do not remember 1974. But most of it a lot of it was talking to people from that time, which I was very fortunate to have members of my family and friends and farming people and so on. So I'd already collected those stories. I didn't tell them I was writing a book. I would just engage them in conversation about what they watched on television or the clothes they wore or the music. But I spent many, many hours in 1974, 73, 75. I learnt a lot. And I used Trove, which, by the way, is a national treasure of a resource, Trove.
Yep.
And I trawled through cultural things, like I read advertisements on TV Guide and I looked at cafe and pub menus and fashion ads and so on. Because the thing is, Wendy, it's really easy to read a history book, which is, of course, sort of usually full of the details that are already known and the official story of events. But I wanted to know things like what people ate at the local pub and what cars they drove. And for that, I just had to read like old newspapers and articles. And I even read something called the Australasian Post.
Well,
which I don't know.
Ronnie, you are sounding a bit disparaging to quite a lot of my audience here because the Australasian Post was a Bible at my house. And Edamoga pub, all that. Hooray, someone says. So, yes, a lot of what you're talking... And, of course, we're going to get to your lead character in a moment. I'll just leave that for one sec. But anyway, yes, just lay off the Australasian Post, if you wouldn't mind. It was a marvellous, marvellous publication. But so the people that you spoke to about that time, and, you know, this is a crime novel, and, you know, someone goes missing, is found dead in the lagoon. I mean, we know that in the first instance. Do the people that you spoke to, do they remember the time of the 1974 and, you know, the mafia moving into the district, and were they fearful around that time?
Not particularly, because it was a sort of the ones that I know that remember, they were I don't think they were fearful. I think people just accepted that
What, they accepted that the mafia had moved in?
Well, they hadn't moved in the 70s. The Calabrian mafia started coming into Griffith and the Riverina after the First World War. So there were, you know,
you're saying that they were there a long time before that? Yep.
Yes,
I see.
yes. But around Griffith and, Collie and, Collie Amberley and areas like that. So, and it wasn't as if people from that particular community drove down the street with a big sign above their car saying, I'm a made member, I'm someone of the mafia. I think it was the marijuana growing was something that came along very slowly. And a lot of the people that I spoke to about it were rather nonplussed by it. They weren't, the violence was something that had worried them at the time. But it wasn't something that happened on their doorstep. So, I mean, they certainly knew about it, but, you know, unless they've sort of finished up with a dead body in an irrigation channel on their own property, they weren't too bothered by it.
Okay. I wonder sometimes, I note that in your acknowledgements you thank the authors of Greek Cafes and Milk Bars of Australia for cooperating with you on the book or for their help with your research. And I do sometimes think that whilst we are slowly and finally coming to grips with our colonial past and our accounts of First Nations people, that we've sort of barely scratched the multicultural history of Australia. Would you agree there? I mean, I'll give you an example. When I was at the recent 90th birthday of the ABC, and there was a lot there on First Nations and, you know, Indigenous culture. There was a lot of LGBTQI culture, but there was not, I didn't think, a lot there about Australia's, the contribution of multiculturalism in Australia going back a very long way. I wonder whether you agree with me that there's a lot more to be written and said about, you know, the Italians and the Greeks coming in, and you know, everyone, you know, from Europe and the Brits and so on. I mean, I think that's a bit undercooked. My opinion. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I think so. I'd very much agree with you. And the thing is, I can really only speak strongly on rural Australia, and I know that there was a reviewer called Professor Sue Turnbull who recently reviewed Gunawa, who said that she was delighted to discover the multiculturalism in Gunawa, because there's a very rich multicultural history in rural Australia that's not often brought to the surface. I mean, it dates back to the first Chinese immigrants, the Indian and Afghani Cameleers, the early Greek waves of immigration, which happened in the 1880s and 1890s. And that's why I tried to put as much, as the multicultural details as possible in Gunawa. We often look at it being as a post-World War II issue, but in the town of Wagga Wagga, for example, during World War II, there were 18 Greek cafes. A lot of them have gone now, but the Greek community made a very, very rich, hard-working contribution to rural Australia. There is a now closed cafe called the Bluebird Cafe in the Riverina, which started back in the early 1890s. So we tend to get a very white bread type of story when we're talking about country Australia, and lots of people called Bill and Bob and Deborah. Not that there's anything wrong with being called Bill and Bob and Deborah, but we don't often acknowledge the fact that there are, if you walk through any small town rural cemetery, you'll see some very, very interesting names and surnames dating back a long, long, long way.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, thank you for that. I'm glad you agree with me on that one. It's something that struck me for a while. Now, your lead character especially resonated with me, Adelaide Hoffman. She gets a gig with the Riverina Gazette. And here I want to tell you, Ronnie.
Yes.
1974 also happens to be the year that I left Freshwater Creek in the Western District of Victoria, population 30, and I went to Geelong and joined the Geelong Advertiser. So it's not past history to me that someone gets a cadetship, you know, at the newspaper in 1974. But why have you got her as your central character? I mean, unlike me, she knows a lot about guns. But why Adelaide Hoffman?
Oh, that's a really interesting question, Wendy. I think there's a propensity for crime, not so much now, but historically, a propensity for crime to very much focus through a masculine lens, so through a male gaze. So we have lots of, people drinking whiskey in bars and pulling out handguns and blokes on horseback and all that kind of thing. And particularly rural Australia, you know, it's very much sort of like characterised as a man's world where the men are men and the sheep are nervous, as Bette Midler famously said. But I think it was really important to me that I wanted a non-trope lead character.
Yep.
So I wanted a young woman who had a bit of a trauma in her past and so on, so that it could be told through the gaze of someone that's not traditionally driving an Australian rural crime novel. It's usually always someone from outside as well, or someone that's grown up there and they've come back, whereas I wanted someone who hadn't been anywhere and done anything. And look, there's elements of myself in Adelaide Hoffman.
Now, I was going to ask you about that because she seems to be very, very handy with a gun. And I thought as I was reading this, I bet you Ronnie Salt knows her way around a rifle. What is the story there? How do you know so much about guns?
I grew up on a farm. I can shoot guns. I've been shooting them for a long time. Mr. Salt, of course, was also a very valuable help in the gun parts of the book. He's a firearms man from way back. I would stress I'm not quite as good a shot as Adelaide Hoffman is in the book because, you know, these days I can barely hit a bull in the arse with a bag of wheat. But there's a scene at the beginning with the injured Roo. There's an injured kangaroo where she hits it with a car. And I wanted that scene. It's in the first few pages. It indicates very early on that there's a hint of steel in Adelaide Hoffman. And she reaches behind her and she grabs the .22 from the ute and she shoots the Roo in the head to put it out of its misery by the side of the road. I've done that.
Yeah.
And so there's parts of that book, very, very small parts of that book that are sort of, you know, semi-autobiographical. But I would like to put on record, Wendy, that I have never brandished a loaded 308 at someone on a dirt bike and threatened to kill them. That's
good.
That's something I haven't done.
We were going to have a citizen's arrest here in a moment, although we don't know who you are. So that was going to be fairly difficult to arrest someone who's headless. I want to just... the critics' reactions have been great, by the way. You've got some lovely, terrific reviews. And another offer to write a book, a sequel, an option for the screen, do I hear, Ronnie?
Oh, yes, I have been told, as far as options for the screen, I've recently learned that they're called options or performance rights. I can't say anything on that on this front just at the moment, but just watch this space. I've been informed not to speak about that, otherwise she'll be very good.
All right. Have you had any interesting tentacles reach out from the past? Any reactions from folk who've read the book and come to you and said, you might not know this? Anything like that? Any curiosities?
The only thing I will say, nothing terribly dramatic, Wendy, but one of the things that's really struck me is there's obviously a bit of a dearth of fiction novels set in the 70s in Australia, because the overwhelming response from people has been the nostalgia angle. I've been quite stunned by the reaction, actually. People just saying, I loved the, you know, whether it was...
I'm going to give you one.
Yes.
The outsized wooden set of salad servers that are on the wall.
Oh, the timber knife and fork.
There, hello? So that's the kind of detail we're talking about?
Correct, and that's direct from my auntie's a 70s photo, a Christmas 70s photo of my auntie's dining room. And there were these, they're actually quite funky, I thought. My mother thought they were horrendous and in very poor taste. These massive timber fork and spoon, and I said, what's that about? And I was told, everybody had them in the 70s.
Well, we did. And I wish you wouldn't be so rude about it. And I'll tell you what else was rather good was the tyre that was turned into a swan on the front lawn.
Oh, yes, painted white with the geraniums in it.
Painted white with geraniums, thank you very much.
Yes, very classic.
You know, give it I can't help feeling that you're just being a bit snobby. No, I want to change tack. I mean, people have loved the nostalgia of it, of course, and, you know, on every page there's, oh, my, you know, there we go. So that's all fun. I want to change tack with, we've got, I think we've got 15 minutes before we've got some time for questions.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the state of journalism in Australia at the moment. Now, do you describe yourself as a citizen journalist? You certainly have the runs on the board, as I mentioned earlier, about the water buyback scheme, and you've got a list of these where you have actually scooped the major media, and that's why you know. And I was sitting up, I was on a raised dais, and to get underway, one of the delegates stood up and said, Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. Could we get a front, Mr. Chairman? Could we get a front put on that table? Because the young lady's legs are distracting the room. True story. And I had to sit there while they took a vote on it.
Oh, God.
And I was wondering whether I was sitting there doing it like a Sharon Stone, you know, like... anyway, whatever. So when you talk... So he closed down something like 30 titles and put them behind paywalls. I really do think that has led to the rise of the independents. I wonder what you think about that.
That's interesting, isn't it? I'd agree with that as well. There's a real sense that because they're not being represented, whether it be in terms of journalism, investigation, whether it's in terms of news stories, whether it's in terms of the local politician, not bothering to sort of put in an appearance anywhere, I think that has given rise to people rolling up their sleeves and saying, well, bugger it, we'll do it ourselves. That's where a lot of that's certainly what happened with
these scandals or whatever, when other journalists won't. Was it kind of laziness? They didn't have the connections? Was it the lack of interest? What was it, do you think? Was it cowardice on behalf of publishers? What do you think?
I think certainly with rural and regional areas, it's a really difficult... But first of all, there's overworked journalists. The second thing is it takes an enormous amount of time to sit there and trawl through company records. There's a lot of journalism that's, as you know, Wendy, very well, that's romanticised in movies and so on. But a lot of investigative journalism, I know that when John Mee and I joined together... one of the things that he got very excited about was the fact that I had a farming and agricultural background, and I understood irrigation and I understood water and water purchases and so on, purely as a stroke of luck. And John Mee has an extraordinary intelligence and he has a very, very strong research background, but he didn't have any sort of strong background in understanding the way the water markets work, the way that irrigation works, ring tanks and all that sort of, technical sort of stuff. And I sort of joined forces with him and said, oh, yes, I'm familiar with all of this. And I think he quietly said a few hallelujahs. But when you...
lived in Shepparton till 71.
Oh, Dad taught in Shep.
And...
Yes.
And there was an awful lot of marijuana growing between the tomatoes.
My brother smoked that marijuana.
And it didn't ever get quite the notoriety of what happened in the Riverina, but it was well and truly there. But I was going to ask Ronnie, though the 70s were the era of Gough Whitlam, my memory of Shepparton was that we were still stuck firmly in the country party, and we were also still stuck in rural Goulburn Valley.
That's a terrific question. Absolutely great question. And I think a lot of it is...
Of course, that is what precipitated the cannabis growing. Because of the fact that in those places along the southern Riverina, from Griffith down to the Murray, and yes, in Shepparton, the quote-unquote tomato growers, quote-unquote orange growers, back then, I don't have the statistics to hand, but back then an orange grower in the Riverina was getting around about $8 a tonne this was pre-metric a great deal as well. And as I mentioned before, occasionally I'd get people, so I might get, I don't know, maybe 300 or 400 responses to a tweet, and I might get, 2 or 3 that were out and out dickheads. And generally what I'd do is I just wouldn't engage, I'd just block. But what started to happen in the rise of Elon Musk, who really is one of the most dangerous human beings on the planet. And I say that without any sort of exaggeration. He really is a deeply dangerous man. One of the things that happened under his, I don't know what to call it, ownership, stewardship, guardianship, he certainly isn't a guardian of it, is that those revolting human beings and those sort of professional trolling accounts started to come at me in particular in their hundreds, if not their thousands. So what happened somehow is it was the rise of the nasty Nazi, the rise of nastiness. And so what started to happen was that people, whether it be, I'm only using myself as an example, but people who'd had something meaningful to say, the scientists, the doctors, the actors, the celebrities and so on, they just started to leave. And I somehow quietly think that was the entire point.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I must say, during the Voice campaign, I had the something extraordinary happen. I put out one tweet saying that I was in support of The Voice, that I was going to vote yes, and it got 1 million reactions. And I think it was gamed. I mean, I think during this next election, we've got to watch out that social media isn't gamed again. I mean, you know the forces behind some of the politics involved with this, Ronnie, but we haven't got time to go into that now. But I would tell people, just be very, very aware of who's behind what you read coming up to this next election. Would you agree, Ronnie?
Yes, very much so. I think I'd sort of gone into it in a small way in Twitter before, but I know that the example that you're talking about, I had a couple of things similar happen to me. All of a sudden I had hundreds and hundreds of followers. When you go in and look at these people's, their accounts, when you look at the way that they spell, when you look at their previous tweets, when you look at the things that they write and so on, it's obvious that a great deal of them aren't Australian, aren't based in Australia, and aren't particularly familiar with Australian politics. So you wonder to yourself how and why these hundreds of accounts that are attacking you have managed to find their way to you. It's not authentic, it's not organic.
And yes, that's right. A lot of it is highly, highly organised. As I think Carol Cadwallader said about their Brexit campaign. So that's just, that's me, us being a bit political there. Just be really careful when the next election's happening, what you see, and just dig a little bit further like Ronnie does, and see what you can find before you believe anything you read or see. We've come to the end of our session. All these lovely people are just arriving, wandering over, and we're just finishing up. It has been... You're not going to be able to get a book signed. That is fairly obvious. And I'm not going to sign it for you, because you won't want that. But you are able to buy a book, Ronnie's book, I believe, over in the tent, I believe. And I would like to say thank you very much to you, Ronnie. But before you go, I've been given my writing instructions by the wonderful Louise Adler, who is... She's as brave as 10 men, Louise. She's just wonderful. She puts on... I've been to a lot of literary festivals and weeks, and this would be the most political of them, I think. It really is, and she's not frightened to... And she deserves a huge round of applause for that. She will present all sorts of viewpoints and not be cowed, and I think we really, really owe her a thanks. So she says, "Dear moderator," in her own handwriting, "please say at the end of your session we have a target of $75,000 to keep Writers' Week free." Now, I should tell you, I've been to lots and lots of Writers' Weeks. This is the only one that's free, folks. Some Writers' Weeks that you can go to will cost you $40 a session. So you are very, very lucky Adelaideans. And she says if everyone gives $5 in the cash box at the desk or via the QR code, we can meet our target and keep making the festival free. And we can keep having wonderful people like Ronnie Salt with us. And I can fly all the way here, stay at the Intercontinental and swim in the pool. Thank you very, very much for coming this afternoon. The book is Gunawa by Ronnie Salt. Thank you. My name's Wendy. Bye-bye. Thanks.
Thank you, Adelaide. Thank you.
No
Thanks,
worries.
Charlie. Thanks for everything. Thank you.
You haven't got your headphones on, Russell. I'm about to talk into 7, and I'm boomy. No, I'm saying don't. I'll blow your head off. Ladies and gentlemen, a few more of the announcements. Probably the second or the third last time I'll do it today. I would like to ask you to be aware that this session obviously is looking like it's going to be fairly large. There is a lot of room behind the stage in the shade, and we have very good sound coverage there. The session is also being streamed over to the Torrens tent, so that if you can't get a seat, you can always go and sit there. Try not to move the chairs, please. They've been placed where they are for a reason. And when you're walking down the aisles, which I hope you're not having conversations in, because that can be too difficult, if you stick to the left-hand side, you will find that everyone can move a lot easier. Sort of treat it like a roadway. We are trying to keep the festival free, so that, as Wendy said, there is a QR code on the back of a lot of the chairs and in some of the central spots. If you could click on that, that will direct you as to how you can donate. If you can't get through, wait a little while and try again. And we would like to reassure you, any money donated goes direct to the Writers' Week budget, not to some sort of nefarious divide-up. So be kind to each other, make sure you hydrate, and enjoy the rest of the festival. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Georgina Godwin. I'm host of Meet the Writers on Monocle Radio. And before I introduce the main draw, not only of this session, but I think really of the festival as a whole, I just... I wanted to congratulate you, all of you, because we are now $10,000 away from our target of $75,000.
Amazing.
If each one of you donates $5, if you each donate $5,000, we'll come back business class next year. But if you donate $5 on your way out, we will surpass that target, and it really means that we can continue to keep Adelaide Writers' Week free for those who can't manage that donation. So thank you for your help so far, and please continue. You're all here for Bethany. Bethany Hughes, esteemed author, historian, she's a filmmaker, she's a multi-talented woman, and her latest book is completely extraordinary. It's a wonder in itself, The 7 Wonders of the Ancient World. Bethany, thank you so much. Such a busy schedule for you. You've been whizzing around the world, making television, writing books. You've landed here after quite a torturous journey, but here you are.
Oh, thank you. So lovely to be here. I don't know if anybody, we did a panel session yesterday, so if you were here, you'd have heard it already. Such a delight to be back in Adelaide. I was saying to somebody before I came here, I was at the Adelaide Writers' Week about 5 years ago, and then checked my diary. It was actually 20 years ago. So I was saying, it shows that even historians make things up, but it's a total pleasure to be. What a lovely audience, and lovely to be on the stage with you as well.
Absolutely. This book, why this book on this subject at this moment?
Yeah, well, I think there are two answers to that. There's the kind of sensible academic answer, and then the very emotional answer. And the emotional answer, I'll start with first. I think that one of the things I see as a historian, as you look through time, and I don't just mean decades or centuries, but thousands of years, is that we seek wonder in our lives, in good times and in bad. So sometimes in the most terrible circumstances of plague and war and destruction, we want to create beautiful things, awe-inspiring things, and then we want to talk about the awe-inspiring things that we've created. So it's something that really matters to us. And I think there's lots of reasons for that, but one certainly is that wonders of this scale can only be created when people collaborate, and I think we're a hyper-social species. So yeah, we love that. I agree. It is about collaboration. That we love the fact that if we get together, wrangle these ideas, because some of these buildings are nuts, frankly, and I'm sure I always think there were these sort of equivalents of sort of ancient planning meetings in kind of council chambers where people all sat round tables and went, you what? You want to build a bronze sculpture, that's over 100 feet high? You are absolutely out of your mind. There'd have been a lot of naysayers. But despite that, people got on with it. They worked out the logistical and the engineering problems, and they created these extraordinary things. So wonder also proves that we can achieve beyond the potential of the individual if we work together. So I think, that it really felt to me that wonder was something that we should cherish in the world. And just the very fact, we're living in what can seem quite an unwonderful world now, but people want to create as well as destroy. So it was a sort of hopeful book to write. So that was the emotional bit. And then the kind of sensible academic bit was there is a ton of amazing new archaeology for each and every one of these wonders. So it felt like it was the right time to go to explore that so that we could work out not just the why, but the what and the how of how they were created. So yes, I've had a lot of fun going on their trail.
And you can feel it through the book, actually. Yeah. There's this fact that actually you've really enjoyed it. What do we mean, though, by wonder?
Yeah, it's an interesting word, isn't it? So wonder itself comes from the old Germanic, and it's a marvellous thing, a thing that causes amazement. But of course, it's a much older word than that. And if you look at how it's written down in the original wonder lists, it's a Greek word, which again originally was theamata, which is a thing that you see, physically a seen thing.
and then it becomes thaumata, a thing which causes you to sort of gasp with amazement and to be moved by it. So it's something that moves you. And if you look back to the kind of Babylonian sense of wonder, then it was those wonders were called tabrati, and they were things that made you tremble. It was a much more sort of imposing idea of wonder in the ancient Far East and Middle East. So kind of imposing walls, things that you were slightly intimidated by. But it basically is something that stirs you to feel. There are 7 on this list. And 7 is really relevant, actually. It's an important number.
Yeah, it is. So yes, well, I suppose the 2 things to say is, one is there is a list. You know, I think when you talk about the 7 wonders, often people imagine these are sort of fantastical creations, you know, they're legendary and they come from all across the earth. But the 7 ancient wonders are 7 very particular buildings, basically in a kind of ring around the Mediterranean, and you sort of take a bit of a dogleg when you go off to the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, but they're in a very particular geographical area. So they're real, and there is a real list of the 7 wonders, you know, a list that was physically written down by somebody. And the first list that we have was probably set down in northern Egypt, in ancient Alexandria, and we know it brilliantly because a copy of this list, a fragment of it, was written on papyrus, and it was used to mummify a body on the banks of the River Nile. So we've got it as this sort of, you know, body wrap, basically. And if you look at what that original list is, it's actually a list of lists that was written in the city of Alexandria. So you read about the 7 wonders of the ancient world, but you also read about the 7 most beautiful rivers, the 7 finest mountains, the 7 best generals, the 7 best artists. So it comes from this kind of list-obsessed world. But the fact, to answer your question, the fact about the 7, why there are 7, is that 7 is still, for some people, and was a very magical number in the ancient world. So if you group something into a list of 7, you were giving it this sort of supernatural, symbolic, as I said, almost magical significance. Because 7 was thought to be a very powerful number for lots of reasons. It's the combination of the 4 elements of earth, air, wind, and fire, and the 3 of the heavens, the sun, the moon, and the stars. So there's this kind of notion that all cosmic power was contained in the number 7. Of course, the 7 planets are the planets that you can see with the naked human eye, and for the ancients, they'd have seen those 7 planets in the skies. And it's a magical number, I think, mathematically. Are there any mathematicians in the room? In this beautiful garden. Nobody, well, gently admitting it. Well, you can probably get on the stage and tell us why 7 is so magical. I know it's obviously a prime number, but there's all kinds of exciting multiplication sums that you can do with the number 7. And I did actually have somebody in the audience once who, he's whispering to his neighbour why 7 really matters. I had this mathematician who did explain it to me, and I had no idea what he was talking about. And he said, okay, well, go and watch this YouTube video, and then you'll understand. And I watched the YouTube video, and I still had no idea at all. But anyway, it's very special, apparently. So the number 7, just by giving that list the number 7, people were saying this is significant, and therefore the things contained on it have this kind of inherent force by being grouped into a list of 7.
Do we know who wrote that list?
Yeah, well, we don't know the name. So it's a scribe, it's an anonymous scribe from the city of Alexandria. As I said, around 2,300 years ago. But it's really significant that they did a list, because this is the time in the ancient world that we described as the Hellenistic age. So it's just after Alexander the Great has died and his empire is being kind of carved up by his generals, and sort of his vision is being affected in the ancient world. And oh my goodness, they loved a list in the Hellenistic time. They adored it because this was a sort of rational age. Aristotle, the philosopher Aristotle, was famously Alexander the Great's tutor, and Aristotle loved kind of taxonomy, this idea that you could catalogue the world. And so they were sort of cataloguing the world to understand it. And if you think about it, it's kind of illogical.
I mean, a list. I make lists the whole time, I have to say. I mean, I've got my husband sitting in the front row. You know, I have notebooks and notebooks and notebooks of lists because it sort of makes you feel in control of the chaos of the world, doesn't it? You somehow feel that you've given the world order by creating a list. But they were the same at that Hellenistic time because it was this very exciting time of scientific revolution and exploration. This extraordinary city of Alexandria where knowledge was currency, so where physically the boats that came into that harbour, their docking tacks were papyri scrolls with knowledge on it. So you could only be in Alexandria if you brought knowledge with you. So it sort of comes from this very interesting time where, as I said, they're trying to kind of really understand the world in a sort of scientific way. So that's why you get all these lists, but also the lists of the 7 best mountains put down. So it's a sort of significant thing. And if you read it, they're really interesting, these 7 wonders lists, because they're basically travel guides. You know, there's a particular man called Philo of Byzantium who writes it, and it's like reading the Lonely Planet Guide to the Ancient World. So, you know, he says, don't dock your boat at that particular port in Rhodes because pirates will definitely steal your luggage, and there's a really nice taverna just up the hill that does particularly good wine. So, you know, it's a very sort of user-friendly manual, and these were places that if you're anybody in the ancient world, you were expected to go to visit.
Absolutely, and you talk about Alexandria, and obviously that's really important. What about the geographical locations, that the relationship they have to each other? Because they are, as you say, apart from the one, really all in a circle.
Well, I think they're all the places that you could visit by boat, apart from the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. And the Hanging Gardens of Babylon was on the Royal Road, the King's Road, that ran from one of the other 7 wonders, the great Temple of Artemis at Ephesus in what's now Turkey, through into what's now Iraq. So they were very visitable, you know, and they were often pilgrimage sites themselves. And people would go as pilgrims to these places, and they would do all the things that we do when we travel. So they would buy little souvenirs of them. The Temple of Artemis at Ephesus ends up in the Bible, basically because we hear about it, because the souvenir sellers at Ephesus were really, really cross that Paul, who would be St. Paul, had come and was saying there was this new guy, Jesus, on the horizon, and they were petrified that they would lose their sales of their little replicas of the Temple of Artemis at Ephesus. So they have a riot, and that's why this story ends up in the Bible. So we know people went to visit them, as I said, as kind of culture tours, basically. And so the fact you could get to all of them by boat really matters.
And so what about getting to them now, and how much of them exists, and what was your journey to go and see them like? I mean, I think you started it in COVID, didn't you?
Yes, I did. So it took me 7 years, appropriately, to do it's really funny, actually. 2 things give me sort of ridiculous joy. One is the fact it took exactly 7 years to research and write the book. And also, I finish it, I think it's on page 400, exactly. I don't know why. It sort of makes me feel like there's some sort of order in the universe, the fact that happened. But yes, so I went to see them. I mean, I don't know if you feel the same, but it feels to me, when you're studying history, for me as a historian writing, certainly, I can't write it unless I go to the place where it happened, because it just feels, first of all, you're respecting the people of the past and the location, and also it gives you all kinds of clues to their true story. So when I went to visit the Colossus of Rhodes, for instance, it was only by sailing around the islands that I really understood where the Colossus actually stood, because... And I hate, actually, I'm sort of sorry to kind of break anybody's, rain on your parade, but if I say the Colossus of Rhodes, you'll probably imagine this giant statue with the legs like that, straddling the harbour. That's the kind of famous picture of it, that's still in video games and, is very popular. I'm really sorry, but absolutely 100% that wasn't the case. And we know that because just in engineering terms, the Colossus was so tall, it would be physically impossible to have, the legs would have basically been doing the kind of splits across the harbour to support the weight of the statue. And that was a fantasy that was dreamt up by this lawyer, an Italian lawyer, who went there so between the 13th and the 14th centuries. You know, lawyers are very persuasive, and not without ego, I'd suggest as well. Anyway, so this lawyer went and said, you know, I know exactly where the Colossus was. That, you know, he's described as overlooking the harbour, so he was definitely here with his legs akimbo, and that idea caught on. But actually, if you travel to Rhodes, you realise that the Colossus would definitely have been right on the very top of the island, on the sort of spine of the island, in the sanctuary of Helios, the great sun god Helios, because the Colossus is an image of the sun god Helios. And from there, you can see both the rising and the setting of the sun. And also, it looks as though that Colossus is straddling the two harbours, the military and the commercial harbour beneath. So it's a kind of allegorical or an optical illusion straddling rather than actual straddling. But I wouldn't have known that. I wouldn't have understood that if I hadn't gone by boat and done that tour. So, yes, I think it's really, really important to go to the places.
And reading around them, I mean, so there was Lucian of Saramasata.
Yes.
Sounds like Taramasalata, but I'm not going to. But he wrote this sort of science fiction about it.
Yeah, he did. He did. I mean, exactly. So everybody, you know, it's really interesting, isn't it? You know, we've all heard of the Seven Wonders, even if we don't know exactly which they were. And just to confess, I was probably still about 4 years into writing the book when I had to do, like, on my fingers, chronologically, Great Pyramid of Giza, Hanging Gardens of Babylon. You know, they are quite hard to remember, but people still talk about them, and they definitely did in the ancient world. Yeah, and he's fantastic, this guy Lucian, really sort of rapier wit, satirist. And he writes the world's first science fiction novel in ancient Greece. And he has an ancient Greek astronaut who goes up to the heavens and looks down at the rest of the planets, and he realises that he can see planet Earth because he can see the Colossus of Rhodes and the Lighthouse of Alexandria. So he goes, you know, this is our Earth. But they were so symbolic that for Lucian, they were almost like the symbols of humanity. So yeah, it's a great read, by the way, that novel. It is like Star Wars, but, you know, just written almost 2,000 years ago.
And of course, huge amounts written about the pyramids.
Yes.
And you go there, and I know during the course of your life, you've been there many, many times. And of course, it's changed hugely since they were built.
Yeah.
So many theories about how they were built, so many fantastical theories too.
Yes.
Going back to what Lucian was saying, I mean, it could be science fiction.
Yeah.
Tell us more about that.
Yeah, no, you're right. And I'm going to put up a picture of the pyramid. We don't normally. Is that coming up? Aha, nearly. Hang on, let me just get back. So this is where the Seven Wonders are. So you can all see, as we said, in that kind of ring around the Mediterranean with the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. And I just say, I know that we don't normally have slides, but a lovely mother came up to me yesterday and said, I've got 4 daughters and I want to bring them all, and they're from the age 8 upwards. So I thought I'd put some pictures in for them. So wherever you are, these are for you guys. So that's where they are. And then the Great Pyramids, of course, these extraordinary monuments built on the Giza Plateau. Have any of you been to the pyramid? Look at that. Oh, my goodness. What a cultured meadow of people you are. That's amazing. Well, if you've been, I'm sure you'll agree that, sort of like me, as you said, I've been so many times and I'm never not struck dumb with amazement. They are so awe-inspiring, the pyramids, and you stand there and you just sort of think of the effort and the skill and the mysteries of how they were built. I mean, they are just such extraordinary things. So yes, so they've always, I don't know, it's juggling around a bit. Anyway, so they've always inspired people, and you get these different accounts of visitors, and there's one particular woman who's a brilliant woman, and again, she should be a household name, called Egeria. I don't know if any of you have heard of her. Google her now. She's amazing. So she goes to visit the pyramids by herself in the 4th century AD, And we don't know whether she's a nun or a kind of lay sister, but she goes to visit them as a kind of religious pilgrimage to the Holy Lands. And she writes this fantastic account of her visit to the pyramids, which is still in print. So you can go home and it costs like eight English pounds. I mean, it's pretty cheap. This eyewitness account. So I sort of love her for her feistiness and the fact that she went. But I'm really annoyed with her because she went to see the pyramids, and because she had this sort of, religious reason for travelling, she said that she looked at them and she said, these were definitely the granaries of Joseph. That's what their purpose was. And the idea stuck. So up until the 20th century, if you read textbooks about the pyramids, quite often people say these were once the granaries of Joseph. And I don't know, now, again, you cultured people, has anybody been to Venice to see St. Mark's? Oh, look, even more than have been to the pyramid. That's amazing. Well, if you remember there, the beautiful Zeno Chapel with its wonderful gold mosaics, and that has both the Lighthouse of Alexandria and the Great Pyramid of Giza, and it shows the Great Pyramid of Giza as one of the granaries of Joseph, with Joseph sort of popping out and these, bushels of wheat. It's absolutely hilarious. I've got a picture of that, which I'll show you later. But we were lucky in that people have travelled to them through time and given us those accounts. But sometimes, like that lawyer, the Italian lawyer, it gives us a rather duff steer as to what was actually going on.
Yeah, and I mean, it would have looked completely different. It wouldn't have been in the middle of a desert.
No, that's right. It was these were the pyramids were basically a kind of massive water feature in this beautiful verdant landscape. The River Nile, was much closer to the pyramids than it is now, and there was a tributary of the Nile which ran absolutely sort of abutted the Great Pyramid. So two things would have been incredible. So when the Nile flooded, and actually this was still the case again up until the beginning of the 20th century, the pyramid would have been reflected in it like this, amazing sort of infinity pool. And also that water was absolutely vital in its building. So, with this big question of how were the pyramids built. And we now know definitely that water power was used in the construction of the pyramids and in the raising of the stones. And I think, I'll just see what images I've got here. Oh, good, fantastic. So we're talking about the new archaeology around the pyramids. And there is the most brilliant dig that's happening now. As I speak, people will be tapping away on the banks of the Red Sea. It was discovered in 2011, and the excavations are ongoing. And basically, this is a harbour that was built in order to import the raw materials to build the pyramids. So it's an extraordinary thing for us archaeologists, and the evidence there is amazing. So I'll just flick through it. So what you're looking at here, these are anchors that were used by the men who rowed the boats that brought in the raw materials from all over, from what's now Saudi Arabia, from Syria, from Lebanon. This is a real sort of massive statewide product. And these anchors have got the names of individual sailors inscribed on them. So I know, it's amazing. So we have the names of some of the men who built the pyramids. Also, just inside on the shore from this harbour, there are 31 of these man-made storerooms like this. And because it's in the Egyptian desert, the levels of preservation are incredible. So I don't know if you can make it out. You have ship's rope that's 4,600 years old there, and planks from the boats and shoes of the sailors. So, again, we're kind of short-circuited it into their world. And then it gets even better than that, because in some of these pots, which also contained their supplies, so we know that they were given a sort of really intense wine and kind of fortified dates to help them work. But inside some of these pots, you have inscribed, oh, I love that gasp, fantastic, these inscribed papyrus fragments. So what you're looking at here are the oldest inscribed papyrus fragments anywhere in the world. There are about 1,000 of them, and what they are basically a diary of how to build a pyramid. I mean, I know. So you can imagine the archaeologists were on the floor when they discovered these things. And it's, in particular, the journal of a man called Merah, so it's now called Merah's Papyrus. And it's his description, very kind of detailed description of how he managed to move the raw materials up and down the Nile, of how long the journey took, of where they stopped for the night, of how they would unload the blocks. So they're, beautifully, beautifully detailed, and they tell us a huge amount about how it was done. And what we now understand is that the pyramids were physically built by teams of men. So they were called SARs, these groups of men, of about 40 men or so. And they give themselves the most fantastic names. I just sort of love it. So there was obviously this sort of healthy rivalry between these teams. Somebody was saying, having read the book, that basically the kind of building of the pyramid was the most extreme team building exercise. It's kind of a management team's dream of how to get people together. And because obviously these men who were building it, there was a sort of push. I suspect there were probably rewards, that if they managed to work kind of faster and better, maybe they got more rations or more holidays or something. But they call themselves things like, the prosperous ones, the Asian ones. There's some who, we can only imagine what they were like, who were called the big, strong, and good-looking ones. Just brilliant kind of branding. So it's just the most fantastic discovery, this, because it turns that massive monument into something. It brings us back the people who were building the monument.
And speaking of people, you say that half of us now would be related to the pharaohs and the other half to the people who built them. And I just wonder how that you then go on to talk about symbolic inheritance.
Yes.
So speak to us about people and how it does still speak to us now.
Yeah, well, that's right. Well, isn't that the most amazing fact? So if you do the maths, again, mathematician, I've got my eye on you in the cap, in the room. If you work back, just in genealogical terms, there were around 60,000 people on Earth at the time in this region when the pyramid was built. So genealogically, all of us will be descended either from one of those great pharaohs or the royal families or from one of the workers who built the pyramid, which is an incredible thought, isn't it? And we now know that you've probably heard of this, that we're realising fascinating things about memory. That memory, we don't sort of hold memory in a kind of chest of drawers in our brain. Memory exists right across our mind as a network. And also we're physically born with memory. So our genes are not just survival memories, but actual memories within our genes, which sort of makes sense when you think about it, because if you're born, you're not necessarily going to have parents or the group who can help you. You have to have some things which you know beyond instinct. So genetically, we're born with memory. And now, even more excitingly, people are realizing that we're born with what's called symbolic memory. So we're just born with a sense of things mattering. And that's because our forefathers, our grandmothers, 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 grandmothers talked about the Great Pyramid or saw them, or shared memories of them. And so we're born with the understanding that they matter. It's an amazing thought, that, isn't it? So it's sort of the seven wonders are kind of in all of us genetically. So it's a kind of, for me, it's the most beautiful thing that we're connected to the people who created this, both physically in terms of, the carbon molecules that we share, but also in terms of our understanding of why they mattered and what a difference they made to the world.
Moving on, if we go to sort of break out of the circle and go to the slight outlier, and that's the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Tell us about them and your experience there particularly.
Yeah, so the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, really interesting. If I were to do the list, almost without exception, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon is the one that people remember first. So it's the most famous, but it's also the only one that might not have existed, with kind of great irony, because we haven't actually found the location. We haven't found an uncontrovertible site for the garden. And I think the kind of clue is in the title, I actually think there were more than one. So if you think about it, it's the Hanging Gardens of Babylon rather than garden. And we get eyewitness accounts of these amazing gardens, both in Babylon itself, royal gardens, and also about 200 miles to the north in Nineveh. So, again, the city that appears in the Bible as the city of sin, kind of modern-day Mosul. And these gardens were created by the royalty of the time, kind of as an act, a really interesting bit of power play, of proving that you were in charge not just of humans, but of nature itself, that you were so powerful, you could create gardens out of these really, really tough environments. So they were very significant, the Hanging Gardens. And again, if you believe the descriptions of them, beautifully sophisticated, watered by very complicated irrigation systems with kind of screws that wound the water up the slopes of the garden, and we think they probably were sloping. Almost, as somebody was saying, it's almost like a kind of green wall that you would get today, which again makes huge sense environmentally. But they were built definitely to make a point. And I'm just going to read you, again, it's one of my kind of favourite little bits of evidence for the Hanging Gardens, that the great kings of the time, so Nebuchadnezzar the Great, and we're talking probably around 600 BCE. So the Hanging Gardens are 2,000 years later than the Great Pyramid. But they describe them as a kind of act that proves that they were in charge. And this was the Iron Age. So suddenly people are using iron technology to create more weapons and also to create better farming implements. And so basically these kings were kind of extreme gardeners, you know, and they write about this. They're very proud about it. So listen, this is Nebuchadnezzar, who's boasting about his dominion over the natural world. Strong cedars, thick and tall, of splendid beauty, supreme their fitting appearance, huge yield of the Lebanon. I bundled them like reeds, and I perfumed the river with them, and I put them in Babylon like Euphrates poplars. And, you know, just think about that. So he is moving, and again, we have images of this, entire mature trees. I mean, look at the beautiful trees we're surrounded with now. And I went for a walk by the lake this morning, and, you know, it's incredible. And it was just making me think, you know, we all know, you know, the root system of a tree is as big as the tree itself, but they're doing that to prove that they can. And also King Sennacherib, who was in Nineveh, 200 miles to the north, he also says, I tore open mountain and valley with iron picks. I built palatial pavilions of gold, silver, bronze, carnelian, breccia, alabaster, elephant tusk, ebony, and I put in my gardens boxwood, rosewood, cedar, cypress, pine, El Maku wood, and Indian wood for my royal abodes. So it's very vivid, isn't it? You imagine them creating these things, which were obviously so wondrous that they were spoken of down the centuries.
Absolutely, and it talks of the thing we still have, which is our connection with nature, our need to be surrounded by that.
Yeah, definitely. And they were kind of pleasure gardens as well, so people played chess in them. They actually had hunts in them. They had these kind of feasts. They had these pavilions, and they also used them at night because, of course, you can imagine in the heat of the Middle East, it's a beautiful thing to be out under the stars. And they believed in this thing called astral iridation. So they thought that if you lay out in a beautiful garden, that the stars would heal you. So actually, we think that Alexander the Great, who died in Babylon, was probably laid out in the Hanging Gardens of Babylon to die underneath the stars with this idea that the starlight would heal him.
That's so wonderful. Have you lain in a position like that under the stars?
I have many times. Oh yeah, many times. And you do feel bathed by moonlight or starlight. So I don't know whether it actually works, but it's certainly a very calming thing to do. And again, I think I've probably got. I'm just having a look. These are just more of these papyri from Egypt. I was just talking about. Oh, this. I have to just show. This is one of my favourite sort of illustrations I discovered writing the book. Is that. You'll all know, if you've been to Egypt, you are absolutely 100% not allowed to climb up the pyramids. But people have always done it. I bet there are some people here who've got photos of service personnel. I don't know if you have mothers or fathers who served. And it's definitely a thing that soldiers I suspect still do under the cover of night, kind of climb to the top. But I love this, don't you? So this is from a German visitor in 1612 who went to visit the pyramids and climbed up to the top and did this lovely little kind of, pen and ink drawing of it. And then also, it's still carried on. These are the bright young things of the 1930s, 1938 this is, so just before war outbreaks, who climbed to the top of the pyramids, to have a kind of swanky breakfast. But those are the granaries. This is just showing you the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. They've been imagined. But this is what I wanted to show you. So this is a stele, 2,600 years old, from Nineveh, created by the royal court. And again, you can just sort of see there the irrigation systems, but also these little, sort of like little mini temples, like kind of, like sort of pleasure pavilions, basically, where people would go and hang out and they'd receive diplomats there and do business. Anyway, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful places they would have been.
You talk about the temples, and of course many of these were built as acts of worship, and they honoured various gods, including Artemis.
Yes, that's right. So the Temple of Artemis at Ephesus in modern-day Turkey. This is the one that people always forget. This is the kind of, the kind of poor relation of the Seven Wonders, which is a shame because I think it's arguably one of the most extraordinary, actually, and certainly influential and slightly different to the others. So the Temple of Artemis at Ephesus was huge. So it was twice the size of the Acropolis in Athens, of the Parthenon on the Acropolis. So if you just think about that, the Parthenon temple is massive, but the Artemis temple was twice the size of the Parthenon. And it was sort of the mothership of all Greek temples, really. So all temples after that were a kind of copy of the Temple of Artemis. But also it was a place that gave sanctuary. And, all Greek temples were sanctuaries, but this really gave sanctuary. So if you were a political refugee, or if you were escaping even abuse at home, and you went to the temple and the high priestesses took you in, you would be put up there in a kind of refugee centre within the temple. And really high-profile people fled there. So some of Julius Caesar's killers went to seek sanctuary in the Temple of Artemis. During the Persian Wars, Artemisia, this amazing naval queen and kind of naval captain Artemisia, hid children in the temple. And we've got this terrible story about Cleopatra's sister, so the great queen, Pharaoh Cleopatra, and her sister Arsinoe IV, fled to the Temple of Artemis, basically knowing that it was very likely that Mark Antony and Cleopatra were going to bump her off. So she thought, where in the whole world can I go where I'll be safe? I'll go to the Temple of Artemis. And so she was given refuge there. But then, even Artemis clearly wasn't a match for Cleopatra, because Cleopatra, we don't know whether she bribed or threatened, but her sister, Arsinoe IV, was dragged out of the temple and murdered on the steps of the temple. I know, So it just tells you a lot, including that I don't think I'd have liked to have taken on Cleopatra in a dark night. She was a woman. She was a strong woman, Cleopatra.
I mean,
definitely.
just to digress very slightly, you're talking about the priestesses and Cleopatra and so on. I wonder what this tells us about the power of women at that time.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's a brilliant thought, because it's really interesting, isn't it? Because all of these structures you sort of associate with men, but actually, if you dig a bit deeper, they've all got strong women in their story too. So Artemisia herself, who gave these children sanctuary in the temple, was an incredible pioneer. Artemis, the goddess, was quite a creature to be reckoned with. So if I say Artemis, who becomes Diana in the Roman pantheon. She's the goddess of both hunting, and she protects hunters and the hunted. She's the goddess of nature, of mountains, of the cycle of life. And if you think about her in Roman terms, you imagine this slightly sort of wafty creature, artfully with a bow and arrow. But the Eastern Artemis, who inhabited this temple, was extraordinarily feisty. She stands, I'm wondering if I've got a picture of her, I'll see. sorry, I'm completely jumping around. You'll have to forgive me, but you've ended up with all these nice pictures. So this I just, again, had to show you. So in the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, we're told, and we see from these steles, that people are kind of using them. It seems to be, as I said, sort of like pleasure grounds. And you have, in the ancient steles, these images of men frolicking around on what look like these kind of giant inflatables. And people have always gone, what is going on there? In Australia, do you call them lilos? Yes, fantastic. I said that in the States, and people looked at me completely blankly. They had no idea what it was. So I'm on safe ground, so lilos. So they look like they're sort of playing on these lilos. And, as I said, there's been a lot of scholastic ink spilt on what they could be. And then I found this photograph from 1848. This is in Afghanistan. And these are men who are about to cross one of the great rivers of Afghanistan. And as you can see, they're doing it on blown up cows. So basically the kind of historical equivalent of lilos. And now I found there's a lot of work. They work fantastically, these things. They're completely impenetrable. I'm not going to tell you, it's slightly disgusting. So they get the gas inside. They basically leave some of the entrails inside. So you get this kind of natural, gassy kind of pump. Anyway, they were doing the same in the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. So frolic like giant swimming pools, frolicking around. I just love it. The idea, it's like we do with sort of pink crocodiles and things today. So anyway, sorry, that was the ancient inflatables. But if I can find you, these are the walls of Babylon, showing you how beautiful it is. This is the goddess Artemis that was worshipped in the great temple there. And as you can see, as I said, she stands, tall and straight and strong. She actually has the temple of Artemis itself crowning her great polos hat. So, that's the sort of summation of her achievements. And you're all being very polite because you're not noticing that this goddess looks like she's got about 50 breasts on her chest. And she is indeed called the polymastic Artemis. We actually don't think they're breasts. We think that they're either, I've got to be very careful how I say this, bull's sacs, bull's testicles, or sacs of honey, because honey was something that was given to the goddess. But whatever they are, they're kind of saying this is a really fecund creature. This is a creature that has extraordinary power over the natural world. And actually, ancient Artemis, was thought to be so super fertile that she didn't need any men or anything hideous like that to procreate. She could just go kind of, and things would emerge from her. So that's why you've got all these goats and, various kind of monsters and things emerging. So anybody who went to worship Artemis was aware that they were in the presence of extraordinary female power. And that temple is decorated with images of Amazons, and as you say, there were high priestesses there who ran her cult, and a lot of women took sanctuary in the temple. And actually, ancient women would say, by Artemis, more than any other deity. So that it was the kind of, the patois. You just say, by Artemis if you were cross, or please forgive me by Artemis, or if you're beseeching. So she was kind of present on the tongues of women of the ancient world too.
When you say we think, how united is your community?
Yeah, well, actually, more than you'd think when you hear about spats in papers and things. I mean, the one thing, and I don't know if I dare say it, because some of you might possibly have watched the series and enjoyed it, but there's a particular sort of pseudo-archaeologist who's done a very successful series on Netflix that says it's all a conspiracy. I don't know do any of you know what I'm talking about? He basically says that there was this kind of earlier age of sort of ultra-humans 10,000 years ago, and the archaeologists have been clubbing together to prevent the truth from coming out, which is, of course, nonsense. We've got other things to do with our time than bother to try and hide the truth from the world. People still think that the pyramids were built by aliens. Yeah. I have intelligent people who come up and say, how can you prove it was built by humans? it was. and I can prove it because, I don't know if any of you have done it, if you've been to visit the pyramids at Egypt, but you can climb down into this petrifying tunnel called the Descending Passage. Have you? No.
It's horrible. I thought I was going to die.
I know,
Yeah.
I know. Well, it's not great. I'm slightly claustrophobic, so I'm in the most stupid job, apart from anything else. I end up in small, dark tombs most of my life. But you go into this, called the Descending Passage. It's about 70 metres long, and it goes down, as you know, into the bedrock itself, underneath the pyramid. And as you get down, you sort of start standing, and then you have to hunch, and then you have to bend over, and then eventually you're crawling on your hands and knees through sand. But as you do that, as you're up close to the walls, you can see the chisel marks, the individual chisel marks of the men, and we think it probably was men rather than women, who created the pyramid and that section of it. And then if you just put your hand very gently on the wall and then put it to your lips, you can taste the salt that they would have tasted, because that bedrock 50 million years ago was sea. And you can see the shells and you can taste the salt. And just in that minute, you're short-circuited again back to their world and their lives. And it was definitely humans. So yes, so there's, generally sensible academics agree with each other, and we don't have any truck with the alien conspiracy theorists.
Let's talk about the statue of Zeus at Olympia.
Yes. So, I mean, the biggest statue created indoors until now. So there's no bigger statue indoors that's being created. So just think of what that would have meant 2,400 years ago. And this kind of incarnation of the god who was overlooking the Olympic Games. So built in the sanctuary of Olympia, where the Olympic Games were started in the 8th century BCE. And the games were for Zeus. So he was all about competition and winning. So it's a very macho sculpture, this, but would have been stunningly beautiful. So it was decorated with a ton of gold and a ton of ivory. With polished ebony too. There were rock crystal flowers that were used to wreath it. And actually, if you go to Olympia, you can see the workshop where Phidias, who was the great sculptor who created it. So there's this sort of trial workshop where he built the statue to get it right. It's exactly the same dimensions as the Temple of Olympia itself. And the brilliant thing is that Phidias left fragments of the sculpture in the workshop. So if you go, and again, you can now see some of these in the Olympia Museum. So there are chippings of the ivory that was used to make this kind of beautiful skin of the god. So hippopotamus and elephant ivory were used. And do you remember when... I even remember when I was given ivory bracelets as a kid. So before, quite rightly, it was outlawed. If you look at ivory, it has this incredible sort of silken shot sheen to it. So it would have looked as if Zeus's skin was alive and shining. And there are also chips of crystal and glass from the flowers that decorated it. So it's just amazing to see these, to think of the process of the creation of these wonders. Again, the kind of trial and error skill involved in making them. So, it was an astonishing thing, and it was thought to be a living god, so his mouth was open, so he was thought to physically inhabit that statue, and was sitting down, reflected again in a kind of infinity pool of olive oil beneath his feet, so he would have looked twice the size that he actually was anyway. And there was always this fear amongst people that went to visit it that one day Zeus would stand up, that the sculpture would, as they said, unroof the temple, because they believed him to be real and for there to be a real spirit within that sculpture. So I think that of all of them, in a way, because not just a building but a human, and a human that you could get close to, I think that must have been one of the most astonishing ones to visit. And actually people wrote about that in the ancient world and basically said get to see the statue of Zeus before you die, because your life will be changed by it.
And it was an active place of worship. They would go there in order to worship.
Yeah, absolutely, and to leave offerings for him, to leave these gifts, to kind of pray for success. So it was a pilgrimage, and again, I think we forget that because, of course, the brilliance fact is that the Olympic Games, have been revived and survived today. But for the ancients, it was more a religious experience than anything else. So they went and purified themselves. There was a religious procession, both from the port of Fire, which is how a lot of people got to Olympia, and from the city of Elis. It took about 2 days, and there would probably be about 10,000 people on this procession with the animals that they were going to slaughter, because 100 bulls was, can you imagine it, 100 bulls were slaughtered in one day for Zeus at the just outside the temple. So it would have been a really heady experience for those visitors.
We haven't quite got through
No.
all of them.
So terrible.
But I want to come to the audience very soon for questions. So there is a microphone there, and if you have a question for Bethany, please do go and stand. You see Harmony is giving you a wave just there. If you line up behind Harmony, and we will come to you in just a moment. Now, I'm sad we haven't got through them all. There was
I'm
really
sorry,
only...
that's me, I'm really
Well, it was
sorry.
the lighthouse, really, of Alexandria we needed to get to. But the point is that people can watch this on television.
Yes. So listen, lovely Adelaide Writers' Week, lovely audience. You heard it here first. So I finished last week a television series of the Seven Wonders, which will be coming to SBS later this year. So, yeah.
Fantastic. Oh. And that's been filmed on location at all of these places?
Yeah, so we go to all of them, and what we've done is we've used graphics to recreate, so where there is not much left, which is true of almost all of them, apart from the Great Pyramid, so we've used graphics, visual effects to recreate them in situ. So I spent a lot of this filming trip, I have to say, standing with my neck completely craned, because what we did, just as a sort of little, to let you know how we did it, is that we sent a drone up to the exact height of the top of whichever it was, the Statue of Zeus or the Lighthouse of Alexandria, and then they filmed me in that spot, and then we've recreated with VFX. So it was really, really fascinating to see that. And I will, sorry, there's somebody waiting. The Lighthouse of Alexandria, one of the things you'll see in this film is we find some of the original bits of the Lighthouse of Alexandria on the seabed in Alexandria, which, and I get very overexcited, in the film you'll also see, was part of the doorpost. And Cleopatra, we know, loved the lighthouse. So it was probably touched by Cleopatra's hand as she went through. I know, amazing. So yeah, watch out for that. So sorry, lovely lady, yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
I love listening to you, and I've loved the series you did on Divine Women, which is amazing.
Thank you.
I want to ask you about Lilith, but that's another question.
Yeah.
The question I have is that a lot of these structures were made by slaves.
Yeah.
And I wonder where they came from, how they were treated, and just generally what happened to them.
Yes, absolutely. And that's something that's thank you for making that point. And it's something that I absolutely don't shy away from in the book, because they're extraordinary structures. But obviously, a lot of them, as you say, were made on the backs and blood and sweat and tears and lives of many. And I write about that a lot in the book. Really interestingly, actually, for instance, the pyramids were almost certainly not made by the enslaved, even though that's what we imagine and that's what's always been said about them. And we know that because we've got these records of these workers who we know actually came from villages. I think probably some of them were press gangs into coming, but we know that some came willingly, because for them, the pyramid, we mustn't forget, wasn't just a building, it was a giant resurrection machine for the great King Khufu, who was buried inside. And the actual name of it, so pyramid is an ancient Greek word, so the Egyptians didn't call the pyramids. That was like a word that they wouldn't have understood. And just to let you know that the reason the Greeks called them pyramids is because they had this little cake called a pyramis that was that shape. So they went to eat it, thought, oh, those look just like our, madeleines that we have on a Friday afternoon for tea. So they called them pyramids, which means bun, basically. But the ancient Egyptians called them, you transliterate it as mer, M-E-R, which means a place of ascension. So for them, this was the way that the king would travel through and be reunited with the cosmos. And so for Egyptians, it really mattered to them that that pyramid tomb was built. And they thought that if they didn't build it, basically the world would end. The sun would stop turning, the moon wouldn't rise. So it was a collective effort. As I said, I don't have rose-tinted spectacles. I know that there was literally backbreaking work and a number would have died. But really interestingly, there's less slave labour involved in these than there is in other municipal buildings. Again, partly, exactly as you said, because they were thought to be religious structures. So we know that people volunteered, for instance, to make some of the Temple of Artemis, because it was sort of a sacred act to be involved in their creation. Yeah, it's a really interesting question, yeah. Hi.
Hi, thank you very much for coming back again to Adelaide. We're very happy to see you.
Oh.
I wanted to ask about why only around the Mediterranean? I mean, during that period, there must have been some other good stuff in India and other places.
Yeah. Absolutely, absolutely. And again, fantastic question. And you're absolutely right, sort of why this list of 7? And there are amazing structures, not that far away. There was Persepolis in what is now modern-day Iran, for instance. And I met a lovely man this afternoon who'd gone to visit the ancient site of Hampi, which we feature in one of our films. And he went to see Hampi, which, again, was extraordinary from about the same period. But the reason is that the list was made by those men of Alexandria who were actually basically kind of marking what they thought were the highlights of their world, of the world that they had control over. And the reason the lists get perpetuated in the Roman period and become so popular is, again, all of those fall within the Roman Empire. So it was almost a kind of show-off list of, look, we're in charge, look at these amazing things, these highlights that we have within our territories. So there's a very specific reason why it was limited to those, and there are lots of others. And I think that at some point we should make the alternative 7 Ancient Wonders list. It would be amazing, wouldn't it? And put in all those that they missed out. But yeah, that was why.
Just time for one last question.
Hi. Have you been to Baghdad recently? Is it getting friendlier to tourists? Is there stuff there to see?
Well, the terrible tragedy is if we'd spoken a year ago, I'd have said yes. And if you go to any airport, you'll see there were direct flights that were being reintroduced to Iraq, and it was possible. And of course, now it's not. Again, it's really, really tough to go. It's not. I mean, if you're feeling quite brave, you can go. And I have archaeologist friends who are still digging out there, so it really isn't impossible. But of all of them, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon is the one that, I hope all of you are going to go and make this journey now and go and visit at least 6 of the 7 wonders. But that, sadly, will be the one that's hardest. But let's just try, between us, collectively, with the political will and agency that we all have as humans, to try to create a world that's more peaceful, which means that we can all go to see the Hanging Gardens of Babylon too.
Absolutely. And Bethany, before you go, just on that, what does this tell us about how we can live our lives, how wonder can influence us, how archaeologists saying that we really come from lizards, which perhaps some presidents might agree with, can be challenged?
Yeah. Well, it can. Well, I think that's basically all we can do is keep on meeting in places like this and sharing authentic facts. That's one thing that we can actively do. But you're absolutely right. I think that we can cherish and privilege this thing that is wonder, which makes such a difference to us. Because if you wonder, you engage, and if you engage, you understand, and if you understand, you care, and if you care, you love. So I think, in a world that can feel quite unwonderful, we should try to bring a bit more wonder into our own lives and, create these wonderful things that people can talk about and, as I said, collaborate to make. So,
Absolutely.
I make a vote for the power and beauty of wonder.
Thank you all so much. And you can help the power and beauty of wonder continue at Adelaide Writers' Week next year by giving a donation as you leave. There's a barcode on the chairs, if you can just scan that, or there are donation boxes. We're so close to the target. It would be fantastic if you could help us reach that. Many thanks to our stage manager, Harmony, to Nigel, who did the sound, to all these wonderful volunteers, to you, the audience, but mostly to the great Bettany Hughes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. So lovely to be here. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd just like to remind you that Bethany is going over for a book signing, so we urge you to go over and buy a book and get it signed. Thank you. Just another quick message for those of you who care so much about keeping Writers' Week free. We are currently only $2,000 away from the target. Ladies and gentlemen, this will be my last announcement for Writers' Week. I'd just like to thank you all for being such wonderful audiences this week. You've made life so much simpler for all the people who've come. Would also like to remind you about keeping Writers' Week free. We are so close to the target. It is apparently about $1,500 or $1,000 away. So if you can donate something to kick us right up to the target, that would be wonderful. And hope to see you all here next year. Take care and be kind to each other.
Well done, you lot. You've made it. Yeah.
5 o'clock on the Thursday.
The last one's at the party.
The end is in sight. The finish line, you could almost touch it. We'll try and make this as quick and painless as possible, and you can all be on your way. And I salute, however, your determination to see this Adelaide Writers Week through to the end. And it's been observed already that the fundraising target is also perilously close to being achieved. And as you've been told repeatedly through the week, there are QR codes on some of the chairs. That is your path to financial liberation of this festival. There's also a donations box that way. So if you're feeling so inclined, it's only a couple of grand to go, and that would be an extraordinary thing. Tom, it is a free festival, and that is a splendid thing to have.
Yeah. Do we get to take credit if we hit the target now? Are we responsible for that final couple grand?
There will be one of those cannons that shoots up
confetti cannon.
Confetti, and all sorts of things will happen. We are here to talk not about money, but about writing a childhood. Tom Lamont is just to my left. Well, he's actually a long way away. Oh, there's somebody on Zoom. Tom's an award-winning journalist. In 2015, he became one of the founding writers on The Guardian's long read desk, and since 2017, he's been a regular correspondent on GQ in America. He lives in North London with his wife and 2 children, whom he's not seen for almost 2 weeks.
Yeah, man. It's the longest I've ever gone without seeing them.
And his book is Going Home. It's his first novel. And on the screen, Taya, hello.
Hello. It's such a joy to be here. Thanks for having me virtually.
You have an exceptionally large head from where I'm sitting.
This really feels Orwellian. I mean, it feels like I'm about to sort of cast some kind of governmental spell on you right now, all of you. Yeah, sorry.
This is Taya Obret. In 2011, she won the Orange Prize for Fiction for her debut novel. That's The Tiger's Wife. It was a National Book Award finalist in that year as well, and big seller, and still available here in the shop. Her work's been anthologised in the Best American Short Stories. She's appeared in publications such as New Yorker, Harper's, Vogue, all sorts. Her most recent novel, and the one central to our conversation today, is The Morningside. Can we begin there, Taya, do you think? Before we get down to cases, which for the purpose of this conversation is Sylvia in your book and Joel in Tom's, the children that will be central to our conversation. Taya, if you can just sketch for us where as Morningside begins, how we find ourselves and where, although where is somewhat mysterious.
Where is mysterious, and when is a little mysterious too. The book is set in the not too distant future. It involves Sylvia, who is a climate refugee. She is 11 years old for most of the book, and she arrives from a country called Back Home, or from a country that is referred to only as Back Home, to a place called Island City. And this is also in an unnamed country. Island City does have sort of tendrils of New York shot through it. And she arrives there with her mother. They've been on the go for a really long time. Her aunt is the superintendent of a formerly luxury tower called the Morningside in Island City. And they move in with her aunt in a time in the city's history where it's very waterlogged. A lot of people have fled, and climate change is ravaging the world.
And so we begin. Perhaps, Tom, you could do the same for us and introduce us to Joel.
Oh, sure. My novel is called Going Home. It's Taya's book sounds fascinating, by the way. Mine is perhaps a more realist. It's set in North London, in a community where I grew up, a neighbourhood where I grew up. It's kind of quite Jewish, quite secular Jewish. But my book is about a little 2-year-old boy called Joel, who finds himself really without anyone in the world to look after him. And it's about the 3 men and 1 woman who might offer him a home. And the story is kind of told from the perspectives of those adults who swirl around boisterous, troubled young Joel. And the kid is kind of the binding agent, the glue that brings them together and holds them together.
It's an interesting contrast between the two because, yes, Joel is clearly the focus of what is happening, but in terms of presence in the narrative, sort of an interjecting presence, whereas Sylvia is a core to the unravelling mysteries of the Morningside. She is, in fact, taking upon herself the task of sorting out, in various respects, what's going on. Which means, Sylvie, for you, this is, introducing a child into the narrative and introducing that child perspective into the narrative this is absolutely core to what you're doing. But it was a choice. Whereas I think for Tom, this is, fundamental. There would be no book without a 2-year-old child. Why, Sylvie, did you make that choice? What appealed to you about the 11-year-old perspective?
I think I was fascinated by.
Did I just call you by the name of your character, by the way?
You did, but
I'm sorry.
I didn't want to. I didn't want
to say anything. We could just do that. Let's just be our characters.
Inhabit.
We know each other now.
Explore the space.
I actually, it's one of my favorite names. So I hope to call a child of my own it someday. So it was wonderful to be called it, briefly. I think what's fascinating to me about that preteen era of childhood is it's kind of inconsistency and the fact that it is a transitional phase from true childhood into a more independent way of being. Syl is someone who's very close to her mother. She's grown up with her mother, but by the time we meet her and they're moving to this new place, she is trying to figure out a way to get out from under her mother's rules. And it's that desire to sort of assert her independence and to find a prism through which to view the world that belongs only to herself, that she comes to understand the stories going on around her.
That prism to view the world, that's critical here. I mean, that's often the role that a young person will play in fiction, that they are an observer of the adult goings-on.
For sure. And I think, it's interesting to write a child narrator for an adult audience. This isn't a YA book, and I never conceived of it as a YA book. There is a sort of mediating consciousness. When we first meet Syl, it's actually 16 years after the events of the book happened, and she's narrating it from her position at the time, from the age of 27, and she's trying to look back quite generously on herself as a child, because she sort of wants to understand too what was going through her own mind in this very, very formative time. And so she's trying to be very honest about her own mistakes, her misinterpretations, and then the ways that she could have been right.
Tom, a 2-year-old is an interesting space to imagine for a writer. You have children. You've watched this thing. I mean, what's your process for inhabiting that small being?
Yeah, I cheated. I cheated fairly heavily by noting down everything my son, when he was 2, 3, about the age this character I was creating, everything he said, every word, sort of strange, charming, idiosyncratic, bonkers way he filtered the world. Whenever it was good, whenever it was interesting. I mean, parents do this all the time, where you make notes of the funny things kids say, right?
Did you do that with intent for a book, or simply as a keen and
does it sound psychopathic?
Fascinated parent?
Does it sound psychopathic if I say yes, I did do it with the intention of cribbing my son's actual life for fiction? No, it's but in a more serious way, I think I'm sure Taya would agree with this. You're constantly looking for fresh ways to over-describe things. You're looking for roots into place, to feel, to story, and it's a really good vessel for that, because a kid, whether it's a Syl who's on the cusp of teenagedom, or a Joel who's on the cusp of childhood, it's a way of imagining a freshness and a newness and a kind of lack of jadedness and an originality of thought and description. And it's been a while since I've gone into this sort of hulking notes file on my phone where I made lots of memorandums about my son's utterances. But he had one that was always stuck with me, where he maybe had something he wanted to show me, and he would say, I have a show you thing, which is perfect. It's like an object will be brought to you as a show you thing. That's there's no writer on the planet who could come up with that. It's only a child could get there.
I'm going to in a minute ask you to read a little bit from here, which I'll just pass my copy across.
That's right.
Tom,
I got.
Oh,
a,
you've got it.
I got a torn out copy of page 1.
I may have mentioned this before. Before I get you to do that, though, I mean, Taya, that idea of freshness and innocent perspective in writing something which has this sense of the sense of foreboding that a climatic dystopia kind of carries, to see that through the eyes of someone for whom that is their only worldly experience, that the child observer comes to that knowing no other reality. Does that give, there's a lightness then from that? There's a sense of that's just what this is, rather than sort of a belaboured bit of world construction.
I think so. I hope so. I hope so. I certainly found it very freeing, and I also found it. I found it represented a challenge to write from that perspective, because I typically write historical fiction, and so the point from which I begin is research. And quite a lot of it, before I start to work on the material. But this book was written sort of backwards. It was written from point of view first, and then the details of the world were filled in. And one of the things I realized as I was writing, I had to construct certain rules. There are very bureaucratic mechanisms that are operating on both Syl and her mother. They're climate refugees. They are participants in something called the repopulation program. This is part of a larger initiative called the Posterity Initiative, which is supposed to sort of be working towards a more livable planet for posterity. And all of these things were aspects of the society I was inventing that I had to understand. But when it came time for Syl to process them, I realized that actually 11-year-olds don't understand how society, 11-year-olds in our society don't understand how society functions. I barely understand it myself, and it was very freeing to sort of have the miasma of failed bureaucracy and a failed society surround this child who's trying to find some light in it, some humor in it, some way of making it legible to herself in terms that she can actually understand.
But there's a nice distinction in that between the way that the adult reader sees those things, repopulation and that bureaucratic mechanism that you describe. The adult reader sees those with there's quite a sense of darkness about them, which Sylvia can escape. There's a nice sort of play between your perspective as a reader and her perspective as the protagonist.
Thank you.
Am I saying nice things?
Yeah. Thank you.
But I like what Taya said then about her character Syl finding the funny in an otherwise sort of anxiety-inducing situation, because children are just looking for fun with a kind of hunger and an appetite that just dissipates in life. It does, and to be able to enhance that, grab that for your fiction, to borrow the fuel of that, I found very valuable with the first novel I wrote.
Well, and not just fun in Sylvia's instance, it's also that sense of the magic in the world, and that's a big part of the story, is that sense of old stories and old magic, and the mysterious is very alive in her mind, and she imagines that into the universe that surrounds her. Feel free to comment, Taya.
For sure. I think that there's some. So, I mean, Syl's background is, she's grown up with her mother. Her mother is a closed book. She doesn't talk about the past. She doesn't talk about back home. Syl is exposed to very few of the stories that are sort of her heritage. And when they arrive at the Morningside, her aunt Anna is the absolute opposite of her mother. She's a completely open book. She wants to talk about the past, and her way of seeing it is laced with this kind of folkloric mystery. And Syl finds that, I think Syl finds a lot of comfort in that, and she finds that to be the way she wants to see the world. And this is her first time accessing it. So it infuses everything she sees, even though the world she's inhabiting now and the world that she's, carrying with her, this folkloric thing, they aren't compatible, and she's trying to make them compatible.
Tom, introduce us to Joel in his own thoughts and words. Have a
in his own
read.
thoughts, yeah. I've been clutching my folded piece of paper like a nervous best man. Oh, is now
Now is the time.
Now's the time.
Yes.
Okay. So this is the sort of first page or two of my novel, which is almost entirely told from the perspective of adults who, as I said, surround this little boy in need. But at the very beginning of the book, you get a little sort of taste of the world from Joel's perspective. Joel was in the park. He had to save all the dandelions. They were at war against the birds. It was so good, this game. His name for it kept changing. Today, the weather was green. Today, he pushed out his tongue to check. The weather tasted of fresh. He was allowed 50 pushes on the swings. He couldn't ask his mum for more. It was already such a lot. At home later, they were going to watch a tiny bit of TV. They were going to have a tiny bit of chocolate. One of Joel's hobbies was to collect sticks from the park. If anybody saw a stick and it was shaped the same as a sword or a gun sword, Joel wanted to know about it. Shout. He collected answers to your questions. Joel Woods, 2, salt and vinegar flavor. If you asked him, he would admit that he was scared of wild animals, robbers, monsters, some robots, but not if they had kind eyes. His mom was his best person, even when she was a tiny bit ready to stop playing. Joel knew how to count to 16, and beyond that, he knew how to guess. It was his birthday next July. He had none brothers, none sisters, none dads. He did have a bedroom of his own, and a religion, and a favorite cartoon, which was about another boy who was secretly magic. Joel's hope was, in the future, him and this other boy would meet. He had none cousins, none grandparents. His mum said, I worry I'm not enough for you. Their favorite dinner was baked potato. Joel lived in the London borough of Enfield, in England, in Earth. If he ever got lost at the park, he was meant to find another grown-up with a child. They wouldn't know many facts about him. It would be Joel's mission to tell them the facts. His name, his age, what crisps he liked, what he collected, the enemies he was scared of, where he lived, how many turns he was allowed on the swings, what exactly had been agreed about TV and chocolate, all the conditions of his big life. Joel saw another bird. Right, you. He was the fastest boy alive when he needed to be. He collected sound effects. He looked forward to later. He liked that it wasn't later yet.
What a delightful young man he is.
Oh, he's a cool bean, Joel. He's a lot cooler than I was at 2, that's for sure. Oh.
There is a sense of wisdom in him. There's an old head in there somewhere.
I think there often is with kids. I think they come out looking like old people, don't they? Sort of wrinkled and yellow, and covered in their own spittle. And but then they kind of before they learn to try and impress or to try and ape adults, there is a kind of I think almost like a cosmic wisdom to them. If you really watch the early play, the early explorations, they're kind of they're intrepid and they're hungry in ways that, for some reason, I don't know why, what part of our evolution this answers, but we kind of learn not to be almost. I don't know how Taya felt risking things on an 11-year-old. You kind of stake everything on these crazy creative decisions, but it certainly felt a risk to stake everything on a 2-year-old because they can be tough, and someone has to look after them all the time.
That looking after, I mean, Taya, how much do you need to look after an 11-year-old in this slightly menacing world?
It's a good question. I think I'm possibly, I was raised as a member of possibly the last generation of children that came up through sort of benign neglect, and there was a lot of running around in abandoned buildings, abandoned lots, places you weren't supposed to go, touching, I'm sure, things that were like laced with asbestos and lead, just a lot of that. And when I was around that age, and I think that there's a kind of magic to that, right? Syl is the kind of kid who has raised herself up in her mother's eyes to seem trustworthy enough to not need watching and to not need caretaking. And her mother is very busy trying to sort of establish this new life. She's got 2 different jobs. One of them is as a wreck diver in sort of the flooded parts of the city, and the other is the superintendent of this building, which is also very fascinating to Syl. And so because she has raised herself up to be trustworthy, her mother kind of believes her when she says that she's where she's supposed to be. And she takes this opportunity to do some pretty dangerous things throughout the book. She becomes obsessed with an upstairs neighbor, and this obsession, it was interesting, Tom, you were saying that kids are intrepid. And I think that it's such an apt word, and I think it extends right up until the teenage years. And then maybe something happens socially where that is kind of crushed somehow, and you start to conform in all these social ways. But Syl's life predates that moment, and so she too is being intrepid with the things that interest her in the building and the city that she doesn't know.
It isn't it. I mean, it's an interesting balance here because in a book with a young protagonist written for the adult eye, there's instinctively, as an adult reader, you are anxious for that character. You infer a whole lot of sort of parental concern. Is that a tension you're aware of in the writing that you wanted to play with?
Myself or Tom? Me?
You. Yes, you.
Oh, me. Sorry, I can only see you, so I don't see if you're directing it at Tom or not.
I'm trying to look you in the eye, which involves me staring at that tree over there,
which is very Big Brother.
I am in the tree, actually. So yeah, I did want that. I wanted that anxiety from the reader. And the one thing I didn't want the reader, because she's making so many mistakes, I wanted the reader to be anxious, and I wanted the reader to be aware of some of the things that she is not aware of. And I had a huge priority that I did not want the reader, because she was young and because she was making mistakes, to sneer at her. I was very concerned about balancing the tone against sneering at a young person for their naivete or for their foolishness or for their stubbornness when something clearly isn't supposed to be accessible to them. So yeah, anxiety was what I was hoping for.
Was this always going to be the structure of the book, that it has the young girl at its core? Is that, from the word go, that was what you wanted to do?
Yes, when I started writing it, that was sort of the first, its first manifestation. And I fought it very hard for a couple of reasons. One, I really dislike writing in the first person. I find it excruciating. So, of course, I've written 3 novels that in each of them in some way features the first person, inexplicably. But for me, it's an issue of information. How is the information volleyed between the character or narrator and the reader, and who knows more at which point. So it was clear to me from the beginning of this book that it was necessary to have a first person and to have this first person be very, very young. However, I did intend, when I started writing it, to write it in completely chronological order. I'm always doing time loops and flashbacks and flash forwards, and I was like, nope, we're just going to write from the beginning of this narrative chronologically all the way through to the end, and that's what this book is going to be. And then the moment I reached the end, I realized that actually it had to exist in a frame, and that I had to step outside of time and give this older narrator a little bit, because without that older narrator, the sneering was too close. That older narrator looks kindly on this young person. She's generous to her past self, and I think that restructure was an important aspect of how I came to tolerate the novel.
And this goes to both, but Tom, to begin with you, that the importance of keeping that character young, of keeping that character within the required naivety of their age, that must be a tricky thing when they have work to do in the narrative of a book.
I guess tricky because, yeah, you're trying to sort of hold them off from having too much knowledge, but it's useful as well because, as Taya sort of alluded to, it can really help the plot to have what your sort of central character not fully understanding what's happening. You can withhold information for later. You can have this central character kind of go on a journey with the reader towards understanding. There's amazing examples of this throughout literature. The Go-Between, L.P. Hartley, To Kill a Mockingbird with that wonderful character of Scout. Whether they're adults remembering their childhood selves or children narrating these stories in the moment or living these stories in the moment, what a wonderful way to, in the case of The Go-Between, to just hold off a comprehension of a sexual encounter by having a 9-year-old just not get it, not understand what's happening. There's definitely, I found it challenging in some ways, but the rewards are enormous. I think the hard thing, and I don't know if Taya felt this, was getting the sound right, getting making it sort of answer your writer's ear, seem sort of both compelling, interesting, and feasible, real. Well, once you have that, you're rewarded by this ability to hold off information or revelation that an adult character would pretty quickly twig.
And yet I also find Joel to be a bit of a hybrid in the sense that his flashes of precociousness are absolutely part of his charm. You allow him to be a little in advance of his years.
Yeah, although I think I know what you're saying when you read it not having a 2-year-old, because I no longer have a 2-year-old, but I think you do forget just how insightful and how sort of poetic they can be sometimes, and how funny. And that's why I'm glad I took the sort of journalist in me took contemporaneous notes, because I would sometimes have to refer back and think, was he really that wise or that economic with his language? And yeah, I mean, it's perfectly possible. I mean, they're inventive kids. They're because they're always. Taya mentioned sort of rules and systems of rules, and how her characters kind of starting to resist rules. But at the beginning, they're kind of moving into that world, wanting rules. They want curtailment, and they're looking for rules. My son is now. He's no longer 2. He's now 7, 8. And so he's gone through this phase of whenever he's complaining, he'll say like, "Daddy," and he's moving into this phase more like Syl's age, where he's sort of picked up some cool sort of slang from school, and when he's complaining, he says, "Bro," but he's still on the margins, and he's still in this sort of liminal space between the two, and he's kind of. And through the amazing magical invention of a child, he's just now when he complains, he goes like, "Daddy, bro," and he sort of amalgamates the two. That's
rather nice.
Yeah, yeah.
But with Joel, I mean, you talk about the discovery of rules. Here is a young boy desperately in need in terms of an ongoing life sense of structure, of some solidity, of responsibility around him, and the adults that surround him, I mean, they are very much in touch with their own childlike qualities.
Yeah, so we've been focusing on children because it's the subject of this talk. But I mean, my book, and I'm sure Taya's book, are very much about adults as well. And in my book, Joel is a kind of prompt and an engine for adult characters who are having their own questions about responsibility and caring duties to kind of come to terms with those questions and to really sort of ask themselves hard questions about duty and obligation and care and the kid that you create in fiction is probably there as well, or mainly or partly to prompt transition or the transition or the self-discovery of the adult characters. Another way they're kind of an amazing versatile tool in books.
Interesting contrast, Taya, because Syl is kind of, I mean, in some ways, the sort of the big person in the room. She is a sort of a sense of questioning certainty in the middle of the book.
Yeah, I think that she's someone who very much wants to observe and understand but not be seen. And then as the book progresses, and she arrives at these conclusions that may or may not be accurate, she wants to be perceived. She sort of changes course and wants to be perceived for having done this work, and for having done it accurately. She wants to be the big person in the room. I think it's so. Just to go back for a moment to what Tom was saying. I have a 2-year-old right now, and so reading Joel felt very.
You recognize
that
that.
Very moving, and also was like very, very moving and very staggering to see a child's mind encapsulated so beautifully and so perfectly in your work. And I think there's something about the nature of children's processing, whether they're very young or whether they're sort of in these preteen years, that in which they have to center themselves, right? Like there's kind of a maniacal, but also a necessary for survival narcissism, right? Like it's the need to have that piece of chocolate, or the need to have the question answered. These are essential to the survival of the moment, right? Like they don't have a great perception of time and sort of scale and consequence. And so the takeover of a child's mind, like the way a child character absorbs space in a narrative, is very self-focused. And I think that it can be very frustrating, but I think it can also be just great fun.
So what's their place? What's their place then in the sort of the broader moral universe of the book? If they're a bit of a free particle, aren't they? But I mean, does that simplify sort of moral questions? Does that antagonize them? How does that work?
That's a great question. Maybe Tom has an answer. I don't know that I have an answer to that.
Well, they kind of get a free pass, right? Like kids do. And those questions sort of defer to the adults around them. It's why it's such an amazing journey to go through, or they're such an amazing force to be near. Young children, they kind of they make you ask things of yourself that you've either never asked or stopped asking, forgotten to keep asking. And a lot of those questions are moral, right? You know, you suddenly you are like the arbiter and the decider of rules and of no's and yeses and of lessons. You've got to start teaching them lessons way before you've learned those lessons properly yourself. I mean, I felt like I was in my very late 20s when I had my first child, and I just felt like I was a kid. And you know, and I learned aptitude, more or less, started to learn aptitude overnight through the totality of the immersion of the fact that it never stopped, and it hasn't stopped now, except when I'm larging it in Adelaide Writers' Festival. But I mean, it's permanent until they leave home, and so you kind of you learn as the parent or the carer or the person adjacent to a child to ask yourself these moral questions or these philosophical questions that you wouldn't or might not have otherwise.
I wonder, I mean, just listening to that, Taya, and I think about how, you know, we all carry with us that sort of sense of our childish selves. But I wonder, in a book like Morningside, does it force a certain seriousness onto the adults? Does the presence of someone with that actual childishness, does that remove that from some of the other characters?
That's interesting. I think it can. I think it depends on. I think it depends on the effect that the child has on each individual character. There are certainly characters with whom Syl interacts, in whom she provokes a kind of childish reaction, and in whom she provokes a kind of childish curiosity and a kind of delighted irresponsibility. For instance, her aunt, who has finally found a vehicle for all these stories that she wants to tell, and who isn't thinking about how those stories might actually affect Syl. She just wants them to grow in somebody else and to take hold in somebody else. And she doesn't, you know, she's not terribly concerned with whether or not those stories will have a negative effect on Syl and Syl's relationship with her mother, and sort of how they will spiral out of control, having been planted. And another character that she meets is this man from the neighborhood called May, who used to live in the building. I'm trying to structure this in a way so that this answer, so that I'm not giving away any spoilers. He used to live in the building, and when he realizes that when he meets Syl, he realizes that she's on a quest, and he sort of yokes her quest onto his, and she is kind of taken aback by the nature of his quest because he's a grown-up, and she doesn't. She hadn't considered that grown-ups could want such simple things, and could go through such childish means to get them. Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah, it was quite a co-conspiracy. This is not Joel's experience.
No, he's a passenger. He's too young to be driving plot in that way, but there's a kind of it touches slightly on what was said earlier, but there's a this is my first novel, and so I'm very much been learning as I go along. But you find yourself sort of stumbling into problems you hadn't anticipated, and you also find yourself stumbling, at least in my case, into sort of wells of helpful energy that you didn't realize would be there. And one of the sort of problems I created for myself without ever thinking about it beforehand was that if you have a 2-year-old, as in life, they need to have a babysitter at all times. You have to be like grabbing fictional characters to be like with them at all times, which is hard. But then the rewards are things like we touched on it earlier, but this idea of the threat that they're constantly under, this physical threat. I have this line in the book about like, your job as a carer is kind of just like to keep them out of an ambulance where all their instincts want to take them, but that does inject some really interesting tension into scenes of domesticity or lack of danger that might otherwise not have.
Well, the adult reader carries this sense of perpetual nervousness.
Yeah, as you do when you see a kid toddling around, right? And there's like a coffee table corner and you're just like, you're on the edge of your seat.
Whereas Sylvia has this sort of Tom Sawyer-ish quality that she's, quite a resilient person in the world, which is a rather different. You don't quite feel, I think are convinced by her self-possession.
There's a kind of, in life as in fiction, it's interesting the way that conscription into caring for a child, if you happen to see one, wandering about in the wild, translates from life into fiction so smoothly, and that the level of anxiety for the character corresponds with the age of the child, right? Like Sill's older. I think that when you read a book with a character of Sill's age, your concern as a reader is like, this kid's gonna get in trouble. Whereas when you read a character of Joel's age, the concern is for the ambulance. It's like, hopefully nothing really terrible happens to this child, because we're reading a book. It feels like it might.
We talk a lot, Tom, about sort of representation in the writing of fiction, and that's the controversial part of that is usually reserved for bigger sort of issues of identity, but nonetheless. The adult can write the 2-year-old. The adult can write the progressive female rabbi, as you do, the adult male. It's a sort of a testament to the possibilities of the writerly imagination.
Yeah, I think most people come into this through being readers first, and you get a sense of as a reader, if you read a lot of fiction, does it ring true? Is it authentic? Is it done in good faith? Is it done in a sort of spirit of like worked creative endeavor? And at that point, I think personally you should feel free to sort of write the art you believe in, the art you want to create. You just do it with care and respect. I hadn't ever thought about the idea that it was impinging on the stories of 2-year-olds to tell them as an adult. That's kind of amazing. I love the thought that there could be this sort of parallel world where 2-year-olds are writing and reading each other's novels and going to Adelaide Writers' Weeks where it's just...
And the 2-year-olds cancelling you on social media.
Absolutely nailing apple juice.
Tell us, Taya, about getting into the skin of Sylvia. Tom has a phone crammed full with the wisdoms of his 2-year-old. Where did you draw to flesh her out?
I have to be honest and say that I ended up drawing quite a bit on certain moments of my own childhood, particularly as an immigrant. I was born in the former Yugoslavia. When the war started, we moved to Cyprus, we moved to Egypt, we ended up in the States, we moved around a lot. And when I started this book, the fact that Syl was someone who had this roving background, this very nomadic childhood, was present. And then as I acquiesced to the fact that I was supposed to tap into the parallels between that and my own childhood, it actually became quite fertile ground, because I think that the experience of migration of learning a new language and then learning cultural legibility, which is so difficult. Like learning the legibility of adults, not in your own language, learning the legibility of adults, not in your own culture, trying to navigate the do's and don'ts of a society that you have just entered. I think that all those become amplified when you're a child. And in some ways it's easier for kids, and in some ways it's a lot harder for kids. And I wanted to explore that, that tension with Syl.
And Tom, that's... I'm trying to think of a similar sort of tension.
Well, I mean, I was just thinking when Taya was saying that like, and it hadn't really occurred to me before, but maybe the part of the reason an author might choose to write a child character is they're just mining. It's a sort of way of mining that experience from their own life, a different way, a non-memoir way of approaching, tackling, wrestling with an experience they've had themselves. I mean, I don't think I've got memories from being two, maybe sort of around them, but they're flashes, they're sensations. I think a lot of the youth that writers, whether in fiction or non-fiction, that space they end up returning to is a little bit older. The formative years, that sort of, when the world's fresh and when you're, as Taya said, when you're learning the do's and don'ts, or trying to. But yeah, I like this idea that maybe it's just another way of it's not in fact generating a fresh character from the ground up, that it's just a way of sort of slyly doing some exploration and some work on yourself. Excuse me.
And I think that sometimes it kind of takes you by surprise. In every instance where I've written something that's ended up close to the bone, it's taken me by surprise. So many writers, I feel, don't set out to do that on purpose, and then it just sort of appears, because it's living just over their shoulders, and it's like, I'm here, I'm back again. We're gonna think about this on the page in fiction. It's gonna be wonderful. And you're like, no.
What did you work out about your young self, Taya, through this?
Oh, for me, it's always like the fear of death. It's always It's the fear and inevitability of death, and sort of the first childhood confrontation with it, and how a young person proceeds from there with the knowledge that it is inevitable.
Yeah. We're getting to the point where if you had questions, we would welcome them. And there's a microphone in the corridor here, as you probably are familiar with by now. There's a lot of intersection, Tom, in yours between the young person and the older people who, as I think we've said, have their own sort of set of childlike qualities. The sort of the managing of voice between those two parties and the managing of perspective. Is that a slightly tricky task?
It's definitely a challenge. You want your adults to sound as plausible as you want your children to sound plausible, and you want there to be a level of distinction between the sound of the people whose perspectives you're hearing the story through, because as a reader that helps. It's a sort of signposting tool. It's also adds dynamism. It makes the reading experience more thrilling when you get to not just walk in one other set of shoes. You get to walk in sort of multiple pairs of shoes. I said the other day on the other stage, I think I'm working out as I go that the sort of point of the project, at least for me, is to kind of just play with empathy, that sort of feeling of expanded empathy that I got from reading fiction. I would love to just engender that in readers as well, to join that kind of that conversation. And I think one of the ways you can do that, if you do have multiple characters, is to really try and invest in the sound of them, the individuality of them, the distinct life of them. And so with Joel the kid, you never really, again, after the bit I've read, inhabit his brain like that. And that's probably, I thought, for the best, because it would sort of drive you nuts.
Were you tempted by that?
I just think you're constantly... I feel it was a constant battle with a fear of that gentleman there throwing my book across the room in disgust and boredom and irritation. And so you're just trying to balance that, make it a comfortable read but a challenging read, a familiar read but a surprising read. And I felt I could do that with four adult voices that I did my best to individualize and make real. And their gaze is kind of always turned inwards or sidelong to the child. But they're living their own lives. They're going about their own businesses. They're interacting with each other. They're making mistakes. They're taking drugs at the soccer. There's sort of everything.
This is not the 2-year-old, I hasten to point out.
No. The cops would shut down the plot pretty quickly if that was the case.
I wondered, sorry, go on.
No, yeah.
I wondered, Taya, in writing about a disturbing sort of climate-tinged future, whether having someone young at the core of that is an important sort of message about, these are the people that will be impacted by these changes. Is that part of your thinking?
I think it subliminally was. I wrote the book in a kind of fragmented way. The first draft right at the start of COVID.
There was a short story to begin, wasn't there?
That's right. It was a short story but I had sort of conceived of it as a novel, and then I was asked to write a short story that captured the mood of the moment of May 2020, and I was like, the mood of the moment is
not good.
This. But and then I was pregnant with my first child for the second draft, and sort of looking back on this narrative from a different point of view. And then the third draft, I finished the final version of the book right after my daughter was born. And I think this notion of moving from being a daughter to being a parent and the parent of a daughter was quite jarring and led to reflections on, what kind of world are we leaving for our children, and how do you prepare someone for something you yourself have not experienced, right? The idea of raising a generation of kids who are going to contend with issues that that sort of maybe in some narrative way approach the things that we ourselves have been through, but in every substantive way and material way are completely alien to us, from the point of view of technology and resource loss and all these things. It's terrifying, and I think it really did. It really affected the book.
We have questions from the floor.
Thank you. Well, I think thank you very much. I think the question was just sort of answered. Thank you, Taya. But my question was, I haven't read the book, so I don't know, but whether the milieu in which Syl finds herself, it sounds like there is still some rules and order. You talk about these projects and there is some kind of social structure there, but I just wondered how much the world had changed and therefore how much it influenced what she was experiencing, and you've sort of touched on that already, but that was my question.
Taya, would you like to expand on that?
Sure, absolutely. Well, I wanted the world to not be so changed that it was unrecognizable. And I think that the issues with which the characters and the systems in which they live are grappling are very familiar to us, right? The demonization of immigrants, the destruction of the environment, which then sort of creates the need for people to leave areas where they can no longer survive. What do we do with failed infrastructure? How do we atone for our national sins? Like these are the systems in which that are still operating in the world. And my approach to it was to take where we were and just sort of push it you know, 30, 40 years into the future, and kind of take away the internet. I for some reason, the internet didn't feel...
Didn't survive.
It felt like maybe those generations would know better and would have stepped away from it. It's kind of an analog world. It's recognizable, and its dangers are recognizable. But everything's been sort of pushed into towards an extreme and into a kind of thinness of resource.
Sir.
Thank you for your question.
A couple of questions. First one really to Tom. Just with your 2-year-old character, one of the things you're opening, and I'm sorry I haven't had the advantage of reading either of your books, your opening passage, you know, invites this kind of primal, wild, very playful 2-year-old who is also got to be kept out of the ambulance. But I just wanted to ask you about the other demand, apart from, you know, grappling with dependence that 2-year-olds make of you, is the insistence of play. I'm just wondering about how, as a novelist, that gives you particular opportunities, and the challenge that also introduces for, you know, dutiful parents about this kind of wild response to play.
That's a lovely question. Play is obviously a huge part of rearing kids, as is the sort of burdensome repetition. And I tried to be honest to the journey, keep saying journey, I tried to be honest to the experience of parenting in its burdensome responsibilities and in its chaotic play. Because those are the counterweights that make it what it is. And I actually found that by pulling those counterweights, the plot kind of, or the feel of the book seemed to be serviced quite well. It was, I've tried to include scenes of being up all night doing back rubs and being on your knees with plastic bricks for hours till the carpet kind of imprints, you know. And I think both are real and both are important and both are you know, fundamental to the game of parentcraft. With play in particular, it was so fun and enlivening, I thought, to the story, to have the opportunity to just have play in it. You know, to have that spirit, that energy as a legitimate part of the narrative. I was trying to be honest about the granular experience of raising a kid, and that meant I could sort of get in with the stuffed animals that make a noise when you squeeze them, or the stupid wordplay, or the repetitive jokes. You know, I had a lot of fun with that side of it. Thank you for that lovely question.
To bring Taya into that, I mean, one of the things, of course, about Sylvia's life is perhaps absence of that carefreeness.
For sure, but I think that she replaces it with these stories, you know, and she finds a game to play. She's on this quest, and the quest involves the finding of, you know, she becomes obsessed with an upstairs neighbor who has these 3 dogs,
but are they dogs?
But are they dogs? Exactly. They're dogs when she sees them, but she comes to suspect that they might be humans during. Humans when they are not in sight, and the finding out of, you know, the unraveling of this mystery requires the finding of these literal keys that lead her further and further into the building. And I think she creates a kind of game of it for herself without really thinking about the consequences of what it might mean to access a space that is quite dangerous for her. So and I think that you know, it's reflective of her age. She wants that chaotic play still because she's 11, but she also wants to do serious things with grown-ups because she's 11.
And so the last question of the 2025 Adelaide Writers' Week goes to you.
Thank you. Sorry. I am making a book for my AIF class. I was wondering, it's very off topic, but how would you write and structure a book? Like for me, of course, because I'm really inexperienced. My first one I've made.
Yeah, it's it can only be learned in the doing. I think that, and you make mistakes. You know, you try, you get it wrong. You try, you get it wrong. You make these incremental advances and larger backward steps, and you just try and get there. And you trust to your inner ear, and you trust to your editors and your loved ones and readers in your life you trust. I do think it's a case of stumbling towards the finish line, though. I really do, and I think you just kind of have to work it out through errors. That's my opinion. Maybe Taya's, maybe you're a first drafter. It just comes out perfect.
There it is, pristine.
No, I would definitely agree with that, Tom. I think that it's a matter of many errors. I would also say, in addition to that it's important to give yourself time between drafts, because the brain, when it's in the book, is very different than when it sort of steps away, and that time that you take away from a draft to sort of think about it and to reconcile what is actually on the page versus what you think is on the page is really, really important.
Well, there we are. That's it for an entire festival.
Drop the mic.
It's been a fantastic week, and thank you for your rapt attention. And if you could also thank Tom Lamont and Taya Obret. There you go. Tom's going to sign books. Books are available, of course, in the tent, and Tom will be waiting to inscribe their title pages.